Alright, Feng and I, if you want to make the first move, we won't stop you. But what right does an old man like you have to criticize us? All of us combined are younger than you. How can you say that? Old man. These two words pierced Master Feng's heart, and Master Feng was rendered speechless. Zhu Aci was telling the truth. He was indeed very old. Jiang Ming heard Zhu Aci's words clearly. He sized up Master Feng in front of him. He was a little incredulous. Master Feng looked quite young. Was he really that old? Boom. At this moment, a large hole appeared in the wall beside him. The edges were surrounded by traces of fire. An old man with a long beard walked in. He was wearing a robe with the word "Long" on it. His expression was solemn as he looked at the Feng family head. A young lady who looked to be in her 20s walked to his side and looked around with a curious expression. However, the focus of her eyes suddenly shifted from many people and landed on Jiang Ming. Looking at Jiang Ming's simple attire and extraordinary bearing, the young woman blushed for no reason. After that, the young woman did not dare to look at Jiang Ming at all. She only peeked at him from the corner of her eyes. How dare you attack the Long family? Master Feng, are you trying to get yourself killed? What right do you have to walk out of here alive? The old man was an elder of the Long family. He glared at the Feng family head with disdain. In his opinion, the Feng family head was just a useless man. He was only fit to be a servant. Elder Long, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. The Feng family head did not want to stir up trouble. His expression was unpredictable. He secretly hid the box he had plundered from Master Long and put it in his pocket. Zhu Anan quietly saw everything. The box immediately fell out and landed on the ground. The spell had shrunk it earlier. Now, it had returned to its original size. What are you doing, brat? The Feng family head was annoyed. No matter what, he could not let anyone see this box. Still, Zhu Anan had pulled his robes to make it tumble out. Why was she doing this to him? The elder of the Long family was furious when he saw the small box. The Long family's name was written on the top of the box. This small box belonged to the Long family, not the Feng family. Master Feng, do you think you can get away with stealing from my family? Absolutely not. The Long family elder threw out a rope. This rope would automatically tie up anyone in their path. Except for Jiang Ming, everyone present was tied up. Looking at the ropes binding her, Zhu Anan wanted to cry but had no tears. Had she shot herself in the foot? Why did the Long family elder want to punish everyone? Zhu Anan was confused when she saw that Jiang Ming was not tied up. Why was he spared? What are you doing, old man? We're not Master Feng. Why do you have to tie us up? Zhu Aci was unhappy. He glared at the Long family elder in front of him with a dark face. He felt frustrated. He really hated these old men. They could not differentiate between right and wrong at all. They were all making their own subjective judgments. You were all assisting him. If it weren't for you helping Master Feng, would he have been able to get the Long family's secret treasure so easily? After putting away the box, the young woman and the Long family elder immediately saw the unconscious Master Long. Afraid that Master Long would get caught in the crossfire, Jiang Ming moved him to the side. He had wanted to get someone to take Master Long away, but no one dared to do anything. He could only let Master Long suffer here. Jiang Ming frowned when he saw that the Long family elder was completely Unreasonable. Why were they all so unreasonable? However, Zhu Aci was even more confused. What was this old man saying? The young woman disregarded everything and rushed over, waving at Master Long. Master Long, wake up! Master Long! Her voice was tearful. It sounded like she had lost someone close to her. Master Long can still be healed. Her screams were irritating. Jiang Ming could not stand it anymore, and he handed her a handkerchief. In the eyes of the young woman, Ning Kaichen was a kind soul. She blushed, took the handkerchief, and said softly, "Thank you." Seeing that she had stopped screaming and crying, the surrounding crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Her voice was impossible to tune out. At this moment, Madman Jr. struggled with all his might to free himself from the ropes. He let out a shout of frustration. His voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Madman Jr.'s waist was covered in flames. Madman Jr. was almost burnt to death. What exactly are these ropes? Jiang Ming felt odd. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that he was spared up was really suspicious. Hey, Madman Jr., stop struggling. You'll only get yourself killed. The Long family elder only reminded him out of goodwill. He snorted coldly. He was very arrogant. At this moment, he also noticed that Ning Kaichen was not tied up by the ropes. He suddenly stuttered in disbelief, Why aren't you restrained by the ropes? This set of ropes was a spirit tool he had brought down a few years ago. Although it looked a little crude, it could restrain people with spells that were a level higher than his. These ropes always restrained his enemies. It was unbelievable that Ning Kaichen was not restrained by the ropes today. Me? Jiang Ming was also confused. He looked at him strangely. I don't know either. The ropes just didn't look for me. Elder, it must be because Lord Ning Kaichen saved Father. He is Father's benefactor. Otherwise, how could he not be bound by the ropes? At this moment, the young woman stood up and spoke with an extremely firm tone. Jiang Ming felt a little embarrassed. He did not seem to have done anything. He really had to thank this young woman for her kind words. The young woman's name was Long Qingqing. She was the eldest daughter of the Long family and was doted on by the Long family's head and elders. However, he needed to deal with the Feng family head first. Master Feng, this belongs to the Long family. You can't take it away. On account of your past friendship with the Long family, I won't hold it against you. However, if I find out that you have the intention to steal from the Long family a second time, I will definitely make you suffer. The elder of the Long family was filled with a low pressure, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. The Feng family head wanted to retort, but the ropes were already tied around his waist. If he did not listen to the elder of the Long family, he would be the one to die. All right, I promise. Can you let me go now? He bit his lower lip, but there was nothing he could do. He could only agree. However, he cursed internally. He had never thought that the Long family would have such a good treasure. The Feng family had always been trustworthy. Seeing this, the elder of the Long family waved his hand and made the ropes on the waists of the group of people disappear. Without the restraints, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The elder of the Long family waved his hand and asked someone to take the head of the Long family away and find a doctor to treat him. Jiang Ming was also warmly invited inside by him. He hoped to have tea with him. Zhu Aci and the others were not interested in following Jiang Ming. They were planning to teach the Long family elder a lesson. Tying someone up for no reason was really annoying. Initially, Jiang Ming did not want to go, but he could not resist the enthusiasm of the Long family elder and had to agree. Jiang Ming saw an uninvited guest when he arrived at the Long family elder's mansion. The young master of the Long family, Long Qingxue. The two of them had met each other briefly. Long Qingxue knew Ning Kaichen's name, so he said sourly, "Ning Kaichen, you're not allowed to sit in the same carriage as Elder Long." Jiang Ming retorted bluntly, "It's just a carriage. I can sit in it if I want to. What does it have to do with you?" He wondered how he had provoked Long Qingxue. However, he was not afraid of Long Qingxue. "How dare you? This is the Long family's savior. Why can't he sit here?" The Long family elder frowned. He was somewhat displeased. He had worked hard to save Master Long. What kind of attitude was this? You didn't say thank you, and you even spoke rudely. Qingxue, you've crossed the line. Long Qingqing's face also turned pale. She had been separated from Master Long for so long, and it was not easy for them to reunite. Lord Ning Kaichen had saved her father, so she had to thank him. Why was Long Qingxue being so nasty? Not to mention the fact that Master Long had a good relationship with Lord Ning Kaichen, but the latter had even saved Master Long. Realizing that he had said something wrong, Long Qingxue coughed awkwardly and said, "Elder, my cousin is right. I was wrong. I don't think Lord Ning Kaichen will mind. After all, Master Long and Ning Kaichen know each other." Long Qingxue secretly paid attention to Jiang Ming and snorted internally. He had already considered the friendship between the Long family head and Ning Kaichen. Ning Kaichen had to be grateful he was allowed to even be in their presence. If he dared to retort, Long Qingxue's eyes flashed with a ruthlessness that no one else could detect. He was only saying this to stay in Master Long's good books. He did not care about Ning Kaichen. After all, he was just a poor young man. "I forgive you. It's human nature to be ignorant." Jiang Ming said calmly, "Elder Long, since Master Long is fine, I'll leave first. Master Long still needs to recuperate. Then you should let us give you something, at least. You saved the family head, so you can't leave empty-handed," the Long family elder said enthusiastically. Long Qingqing also chimed in, "Yes, Lord Ning Kaichen. If you're not in a hurry, why don't you stay for a meal? I really don't know how to repay you." "No, thank you for your kindness, Elder Long and Ms. Long. I won't disturb Master Long's rest." "Elder, I'll go see Lord Ning Kaichen off," Long Qingqing said hurriedly. It was not easy for her to have a chance to be alone with Ning Kaichen, so she could not miss it. Ning Kaichen was a person worth trusting. "All right." The Long family elder nodded after seeing through her intentions. After the two of them left, he sighed again. Long Qingqing was divorced. He did not know if Lord Ning Kaichen would still be willing to get along with her if he knew that. "Elder, I won't disturb Master Long's rest. I'll leave first." Seeing that Long Qingqing and Jiang Ming were not there, Long Qingxue felt that there was no need to stay any longer. The elders of the Long family respected the head of the Long family. Now that the head of the Long family had finally woken up, the elders of the Long family would definitely focus their attention on him. Besides, he had just said something that made the Long family elder and Long Qingqing unhappy. It was best to leave now. "Okay." The Long family elder still remembered what he said just now. He didn't have a good expression on his face. He waved his hand to bid him goodbye. Long Qingxue was furious when he saw how he was being treated, but he did not dare argue. He held back his anger and left. However, his fists were clenched so tightly that veins were popping out. It was all Ning Caichen's fault. He wanted to make Ning Caichen suffer, or else he would not be able to stand the humiliation he had suffered. After leaving the Long family residence, Qingxue got into the carriage. The coachman drove slowly. With a ruthless look in his eyes, he said to the coachman, "Find a few people to get rid of Ning Caichen." Long Qingqing did not know what to do since she had not had any contact with Ning Caichen. She was silent the whole way with him, but she could not hide the joy in her heart. Long Qingqing was content to be able to walk side by side with Ning Caichen. And she had no other thoughts. "Thank you for saving my father today. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do." Long Qingqing coughed. Seeing that they were about to finish their journey, she took the initiative to speak. She did not want to leave just like that. "Ms. Long, you're being too polite. Master Long is kind. I was just doing what was right." Jiang Ming shook his head. Just as she was about to say something, Long Qingqing saw Jiang Ming's thin shirt and secretly bit her lip. Ning Caichen did not usually wear thick robes. Now that she was here, she had to make arrangements for Lord Ning Caichen. "Ms. Long, what's wrong?" Sensing that Long Qingqing's mood was not right, Jiang Ming was concerned. Long Qingqing turned her head, not wanting Jiang Ming to see her emotions. "It's nothing. Can you go shopping with me?" She wanted to buy him more clothes. "Yes." Although Long Qingqing had turned her head, Jiang Ming still saw her reddened eyes. He sighed in his heart. Master Long's injury must have given Miss Long quite a blow. She must be hoping that someone would be by her side now. She did not have anyone close by her side. Therefore, he would accompany her. If Jiang Ming knew what Long Qingqing was thinking, he would not understand. How did he look like he did not have money to buy clothes? It was very hot. Therefore, he was wearing something practical. "All right, I'll call the coachman." Long Qingqing was secretly delighted. She turned around and was about to find the coachman. "I'll go with you. I'll drive the carriage. There's no need for a coachman." Jiang Ming patted Long Qingqing's shoulder and smiled. He could feel Long Qingqing's happiness, and it infected him. Long Qingqing was stunned when she made physical contact with Ning Caichen. She nodded. When they arrived at the carriage, Long Qingqing was still thinking about how Jiang Ming patted her shoulder, and her ears could not help but turn red. Jiang Ming got into the carriage and led the horse with the ropes. He was very good at driving, and he immediately put his skills to use. At this moment, a group of immortals descended from the sky. They were playing around with their hands and emitting light at Jiang Ming. Their eyes were sharp, and their lips moved silently. Their intentions were extremely clear. "Ning Caichen, it's time to die." Jiang Ming did not expect that there would be people who dared to rush up to deal with him openly. He could not help but lose control of the carriage. However, he knew that Long Qingqing was still in the carriage. He could not abandon the carriage and run away. He faced it head-on, and he immediately discovered something odd about the immortals before him. Usually, immortals wore a certain type of clothing. This clothing was also made out of a specific fabric. It was fine if the immortals in front of him wore something different, but the fabric was completely different. Were these immortals fake? His mind was racing. He could not help but make a bold decision. He decided not to fight back and just let these immortals do whatever they wanted. However, he also knew that this was an extremely risky decision. If those immortals were real, he would be injured. When the carriage met the immortals all passed through it and did not touch Long Qingqing or Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming smiled. Who created this illusion? What was the creator's intention? Seeing that Jiang Ming did not retaliate at all, the illusionist in the distance was dumbfounded. How had his illusion failed so easily? As long as no one retaliated against the illusionary immortals, they would be fine. However, if they fought back, they would suffer. The illusions would become real and corrode the brains of the targets. Then, they would enter the targets' minds and make them rot to death. How had his mission failed? The illusionist was sweating profusely. He could not help but tremble when he thought of Long Qingshue's violent temper. Long Qingshue had emphasized that he could not let Ning Kaichen find out that he was the one who wanted to kill him. If Ning Kaichen caught him, he would be completely exposed. If Ning Kaichen escaped, he would inform the people around him. Then, he and Long Qingshue would be finished. Unwilling to accept this, he immediately raised his hand and conjured some illusionary elephants in front of the carriage. These elephants were extremely ferocious. They had huge trunks and golden teeth on their ears. When Jiang Ming saw these elephants, he felt bewildered. These elephants looked quite strange. Moreover, why would these elephants appear on the street? Jiang Ming remained unmoved and let the carriage pass through. The illusion failed again. The illusionist immediately scratched his head and conjured another illusion. This time, he conjured the people around Jiang Ming. When he saw Zhu Aci, Zhuanan, and the others before him, Jiang Ming shouted. This was really off the charts. Why were they here? They were clearly in Master Long's mansion earlier. Did they come out to see him? Did they have nothing else to do? They were not the types to sit by and do nothing. In addition, he also saw them waving at him with smiles on their faces. Jiang Ming blinked. He did not care. He continued to pull the ropes and moved forward. Jiang Ming suddenly sensed something, and he was stunned. Why did this person create an illusion for him? He had no enmity with this person. Jiang Ming took out a silver needle. The person in the dark was caught off guard and was directly hit by the silver needle. His back hurt badly. The man complained endlessly. He could not even conjure his illusions anymore. He limped back in pain. If he failed the mission, so be it. He could not bear the pain. Long Qingqing, who was in the carriage, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She felt a lingering fear for no reason. She started talking to Jiang Ming, who was outside the carriage. Lord Ning Kaichen, did you feel something just now? I can't tell what it is. It's probably nothing. Don't overthink it. Jiang Ming comforted her and grinned. It would be a disgrace to her identity as a member of the Long family if she did not feel anything from those illusions. If there's anything, please tell me, Lord Ning Kaichen. I know a lot of strange things, Long Qingqing said. If it were not for the fact that Master Long and Elder Long would not agree, she would have gone somewhere else with Ning Kaichen. This way, they could bond better. What do you mean? Ning Kaichen's interest was piqued as he continued. We should get off the car. I'll tell you when we get off. Long Qingqing was glad that Ning Kaichen was interested in these things. She lifted the curtain again and saw that the shop was right before her. She said softly, all right, I'll find a nearby place to stop. Jiang Ming nodded. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What is it? Damn it, he's perfectly fine? What a bunch of trash. I trained you guys for nothing. Long Qingxue smashed the teacup in his hand, and his eyes burned. He wanted to skin Ning Kaichen alive. If this continued, it would be difficult for the Long family's elder and Master Long to pull him down. He did not expect Ning Kaichen to be so skilled. Moreover, this kid didn't have any benefits to restrain him, but he had a lot of skills. When he became the husband of the dragon, it would be even more difficult for him to seize power. It was already even more difficult now. Since Ning Kaichen could not be touched, then he would start with Long Qingqing. It would be easier to deal with Long Qingqing. Long Qingshua's eyes lit up. He called someone over and whispered something into the man's ear. The smug smile on his face widened. After getting off the carriage, Long Qingqing could not wait to perform her spell. When Jiang Ming got out of the car, she put her hands together and closed her eyes. A faint light suddenly appeared in her hands. The light covered Long Qingqing completely. She opened her eyes, and they turned golden. She raised her arm, and a person who looked exactly like her appeared in front of her. She reached out her hand to Jiang Ming with a sweet smile on her face. Lord Ning Kaichen, hello. I'm Long Qingqing. Wasn't this what he had just encountered? Lord Ning Kaichen, you can reply to this clone. Seeing Jiang Ming's pupils shrink, Long Qingqing smiled and helped guide him. Jiang Ming followed Long Qingqing's instructions and greeted the clone. Hello, I'm Ning Kaichen. The moment he finished his greeting, Long Qingqing returned to the position of the clone, and the clone quietly disappeared. Jiang Ming found it unbelievable. What is this? Seeing Jiang Ming's curiosity, Long Qingqing said happily, this is an illusion unique to the Long family. Only the members of the Long family can execute it. Her imagination was running wild. If Ning Kaichen was interested in her, he might be willing to be her husband. By then, she could ask her father to arrange a marriage between her and Ning Kaichen. I saw the same illusion in the carriage just now. Jiang Ming suddenly narrowed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not react back then. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the illusionist's trap. Long Qingqing's words held the answer. The person who wanted to attack her was from the Long family. Putting everything else aside, he had saved Master Long, so the people of the Long family should not have attacked him. If he knew who that person was, he would have to inform the Long family. What? Long Qingqing was a little stunned, but she suddenly became nervous again. She looked Ning Kaichen up and down. Are you all right? That illusion can destroy a person's mind and turn them into puppets. Are you the real Ning Kaichen? Long Qingqing took a step back in doubt. She was still hesitant. If the person in front of her was not the real Ning Kaichen, then where should she go? What should she do? Don't worry, I'm the real Ning Kaichen. I didn't fall into the trap. Anyway, if I did, you wouldn't have missed it. Jiang Ming comforted Long Qingqing. However, there is one thing we can be sure of. Someone in the Long family wants to attack me. I'll tell my father and the elders to find this person. Long Qingqing was relieved. She stomped her feet indignantly. You saved my father, yet they still did this to you. They've simply disgraced the Long family. Long Qingqing was still angry after she finished speaking. She threw the handkerchief in her hand to the ground. Jiang Ming picked up her handkerchief and placed it in Long Qingqing's hand. He said solemnly, "You don't have to worry about this. Just leave it to me. Don't tell your father and the elders." "Why?" Holding her handkerchief tightly, Long Qingqing could not understand. She looked at Jiang Ming. When Jiang Ming returned the handkerchief to her, she could not help but feel a little moved. Some ideas sprouted in her mind. "I need to find this person. If we alert the enemy, that person will be even more difficult to find," Jiang Ming explained patiently. "Thank goodness I didn't act rashly. Otherwise, I would have made a big mistake," Long Qingqing said regretfully. "There's no hurry. Let's go look at the clothes first." Thinking of the reason why they were out, Jiang Ming got straight to the point. Only then did Long Qingqing realize that they were here to buy clothes. She nodded and went to the shop with Jiang Ming. Seeing Long Qingqing, the owner of the shop smiled widely. He kept winking at Long Qingqing. Long Qingqing did not like the owner's attitude and asked, coldly, "Do you have any men's robes?" Upon hearing this, the owner glanced at Jiang Ming and seemed to have understood something. He clapped his hands and said, "Of course. Find me a few sets to see." Long Qingqing noticed the owner's eyes. She was very satisfied, but her expression was still cold. She was very afraid that Lord Ning Kaichen would not want it, so she planned to buy it first and then give it to him later. After buying all the clothes, she would give them to Lord Ning Kaichen. Jiang Ming watched from the side. He did not consider Long Qingqing's words carefully and thought that she was buying it for a man at home. He casually looked around. The designs in this shop were very simple, and they were all styles he liked. After thinking for a while, Jiang Ming decided to buy a few robes for himself. At this moment, the shop owner brought several sets of robes to Long Qingqing and Jiang Ming. There were all kinds of robes for all kinds of occasions. The owner said loudly, "These are all made of high-quality fabric and materials. They are very comfortable. If you don't believe me, you can try them on." The robes that the owner had chosen were mostly warm and dressy. Long Qingqing liked them all. However, the most important thing now was to see if these robes suited Lord Ning Kaichen's taste. Thinking of this, Long Qingqing looked at Jiang Ming. "Lord Ning Kaichen, do you like these robes?" Hearing this question, Jiang Ming had a vague feeling that Long Qingqing wanted to do something, but he did not consider it carefully. He replied to Long Qingqing nonchalantly, "I like the style of these robes very much." Long Qingqing was pleasantly surprised. She did not expect that Ning Kaichen had the same taste as hell, which made Long Qingqing even more excited. She pushed Jiang Ming. "Then please try on the robes, Lord Ning Kaichen. I bought them for my younger brother. It's just that he had something going on today and couldn't come with me. His figure is about the same as yours, so I'll have to trouble you to help me try on the robes." Seeing Long Qingqing pushing him like that, Ning Kaichen did not say anything more and agreed. "All right, wait for me for a while." He picked up a set of robes and went to the fitting room. He put it on and walked out again. He was wearing white robes with only a few maple leaves on them. Such plain clothes were particularly eye-catching when Jiang Ming put them on. Long Qingqing was practically salivating. Before, she had only thought that Lord Ning Kaichen was very good-looking. Now, she suddenly felt that Lord Ning Kaichen was the most dazzling man she had ever seen. "These robes really suit you." Long Qingqing smiled. "Then I'll pay for it myself." Jiang Ming also liked these robes very much and did not reject them. "No need, I've already paid." The owner opened the bag and looked at the money inside. His eyes lit up. It's enough. There's more than enough, actually. Keep the rest as a tip. Long Qingqing did not care. The Long family had silver everywhere. Even if she spent money like water, she would never be able to spend all the money of the Long family. Jiang Ming did not want to owe her a favor. You can look for me if you need anything in the future. I'll try my best to help. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it, Lord Ning Kaichen, Long Qingqing said boldly. She said to the owner beside her, send it to my father's mansion later. The owner promised, Ms. Long, don't worry. I'll definitely deliver it. Seeing that she had finished her instructions, Long Qingqing suddenly remembered something, and her eyes lit up. She looked at Jiang Ming and said, Lord Ning Kaichen, why don't we go riding now? I'll show you my riding skills. Alright, I don't think there's a problem. What Long Qingqing said hit Jiang Ming's heart. When he was driving the carriage just now, he had already felt the joy of riding a horse. It would be fun if he went horseback riding with Long Qingqing. Lord Ning Kaichen, we are really like-minded. I like riding horses too. Seeing that Jiang Ming seemed to be very happy, Long Qingqing was also happy. Since the horse riding range was not far from the store, Jiang Ming and Long Qingqing did not take the carriage. However, she had only taken a few steps when a beggar grabbed Long Qingqing and grabbed her skirt tightly. He shouted, Good Samaritan, please help me. Give me some silver so that I can help my family. He hugged her tightly. She could not help but frown. The man did not answer Long Qingqing at all. Instead, he continued to repeat what he had just said. I need some silver, give it to me quickly. Jiang Ming found it funny and pulled the beggar away. Is this how you ask for money? Who would dare to give you money like this? However, the beggar suddenly became ferocious. He bared his fangs and wanted to bite Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming looked at the beggar's posture, and a flash of disgust flashed across his eyes. He was about to make a move, but Long Qingqing took the lead. She sent the beggar flying with a single palm strike. The beggar was pushed back a little and spat out a mouthful of blood. Long Qingqing sneered, I excused you, but you still stuck close to me. Get as far away as you can. If you don't have money, I won't give you a single silver tael. The beggar could not believe it. He got up in a panic and knelt in front of Jiang Ming. He kept kowtowing to Jiang Ming and Long Qingqing. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so fierce to you just now. Please save my father and me. My father really needs silver now. He's already dead. I can't let his corpse be exposed to the public. Hearing this, Long Qingqing could not bear not to take out some silver from her pocket. She intended to give it to the beggar. Unexpectedly, when the beggar saw the silver, he immediately went crazy and wanted to snatch the silver away. His movements were so fierce that Long Qingqing was almost pushed to the ground. Thanks to Jiang Ming's quick reflexes, he grabbed Long Qingqing and pushed the beggar away. The beggar had not eaten for a long time, and he was beaten up by Long Qingqing until he vomited blood. Now that he was pushed, he fell to the ground. This kind of person is not worth giving money to. Jiang Ming was disgusted. He faced the beggar directly. However, after being pushed twice, the beggar immediately revealed his true colors and spat at Jiang Ming and Long Qingqing. You! Long Qingqing was furious. She raised her hand and wanted to slap the beggar. again to let him know that she was displeased. The beggar was instantly afraid. He could not care less about anything else, and stood up to run. Long Qingqing patted the dust off her body and sighed. There are all kinds of people in this world. He did not even have a good attitude when he was spared. No wonder he became a beggar. Jiang Ming did not reply. Long Qingqing was puzzled. She turned to look at him, and found that Jiang Ming was staring in a direction. The person in front of him was wearing black clothes and a mask. However, the mask only covered his eyes and the top of his face, revealing his mouth and 1/3 of his face. There was green moss growing on it, and there were pustules on the moss. It looked extremely terrifying. His exposed skin and mouth were also covered in moss and pustules. He did not look like a normal person at all. Although the man was wearing a mask, Long Qingqing and Jiang Ming knew that he was looking at them. However, they did not know why this person was staring at them like that. The strange man saw that Jiang Ming and Long Qingqing had already noticed him. He walked forward and asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you the eldest daughter of the Long family and Ning Kaichen?" Hearing this question, Jiang Ming and Long Qingqing looked at each other. They both saw some hesitation in each other's eyes. They did not know if the person on the other side was good or bad. If they answered rashly, it was very likely that they would bring danger to themselves. Jiang Ming turned the tables and asked, "Who are you? Why did you follow us?" The strange man's voice became urgent. "I have no ill intentions towards you. I heard that the Long family has a secret medicine that can cure extremely rare diseases in the world. I really need this secret medicine, so I came to find you." Seeing that the strange man had recognized them, Long Qingqing did not hide it anymore. She lowered her voice and said, "Then why didn't you go to the Long family's mansion to ask about it? Why did you come to us instead?" The strange man seemed to be in great pain. He said helplessly, "I heard that this secret medicine is in the hands of the eldest daughter of the Long family, Long Qingqing. I also heard that this secret medicine was given to Ning Kaichen. That's why I came to find you. Even if the secret medicine is in our hands, why should we give it to you?" Jiang Ming did not understand and asked suspiciously, "This secret medicine is very effective. Why would it be given to someone else so easily? I have dragon scales that can be exchanged for it. If you fuse these dragon scales with the dragon sword, it will unleash the dragon sword's greatest power. This thing is much more valuable than the secret medicine." "So, is this secret medicine in the hands of either of you?" the strange man asked. "If it's not in your hands, then please forgive me." Seeing that the strange person did not have a bad attitude, Long Qingqing stopped frowning. "That medicine is in my father's hands. However, if what you said is false, my father will definitely not give it to you. Of course, I'll hand over the dragon scales in return. I'll definitely be honest." The strange man spoke in good faith as he looked at Long Qingqing and Jiang Ming in front of him. "All right, I believe you. My father's mansion is nearby. Go ask him. I'll leave first." Long Qingqing turned around and was about to leave when she turned to look at Jiang Ming. "Lord Ning Kaichen, let's go." Jiang Ming looked at the strange man meaningfully, and the pustules and moss on the strange man's body made a deep impression in his mind. He was sure he could cure him. However, if that strange person wanted to use that secret medicine to heal his condition, he did not need him. I don't know how he got his pustules, but they look quite painful. Long Qingqing sighed and shook her head. She wanted to erase the memory of such a repulsive sight. Don't think about it. You might have nightmares. He might have practiced evil techniques. Jiang Ming comforted her and motioned for her to watch the road. Lord Ning Kaichen was so gentle. She really liked Lord Ning Kaichen. Long Qingqing's eyes were twinkling as she stared at Jiang Ming. Sensing Long Qingqing's emotions, Jiang Ming felt a little odd. What's wrong? Realizing that she had gone too far, Long Qingqing suddenly felt a little embarrassed and stuttered, "No. I'm fine." Jiang Ming did not pursue the matter further. There was a saying that a woman's heart was as deep as the sea. There were some things that he should not ask. Long Qingqing was glad that Jiang Ming did not ask her about this again and changed the subject. "Let's go to the horse farm." "Let's go." Jiang Ming followed Long Qingqing's footsteps and walked straight ahead. After crossing a street, they turned into another street and arrived at their destination. The coachman was grooming the horses. When he saw Long Qingqing and Jiang Ming, he immediately became attentive. "What would you like to do?" "Prepare 2 good horses for me. I want to ride the horses with my friend," Long Qingqing said boldly. "All right." The coachman nodded and turned around to call for 2 horses. These 2 horses had smooth coats. Not only were they tall and strong, but they were also quite handsome. "What do you think of these 2 horses?" Long Qingqing stepped forward and stroked the coat of one of the horses. The horse was very docile. It rubbed against Long Qingqing and neighed softly. "This horse is really cute." She looked at Jiang Ming with a smile, and her whole body was filled with youthful vitality. Jiang Ming also went forward to touch the other horse, but the horse was trembling all over as if it was very afraid. When he touched it, the horse was so stiff that it did not dare to move. "Why are you so afraid of me?" Jiang Ming looked at the horse and did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Is this horse afraid of people?" Long Qingqing was stunned for a moment before she walked to Jiang Ming's side and touched the horse. When it came to Long Qingqing, the horse did not tremble at all and stood steadily. Jiang Ming was a little confused and touched the horse again. The horse started trembling again. Those who did not know better would think that he had abused the horse. "This horse is afraid of strangers, so it's trembling like this. Please don't blame me," the coachman explained awkwardly. "Then why is it fine when I touch it?" Long Qingqing could not help but feel indignant for Jiang Ming. The coachman coughed and said, "This horse loves beautiful women. It enjoys the attention of beautiful women and won't tremble when it faces them." Jiang Ming chuckled. It turned out that the horse was just lecherous. Ning Kaichen. At this moment, Zhu Asi's voice echoed beside Jiang Ming and Long Qingqing. Long Qingqing immediately became dejected. She had finally managed to be alone with Lord Ning Kaichen, but Zhu Asi had come to disturb them. Another person showed up, and Long Qingqing could not smile anymore. Zhuanan was there, smiling at Jiang Ming. "Mister, what a coincidence. Zhu Asi and I were thinking about going out to ride a horse, so we came here. It turns out we all had the same idea. It's indeed quite a coincidence. Have you had lunch? We can check some horses out for you first and come back after lunch." A fake smile hung on Long Qingqing's face. She wanted Zhu Asi and Zhuanan to leave. Zhu Asi and Zhuanan did not know what Long Qingqing was thinking. They only vaguely felt that she was thinking about them. She replied, "We've already eaten. Don't worry. Zhuanan and I have ridden horses before." We know them like the back of our hands. Nothing bad will happen. Zhu Aci was full of confidence. He crossed his arms over his chest and sized up Jiang Ming. Hey, Ning Kaichen, when did you buy new clothes? Why didn't you take us with you when you bought them? I went shopping with Ms. Long. If you want, I can go with you next time. Jiang Ming replied smoothly. The coachman could not wait any longer. Dear customers, you still need 2 horses, right? Yes, you go first. Zhuanan nodded and waved at the coachman. The coachman immediately beamed with joy and nodded. Master Long has woken up. Zhu Aci changed the subject. I heard from him that he is extremely grateful to you. He wants us to have dinner together later. This meal is probably a small banquet, Zhuanan interjected. That's very likely. That's what happens every time my father hosts a meal. Long Qingqing added. It's good that he woke up. He will recover fully. Jiang Ming touched the coat of the horse beside him. The horse's trembling reaction piqued Zhu Aci's curiosity. He could not help but say, Ning Kaichen, why don't you give me this horse? It seems very interesting. I don't mind. I can take any horse. Ning Kaichen walked to the side. The horse suddenly went crazy and walked toward Jiang Ming. It even rubbed against his body. It was as if it could not bear to part with Jiang Ming. Huh? Wasn't he trembling just now? Zhu Aci was dumbfounded. The horse's attitude had changed so quickly. Jiang Ming could not help but feel a little surprised. He had thought that the horse was afraid of him, but it seemed that there was a different meaning behind its trembling. It seems that this horse likes Ning Kaichen. It wasn't trembling in fear like we thought it was. Zhuanan felt that it was strange. What's wrong? Am I not worthy of its love? Zhu Aci joked. Unexpectedly, when the horse heard him, it shook its head at Zhu Aci as if it had intelligence. This made Zhu Aci extremely angry. This horse is really arrogant. If it wasn't Ning Kaichen's horse, I would have smacked it. Hearing these words, the horse moved back, allowing Jiang Ming to be in front of it. Zhu Aci saw the horse's actions and was simultaneously angry and amused. This horse was too smart for its own good. The horse beside Long Qingqing had gotten into an accident. It suddenly fell down and almost hit Long Qingqing. Jiang Ming had noticed the condition of the horse beside Long Qingqing earlier, so he took its reins and pulled Long Qingqing away. What's with this horse riding place? What's wrong with this horse? Long Qingqing was displeased. In her opinion, the coachman was charging a lot, but the quality of the horse was not up to par. The coachman happened to be walking over with 2 other horses. He saw the horse beside Long Qingqing fall down, and his heart ached for the horse. He scolded them angrily. I just went out for a while, and this horse already fell down. Did you do something to him? He's a fine Fergana horse, so he won't just collapse like that. Jiang Ming was furious when he heard the accusations. We only touched it. Who knows how it fell? As for you, how are we going to solve this problem by giving us defective horses? The coachman sneered and stood up to argue with Jiang Ming and the others. This is indeed a high-quality Fergana horse. May the heavens strike me down if I lie. You must have done something to it. Otherwise, this horse wouldn't have fallen. Zhu Aci was so angry that he laughed. Why would the 4 of us mess with your horse? According to our status, we can have as many horses as we want. Why do we have to abuse this horse? Zhuanan was also speechless. That's right. We don't care about your horse. At all. Why don't you take a look at our status? As she spoke, she pursed her lips, looking completely unhappy. Long Qingqing was infuriated. How dare you spout nonsense and slander us? If you really think we've attacked your horse, show us the evidence. This horse is lying here on the ground. That's enough evidence. I don't care. You have to compensate me with 10 million taels of silver. The coachman continued to press on. The commotion attracted the surrounding pedestrians. They walked over one after another and surrounded them in a big circle. Seeing the coachman's arrogant attitude, Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. The coachman did not seem to be afraid of them at all. Putting everything else aside, it was understandable that the coachman did not know them, but how could he not know Long Qingqing? If Long Qingqing was unhappy, the Long family would take her side, and the horse farm would be gone. Were you instigated to do this by someone? Jiang Ming could not help but ask. Hearing this, the coachman rolled his eyes. No. You have to take responsibility. Either silver or your lives. As he spoke, killing intent flashed in the coachman's eyes. Zhu Aci saw the killing intent clearly. Why would you kill us if we don't compensate you? What kind of behavior is this? We won't stay here any longer. Zhu Anan felt that the way he addressed them was unreasonable, so she followed suit. It's impossible to pay you back. This has nothing to do with us. Believe it or not. Long Qingqing followed suit. With your attitude, it's no wonder that not many people are angry with you. She was speechless. Wasn't this a threat? They were customers. Yes, if you don't pay me back, I'll kill you. The coachman instantly became ruthless. He looked at Jiang Ming and the others murderously. Long Qingqing was furious. I'm the eldest daughter of the Long family. If you dare to touch me, Master Long will destroy your entire farm. Not to mention your current horse. When the time comes, all the horses in the entire farm will be buried with you. Aren't you just a daughter of the Long family? Even if the entire Long family comes, I won't be afraid. The coachman rolled his eyes. Before Jiang Ming and the other three could say anything else, he rushed forward to stab Jiang Ming in the heart with a knife. Zhu Aci and the other two could not even react. They only felt that the coachman had arrived beside Jiang Ming in a blur. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, saw it clearly. When the coachman was about to stab him, he snatched the coachman's knife and threw it away. Hearing the sound of the knife falling, Zhu Aci and the other two realized what had happened. They quickly attacked and rushed toward the coachman. The coachman was very surprised by Jiang Ming's speed, but he knew that the current situation did not allow him to hesitate. Seeing that Zhu Aci and the others had already rushed over, the coachman dodged. He was so fast that Zhu Aci and the other two could not even see his figure clearly. Zhu Aci and the other two were panting heavily, but they could not catch the coachman at all. Come on, if you have the skills, continue charging over. The coachman was very arrogant. He stood not far away and sized up Zhu Aci and the other two. Sure. Jiang Ming answered for Zhu Aci and the other two. He rushed out and grabbed the coachman's throat. The coachman felt he was being lifted up, but he could not break free at all. He wanted to escape quickly, but Jiang Ming grabbed him. You. How did you do that? The coachman was unwilling to give up. His eyes widened as struggled to escape. However, Jiang Ming held him tightly, and he could not move at all. You have to apologize for what you did just now and do something to make up for it. Jiang Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with the coachman. He was extremely unhappy with what the coachman had said just now. The coachman still had a bad attitude. He even spat at Jiang Ming. Zhu Aci said, "This kind of person deserves a beating. He's been treated so kindly by the people in this world that he's become arrogant and despotic." Jiang Ming did not hesitate any longer and slapped the coachman. He slapped him so hard that his ears were ringing. The coachman was still unyielding and even looked at Jiang Ming disdainfully. "Other than martial arts, you have nothing. You won't survive long in the world of immortal cultivation." It was obvious that he was mocking him. Jiang Ming grinned. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned and tore off the coachman's face. There was no blood and flesh under the torn skin. There was another face. When she saw the coachman's true face, Long Qingqing instantly exclaimed, Are you that beggar?" The beggar was surprised that he had been discovered and immediately panicked. He denied it at once. "Miss, you're mistaken. I'm not." As he spoke, he wanted to cover his face, but he was restrained by Jiang Ming. "What happened? What beggar?" Zhu Anan asked, curiously. Long Qingqing explained, "Just now, when I was on the street with Lord Ning Kaichen, this beggar grabbed my leg and refused to let go. He even asked me for money and almost robbed me. His attitude was very bad. In the end, he was scared away by Lord Ning Kaichen." "Robbery?" Zhu Aci's eyes widened. "This beggar is so violent. Who would pity him and give him money? Maybe it's because he's a worthless dog." Long Qingqing was insulting him. "It's quite a good description." Zhu Aci laughed. At this moment, the beggar suddenly said, "Please. I was in the wrong. Please. Let me go." The beggar fell silent. At this moment, the real coachman returned. When he saw the beggar, he was confused and asked in disbelief, "Bye-bye, why are you here?" Jiang Ming and the others laughed. He had a strange name. Hearing the laughter, the coachman frowned. Regardless, he was a wise man who knew what was good for him. He smiled and asked, "How did my friend offend you? Can we talk about it diplomatically?" "There's no way to talk about it diplomatically." Jiang Ming gave a direct answer. He was so angry that he did not want to talk anymore. This was the first time in his life that he had met a scumbag like this. Beggar. Seeing his companions being treated like this by these people, the coachman finally could not take it anymore. "Even if my friend did something wrong, why can't we talk about it?" He was probably just a little too arrogant, but his intentions were not bad. "What about you guys? You guys are laughing here. How can you bully us?" After saying that, the coachman felt a lingering fear. With his strength, he could not afford to offend these people, especially the young lady of the Long family. However, if he did not anger these people, he might not be able to save Bye-bye. He did not want to see his friend suffer and die in vain. Jiang Ming had a rough idea of what was going on after hearing this. It seemed that the coachman did not know the beggar's personality at all and thought that the beggar was a good person. Long Qingqing also came to the same conclusion as Jiang Ming. Then, she took a step forward and said firmly, "This beggar didn't just treat us badly. He directly hurt me." The coachman was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at the beggar and immediately turned his head. That's impossible. Bye-bye isn't that kind of person. You'll know soon enough whether he's such a person or not. Long Qingqing closed her eyes and drew a circle in the air, showing the coachman her memory. The beggar's evil deeds toward Long Qingqing flashed before the coachman's eyes. The coachman's pupils constricted. It was the first time he saw the beggar's face. Long Qingqing immediately said, "You should understand now. Your friend is just a person who is good at pretending. Don't be deceived by him." At this point, the coachman understood everything. He glared fiercely at the beggar. "I didn't expect you to bite me back when I treated you as such a good friend. I'll leave this person to you. I hope you can help us punish him." Jiang Ming threw the beggar to the ground. When the beggar saw that no one was restraining him, he immediately wanted to escape, but his hands and feet were tied by the coachman. "Where do you want to run to? I want to see how capable a beggar like you is today." As he spoke, the coachman dragged the beggar away and left. Jiang Ming and the others immediately felt very pleased. As the beggar left, the two horses also disappeared and turned into a pile of powder. The crowd who had been watching was instantly shocked. Since the coachman had left with the beggar, they could no longer watch the show. They went about their own business. No wonder that horse suddenly fell. It was a fake horse made by the beggar. Zhu Aci grinned and suddenly felt like he had been played. Long Qingqing was trying to liven up the atmosphere. "Let's not worry about these setbacks. I'll get the coachman to bring a new horse." Long Qingqing turned around and went to find the coachman while Jiang Ming and the other two waited. Zhu Anan looked at Jiang Ming with a sly look, a faint smile in her eyes. Jiang Ming's spine tingled. "Zhu Anan, just say what you want to say. You don't have to keep staring at me." Zhu Anan felt a little embarrassed when she realized that she had been discovered. She coughed and said, "Mister, I think Ms. Long seems to like you." Jiang Ming regretted his words. If he had known earlier, he would not have let Zhu Anan say this. Her words would definitely attract gossip. Just as he thought, Zhu Aci's eyes were bright. He quickly said to Zhu Anan, "What makes you say this?" Zhu Anan said mysteriously, "My womanly intuition." Womanly intuition? Zhu Aci became even more curious. That can't be right. There should be something else that points to it. Tell me. Zhu Anan was annoyed by Zhu Aci and quickly said, "When the coachman brings the horse over, take a closer look. Ms. Long's gaze will definitely be on. Mister. Isn't that evidence enough? I didn't even pay attention to her eyes." Zhu Anan, you're really sharp. Zhu Aci immediately understood why Zhu Anan noticed this. Then, he became enthusiastic again. "I'll keep an eye on Ms. Long." Jiang Ming felt helpless when he saw those two. They were completely ignoring him as well. How was this possible? Long Qingqing was the young lady of the Long family. She wanted to be pampered, so why did Still like him? He did not think he could treat Long Qingqing better than the Long family. As he was thinking, Long Qingqing walked over with 4 horses. 2 of the 4 horses happened to be the real ones that the beggar had replicated when he was trying to fool them. Are these 2 real? I hope they don't turn into ash again. Zhu Aci grinned. He did not want to fall down as he was riding the horse. Long Qingqing comforted Zhu Aci. Don't worry. I checked it with my illusion technique and found that it was a real horse. Otherwise, it would have revealed its true form long ago. You know how to conjure illusions? Zhu Aci was stunned for a moment. There are so many rumors saying that the eldest daughter of the Long family is ignorant and incompetent. They said you were raised by the Long family to be a pretty face. I didn't expect this rumor to be false. Why would you believe those rumors? Long Qingqing shook her head helplessly. My father would smack me if I were useless. As a member of the Long family, how can I not have any skills? You're quite smart. Zhu Aci looked at Long Qingqing thoughtfully. It's nothing. Long Qingqing looked at Jiang Ming and said seriously, Lord Ning Kaichen, let's go riding. We can't let this ruin our fun. At this point, she turned to look at Zhu Aci and Zhuanan. Do you want to ride alone or with us? Long Qingqing obviously wanted to ride alone with Jiang Ming. She heavily implied she wanted to separate the two teams. Zhu Aci did not say anything. He had been watching Long Qingqing's eyes when she looked at Jiang Ming, and he suddenly noticed the admiration that Zhu Anan had mentioned. He looked at Jiang Ming with a faint smile and waggled his eyebrows. Jiang Ming felt a little helpless. Why was Zhu Aci so interested in this? Seeing that Zhu Aci and Zhuanan did not answer her, Long Qingqing asked again. Zhu Aci came to his senses and said mysteriously, we're fine with either. It's all up to you, Ms. Long. We'll listen to you. Long Qingqing was stunned. She lowered her head and hesitated. She did not want everyone to see her feelings for Lord Ning Kaichen, but she also wanted to declare that he was hers. Secondly, this was a good opportunity for her to be alone with Lord Ning Kaichen. If she missed this opportunity, she might not have another chance like this in the future. However, if she said it so blatantly, Lord Ning Kaichen might not like it. Zhu Anan understood Long Qingqing's dilemma and said, let's go our separate ways. I have something to tell Zhu Aci. As a woman, she understood what Long Qingqing wanted, so she helped Long Qingqing this time. Long Qingqing looked at Zhuanan with gratitude. She suddenly regretted what she had done. She originally thought that Zhuanan was her enemy, but now she realized that Zhuanan was her ally. She should not have looked at Zhuanan with such petty eyes. Thinking of this, Long Qingqing's eyes were on Zhuanan's body. Zhu Anan felt uncomfortable being stared at and smiled at her awkwardly. She was instantly moved by Long Qingqing's innocence. She had only done a small thing to help her, and Long Qingqing was already so grateful to her. If she met some evil people later, she would be easily deceived. Zhu Aci patted Zhuanan's shoulder. Then let's let Ning Kaichen and Ms. Long go first. We'll go next. I don't have any objections, Zhuanan said. She came here to ride a horse, so it did not matter who she went with. However, Jiang Ming rejected her outright. It's better for the four of us to ride together. We'll have more fun. Mister? Zhuanan looked at Long Qingqing in disbelief. Long Qingqing was instantly disappointed. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was unhappy. Zhu Aci did not understand. Long Qingqing was a pretty girl. Was it really okay to give up like this? Moreover, she was the only daughter of the Long family. When the time came, the entire family business of the Long family would be hers. Long Qingqing was willing to give everything to Ning Kaichen, but Ning Kaichen was not tempted at all. Jiang Ming's plan was extremely good. He did not give Long Qingqing any hope. If Long Qingqing confessed to him, he would reject her outright. He would never be with her. Long Qingqing quickly composed herself and smiled brightly. Then let's go. Together. Lord Ning Kaichen is right. I also think riding with more people will be more fun. I didn't think about that earlier. Her excuses were weak. Zhuanan saw through Long Qingqing's thoughts, but she did not say anything else. No matter what, she was still biased toward Jiang Ming. If Jiang Ming did not want to do something, then she would not force him. Zhu Asi's thoughts were similar to Zhuanan's. He was also biased toward Jiang Ming. The four of them mounted their horses and went to the grasslands together. It was already noon, and the sun was scorching hot. The sunlight shone on the four of them, making them feel warm. Zhuanan wasn't skilled enough in riding a horse, so she fell to the ground from time to time. Fortunately, Zhu Asi was beside her and taught her. However, Zhu Asi was extremely sharp-tongued. He kept saying, "Brat, why did you want to ride a horse so badly if you don't know how to? If Ning Kaichen and I weren't here, wouldn't you have been seriously injured? Don't go horse riding next time. You're not cut out for it." Zhu Anan grinned. "I can improve. Don't lose faith in me." However, after experiencing more than 10 falls, Zhuanan regretted what she had said. If she had known earlier, she would not have come to ride a horse. Bruises littered her body. Zhuanan had fallen quite heavily. Zhuanan grimaced in pain, but she didn't shout out a word. Zhu Asi could not help but admire her. "You fell so badly, but you still want to continue riding. Why don't you just ride with one of us?" "No, I have to prove my strength." Zhuanan puffed her chest. Alas, she fell off her horse again. Zhu Asi's heart was in his throat. He immediately took Zhuanan over and placed her on his horse. He said, "It's not a good thing to lose your life riding a horse." Zhuanan was stunned for a moment and said awkwardly, "I didn't expect that to be so bad at this." Zhu Asi comforted Zhuanan, "It's okay. I also have many things that I'm bad at. Don't take it to heart." Zhuanan coughed and looked at Jiang Ming after hearing Zhu Asi's words of comfort. She did not want him to think that she was stupid. Zhu Asi understood what Zhuanan was thinking and laughed. "Ning Kaichen is not that kind of person." When they were talking about Ning Kaichen, Jiang Ming rode over and asked curiously, "I heard you two say my name just now. What were you talking about?" Zhu Asi said mysteriously, "Ning Kaichen, this is a secret. I can't tell you." "Fine by me." Jiang Ming did not mind seeing Zhu Asi like this. He believed that Zhu Asi and Zhuanan would not say anything bad about him. Then, he looked at Zhuanan worriedly. "I'll get a doctor to take a look at you later. I saw that you kept falling. You fell a little too hard just now." Zhu Asi also said, "That's right. She could have killed herself. If she really fell to her death like this, it would be a shame." This? Zhuanan did not know what to say. She scratched the back of her head. "I don't know how riding a horse has become a problem for me. I'll show you how to do it." Jiang Ming exaggerated his actions. He clamped his legs tightly, pulled the ropes with his left hand, and placed his right hand on the horse. Zhuanan immediately understood and looked at Zhu Asi. "Let me try again." Zhu Asi shook his head. "I've taught you so many times, but you still couldn't do it. Ning Kaichen just demonstrated it once, and you already know how to do it. Don't take any more risks." You already have enough bruises on your body. Jiang Ming also saw the bruises on Zhuanan's legs and told her, forget it. We can continue riding when the bruises are healed. Long Qingqing was a slow rider, so she rode over at this moment. She saw the wound on Zhuanan's leg and was instantly frightened. Zhuanan, your wound. She stuttered, unable to continue. Zhuanan was wearing a gauze dress today, but the gauze dress was not transparent. Still, the bruises on her legs were still visible, which meant that Zhuanan's injuries were not light. You treat me like I'm sick. Zhuanan shook her head and then said firmly, life is about endless challenges. I'll give it another try. Zhuanan was very determined and insisted on getting off the horse, forcing Zhu to stop the horse. He frowned and could not help but curse Zhuanan. You're too reckless. If I hadn't stopped my horse, wouldn't you have rolled off? Jiang Ming also said, riding a horse is one thing. Stop being reckless. Zhuanan knew that she was wrong. She stuck out her tongue. I will not be like this in the future. I was too impatient this time. I will be more careful next time. Zhuanan, I don't have the same interest in riding a horse as you do, Long Qingqing said with admiration. But Ning Kaichen told you to cherish your life. If you lose your life, you won't be able to ride a horse. You're right. I'll definitely be more careful. Jiang Ming and Zhu Aci looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. In the end, they could only say, all right then. If there's any problem, you can tell us. We'll help you by dragging you onto our horses. Long Qingqing said without hesitation, I'll be your support. If Zhuanan falls, I might be able to catch her. Seeing that the three of them were worried about her, Zhuanan was touched. She mounted the horse. Jiang Ming and Zhu Aci waited on both sides. However, this time, as Zhuanan had said, she had indeed gotten the hang of it and was getting better at it. Zhu Aci could not help but feel a little depressed. I started learning horse riding when I was young. Why couldn't I teach her properly? Ning Kaichen, how did you teach her? How did Zhuanan learn it after just one demonstration? There's something wrong with the method you taught her. You didn't explain some of the strength and other movements, so she fell easily. But if you demonstrated to her directly and use a larger range of movements, she will understand, Jiang Ming said. Ning Kaichen, you're the most experienced. Zhu Aci gave Jiang Ming a thumbs up in admiration. Zhuanan was so happy that she was about to jump up and down. She muttered, I finally learned how to ride a horse. This is the best day of my life. Seeing Zhuanan acting like a child, Long Qingqing could not help but ask. How old is Zhuanan now? She seems a little young. She is indeed quite young, only 16. Jiang Ming shook his head. He did not want Zhuanan to come over, but Zhuanan secretly followed them over. Otherwise, he would never have brought Zhuanan along. 16? Long Qingqing widened her eyes. She was already in her 20s. Then, she looked at Zhuanan enviously. Being 16 was wonderful. Back when I was 16, I was not this enthusiastic. Don't say that. Everyone has their own temperament. When you're older, you'll feel that your current temperament is quite good. Jiang Ming smiled. Zhu Aci glanced at Jiang Ming and said with a smirk, Ning Kaichen, how about we compete? Go on. Jiang Ming was a little interested. Zhu Aci pointed at the tree in front. Let's see who can reach that tree first. Zhu Anan interjected, let me participate. I want to try too. Zhu Aci looked at Zhu Anan suspiciously. Are you sure? You're underestimating me. I'm already getting better at horse riding. Just let me participate. Zhu Aci did not say anything else and nodded. The race officially began, and the 3 horses sprinted forward. Zhu Aci was at the front, and he could not help but feel a little smug. It looked like he was about to win. When they were about to reach the finish line, Jiang Ming's horse rushed over and won first place. Zhu Anan's horse also rushed over and won second place. Zhu Aci immediately became the last. Zhu Aci looked bitter. Why am I the loser? How did I end up in last place? I felt that I could have gotten first place. Next time, you will definitely get first place. Zhu Anan patted Zhu Aci's shoulder. Yeah, sure. Zhu Aci's bitter smile did not lessen. Instead, it widened. He knew Ning Kaichen had experience in horse riding, but Zhu Anan was a newbie. At this moment, Jiang Ming said something that shocked Zhu Aci. I'm also a newbie. What? Zhu Aci could not believe it. He repeated what Jiang Ming had just said. Ning Kaichen, you said you're a newbie? Long Qingqing and Zhu Anan heard this and looked shocked. How is that possible? Zhu Aci could not help but ask, I saw that you were very skilled when you rode your horse. You even taught Zhu Anan, but you never asked me to teach. You. Aren't you a little too good at this? I didn't even see you fall. Probably luck. In the eyes of Zhu Aci and the other 2, this was not normal at all. The 3 of them did not return to their senses until Jiang Ming called them back. It's not that I haven't interacted with horses before. This morning, I even drove a carriage. Jiang Ming said after some thought. Drove a carriage? Zhu Aci instantly fell silent. He just drove a carriage, and he already knew the essentials of riding a horse. He even taught someone else how to ride. What kind of genius was Ning Kaichen? Zhu Anan's eyes were instantly filled with admiration. There were still many things about Jiang Ming that she did not know. It was the right decision for her to follow them. If she had not come over, she would not have been able to see these things. Long Qingqing was delighted. It was as expected of the person she liked. The person she admired had to be very outstanding. Lord Ning Kaichen was simply the most outstanding. Long Qingqing sighed. Seeing that Jiang Ming did not have that kind of intention toward her, she did not fawn over Jiang Ming anymore. Seeing Long Qingqing let go so quickly, Zhu Anan could not help but admire her. She could not do that. Anyway, she did not have anyone she liked right now. If it was possible, she would like to be with Jiang Ming, but for now, she only admired him. Ms. Long. Ms. Long. The coachman's voice rang out behind them. Long Qingqing was stunned for a moment, and she looked at the others. They thought to themselves. Could something have happened? The coachman walked over and said with a smile, just now, Master Long's people came over and said that Master Long wants you to come back with your friend. He said that there's something important. Alright, I understand. Long Qingqing nodded gently and followed Jiang Ming and the others to get off the horse. Then, they got on the carriage and returned to the Long family's residence. He did not even notice that the cup in his hand was broken. When Long Qingqing came in, she saw this scene and could not help but ask. Father, what happened? You just recovered. Why are you sitting down? I'm not sick. It was just a small wound. Master Long shook his head. When he saw Jiang Ming behind Long Qingqing, his eyes lit up. He said to Jiang Ming, Lord Ning Kaichen, have you decided who you want to ally with? Are you allying with Prince Liang or with me? Long Qingqing immediately understood. So, her father was worried about this. Thinking of this, she also wanted to help her father. She turned to Jiang Ming and said, Ning Kaichen, as long as you are willing to form an alliance, I will give up the inheritance of the Long family. I will give you everything that belongs to the Long family. Master Long was still quite fond of his daughter. He immediately said, Don't say that. If you don't have your inheritance, you'll be bullied by your in-laws in the future. Father, it's nothing. Long Qingqing shook her head and looked at Jiang Ming. What do you think? All I need now is your answer. She wanted her father to rest quickly. No matter what, at this time, her father had to recuperate. I'm willing to form an alliance with you, Jiang Ming said directly. Originally, he had come here to form an alliance with Master Long. However, because of the Feng family head, the matter of the alliance was pushed back. That's great. Seeing that Jiang Ming was willing, Master Long wanted to go forward and hold Jiang Ming's hand. However, he restrained himself and said with a smile, Mr. Ning Kaichen, it's good to cooperate. Indeed. Jiang Ming nodded. Taking advantage of this time, Master Long hurriedly asked someone to draft an agreement and signed it with Jiang Ming. After the alliance was settled, there was no point in staying in the Long family's residence. Jiang Ming glanced at Master Long and said, We're leaving tomorrow. Seeing that Jiang Ming and the others were leaving so soon, Master Long was rather unhappy. It's better to stay for a few more days. Are you not satisfied with your treatment here? You can tell me if you need anything. Yes, Lord Ning Kaichen, you should stay in the mansion for a while longer. Long Qingqing also tried to persuade him. Although she had let it go, she still wanted to spend more time with Ning Kaichen. Maybe there would be a different result if she tried again. She still could not give up. She had to try everything. We'll see. Jiang Ming smiled awkwardly and did not know how to answer. Master Long knew that he could not force him to stay, so he took a step back and said seriously, Lord Ning Kaichen, don't be restrained. If there's anything you need, just ask. Zhu Aci watched from the side and could not help but sigh in his heart. This was the first time he had seen Master Long like this. He was even more amiable than when he first saw them. If he had not been with Ning Kaichen all this time, he would have suspected that Ning Kaichen had drugged Master Long. Master Long, someone is coming. He seemed to have seen something terrible, and his legs were still trembling. Seeing the servant like this, Jiang Ming suddenly thought of the strange man he saw on the road. He looked at Master Long, perhaps it's the strange man that Ms. Long and I saw on the street. Strange man? Master Long's heart skipped a beat. He looked at his daughter carefully. Qingqing, are you okay? Where did you meet such a strange man? Long Qingqing shook her head. Don't worry, father. I'll be fine. Besides, with Lord Ning Kaichen here, how could I be injured? This sentence inadvertently raised Jiang Ming's status. Jiang Ming said humbly, no, Ms. Long is also very powerful. Thank you, Lord Ning Kaichen, for protecting my daughter. Master Long smiled and fell into deep thought again. He then instructed the servant, ask that strange man to come over. Yes. The servant hurriedly ran out. After a while, he came back with the strange man. Jiang Ming and Long Qingqing raised their eyebrows at the same time. The strange man was still dressed in the same way, but compared to the first time they met, the strange man was not as anxious and had a relaxed expression on his face. He said politely to Master Long, "Master Long, I'm here today to get the secret medicine from you in exchange for something else." Looking at the strange man's face, Master Long seemed to have understood something. "Are you trying to treat your face with the secret medicine?" "Yes, as long as you are willing to give it to me, I am willing to do anything. I will even offer you the rare dragon scales that I have found over the years," the strange man said sincerely. Hearing his voice, Master Long felt that it was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. "Have I seen you before? I seem to have heard your voice somewhere before." From his stuttering, it was obvious that he was lying. Could it be that the two of them were enemies? Master Long also saw through the strange man's lies, so he didn't expose him. He said seriously, "Even if I give you this secret medicine, you won't be able to use it." "How is this possible?" The strange man did not believe it at all and frowned. "Master Long, do you think I would lie to you? I have always been a sincere person and have never done such petty things." He was afraid that Master Long would not believe him, so he took out a dagger and placed it in Master Long's hand. "If I don't keep my promise, you can kill me with this dagger. This dagger looks ordinary, but it can absorb blood. As long as it touches their blood, it will suck someone dry." Master Long shook his head and put the dagger back. "That's not what I meant. This secret medicine needs a specific person to take effect, and if the dosage is too high, the person will die." At this point, Master Long sighed. "In the end, this secret medicine is just a decoration. This? How could this be?" The strange man was deeply shocked. He took a step back and muttered to himself, "This is impossible. I've heard from others that this secret medicine is an excellent thing. It's a good thing, but it needs a specific person and dosage. However, the Long family only has the recipe for the secret medicine passed down." Master Long told him the truth clearly. The strange man's tears immediately flowed down. He held his head in disbelief and said in pain, "If I don't treat this face of mine, I won't be able to enter the Buddhist sect for the rest of my life." Master Long stepped forward and patted the man's shoulder. "My condolences. There are other ways to live. Don't be too obsessed with Buddhism." Xu Aci sized up the man in front of him and became vigilant. In the future, he could not accidentally hurt himself like this man. Otherwise, it would cause irreparable consequences. Jiang Ming looked at the man sympathetically and walked to him. "Can I take a look at your injuries?" He had some medical skills, so he might be able to treat him. This strange man looked like a loyal person. He probably did a lot of good things in the past. He might as well do a favor and save him. Upon hearing this, the strange man's eyes lit up. He looked up at Jiang Ming. "Can you cure me?" Jiang Ming was a little uncertain. "I don't know, but if you let me take a look, I might have the ability to cure you." The strange man's hope was rekindled. He thought of something and said to Master Long, "It's a little scary. I don't want to scare the others here. Please take the others and leave, Master Long." He was a good man. She hoped Ming Kaichen could save him. Master Long did not say much. He looked at Long Qingqing and the others. "Let's go." As he left, he instructed Jiang Ming, "Lord Ming Kaichen, if there are any updates, please let us know. If you need anything, please let me know. Jiang Ming nodded. The strange man muttered to himself, Ning Kaichen, I think I've heard this name somewhere before, but I can't remember. Master Long smiled and said, you will know later. After saying that, he led the others out, leaving only Jiang Ming and the strange man inside the room. The strange man took a deep breath and told Jiang Ming, it's really scary. You have to be mentally prepared. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment and comforted the strange man. It's okay. I'll be fine. Just take off your mask. Thank you, Ning Kaichen. The strange man was comforted and took off his mask. There were countless scars under the mask. His face was already rotten and looked terrible. There were also pustules on it, but the pustules had obviously been punctured. And there was dried blood everywhere. The edges of his eyes were covered in black. Jiang Ming suddenly understood what he had just said. If he were a normal person, he would have been scared half to death. His mental endurance was quite good, so he did not scream. Can this be cured? The strange man was still a little embarrassed. He lowered his head the entire time and did not dare to look at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming looked at the scar carefully and thought for a moment. It's still okay. Really? The strange man was instantly delighted. He raised his head and had the courage to look at Jiang Ming. When Jiang Ming saw the strange man's expression, he could not help but smile. He said gently, yes, but it might be a little painful. It doesn't matter. I've had this face for more than 10 years. I really can't stand it anymore. Wait for me for a while. I'll go out and get something first. You can sit on the stool. As Jiang Ming spoke, he had already taken a step forward and left the room in an instant. The strange man sat quietly on the chair and waited for Jiang Ming to come back. Seeing Jiang Ming come out, Master Long asked with some concern, has the strange man's illness been cured? Zhu Aci was shocked. So fast? I think that strange man's illness is very difficult to treat, Long Qingqing said. Those pustules look like they'd been there for decades. They're probably even scarier under the mask. Otherwise, he wouldn't be wearing this mask. No, I haven't treated him yet. I need a set of silver needles now. Master Long, do you have one? Jiang Ming looked at Master Long. Master Long hurriedly asked the servant to bring a set over and emphasized again, they're all brand new. Jiang Ming took the silver needles and walked in. Father, where did you get the silver needles? Long Qingqing asked, curiously. I thought you didn't have any medical skills? Zhu Aci glanced at Master Long and became curious as well. But he did not ask. Since Long Qingqing had asked, Master Long would definitely answer. So, there was no need for him to continue asking. I wanted to learn medicine earlier, but I never had the time, so I put these silver needles aside. Master Long was a little embarrassed. Zhu Aci tried to smooth things over. I've been in this situation before. Everyone can understand. Master Long nodded and looked at the door worriedly. He did not know if the strange man's illness could be cured. Let's not talk about whether it can be cured or not. Zhu Aci shook his head. He felt that Jiang Ming's promise was too hasty. If it were him, he would definitely not have agreed. Seeing Jiang Ming come in, the strange man became uneasy again and immediately stood up. Is there anything I can help with? Jiang Ming gestured for him to sit down. There's nothing I need your help with. You just need to endure the pain. Don't scratch your face. All right. The strange man nodded repeatedly. Now, close your eyes. No matter what you feel, you have to endure it. Otherwise, everything will be ruined. Jiang Ming emphasized this in case the strange man did not take it seriously. Hearing this, the strange man nodded. I'll listen to your orders. Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction. Then, he inserted the silver needles again. In a short while, all the pustules had been pierced. Jiang Ming poured tea water on the strange man's face, and the strange man immediately howled in pain. However, he listened to Jiang Ming's words and did not move. It's almost done. Jiang Ming comforted the strange man. The strange man gritted his teeth and stopped howling. After doing all this, Jiang Ming released his mana and aimed his palm at the strange man's face. A colorful light shone on the strange man's face, instantly healing the wounds on his face. After a while, the strange man's face was completely clean. There was nothing left, not even the moss. Alright, open your eyes and take a look, Jiang Ming said as he pulled out the silver needles. The strange man trembled and opened his eyes. He took out a mirror from his pocket. He held the mirror in front of his eyes. He was somewhat afraid and somewhat expectant. His previous appearance was reflected in the mirror. There were no signs of injuries on him at all. The strange man was so grateful that he shed tears again. He immediately knelt down in front of Jiang Ming and began to kowtow crazily. Her voice grew louder and louder as she said, Ming Kaichen, you're my savior. I'll do anything to repay you. From now on, I'll be by your side. I am the leader of the ghost clan, Feng Yunche. From now on, the ghost clan will listen to your orders. Feng Yunche beamed with joy. Didn't you want to enter the Buddhist sect? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Jiang Ming felt a little strange and glanced at Feng Yunche. However, Feng Yunche seemed to have been enlightened. I've suddenly thought it through. Rather than entering Buddhism and cultivating, I might as well do something meaningful. We're going to die anyway. In the end, we can't waste this life. Then why do you want to follow me? Jiang Ming stepped forward to help Feng Yunche up. You don't have to bow so respectfully to me. I saved you because of your personality. If you had a bad personality, I wouldn't have saved you. Feng Yunche followed Jiang Ming and stood up, but the tears on his face could not stop flowing. He had never thought that his face would recover. Today, he came to Master Long's residence to try his luck. Who would have thought that this illness would really be cured? Even if Ming Kaichen was a villain, he was willing to follow him. Lord Ming Kaichen, you can't say that. Although I don't know what kind of person you are, your medical skills are excellent. Please accept me, Lord Ming Kaichen. I am sincerely willing to follow you. Please don't reject me. As he spoke, Feng Yunche took another step forward. It seemed that if Jiang Ming did not agree, he would follow him anyway. Seeing that Feng Yunche was about to shamelessly follow him, Jiang Ming said helplessly, all right then. You still have a few other companions. I'll introduce you to them when the time comes. At this moment, Master Long broke into the room, followed by Zhu Aci and the others. At this moment, the princess, Madman Jr., and the monk had already come over. They could hear the howling clearly. They were hesitant at first, but in the end they decided to come in and take a look. No matter what, they could not let Jiang Ming die. Jiang Ming seemed to have understood something and said with a faint smile, I'm fine. He didn't attack me. His howl just now was just because I was treating him. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the rest of the people heaved a sigh of relief. Long Qingqing almost fell to the ground. She was really scared. Although she had only spent a few moments with Ning Kaichen, she sincerely hoped that Ning Kaichen would be healthy and happy, and not lose his life due to his good-hearted nature. Feng Yunche quickly followed the crowd and said, "Lord Ning Kaichen has already healed my face. He has also become my master." When he heard the word master, he almost choked. He looked at Feng Yunche in confusion and said, "I'm not your master. We can be friends, but we can't be master and servant." Feng Yunche calling him master was a little weird. "Alright then, I'll call you Lord Ning Kaichen." Hearing that Jiang Ming was not used to it, Feng Yunche immediately changed the way he addressed him. Master Long suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth in disbelief. "You're the leader of the ghost clan, Feng Yunche?" "Yes, I am." Feng Yunche smiled. Ever since he was disfigured, he had not smiled. Now that the wounds on his face had healed, he had to smile more to show his joy. Master Long grinned. The ghost clan's leader had disappeared. Now, he had actually come to his mansion with a face full of injuries. Who would believe this if word got out? If he had known that this strange man was the leader of the ghost clan, he would have tried his best to save this strange man. Now, he seemed a little cruel for doing what he did earlier. He hoped that Feng Yunche would not hold it against him. "I offended you earlier. Please don't take it to heart." Master Long bowed slightly to express his apology. Feng Yunche did not care about these things at all. Moreover, his injuries had already healed, so he was in a very good mood. He waved his hand and said, "These are all small matters. Master Long, you don't have to feel so bad." Zhu Asi's jaw dropped. He had heard of the leader of the ghost clan. However, he had also heard that he was dead. Feng Yanch's cultivation was extremely great. It was really unexpected that he would be troubled by a facial disfigurement. And Ning Kaichen had saved him? "Don't tease me. This is nothing." The princess watched from the side and could not help but feel a little envious. It had only been a short while, and Ning Kaichen had recruited the ghost clan leader. The leader of the ghost clan could defend Ning Kaichen against most of the enemies in this world. Ning Kaichen did not even need to do anything. The enemy would die immediately. This thought made her even more determined to make Ning Kaichen a member of the Qingmiao kingdom. No matter what dirty tricks she used, she had to get Ning Kaichen. The monk sized up Jiang Ming from the side. He looked at Ning Kaichen's frail appearance. He did not look like he knew medicine. However, just like that, he had cured the leader of the ghost clan. In the future, if he had any illness, wouldn't Ning Kaichen be able to cure him in minutes? From the looks of it, he had gained some benefits by following Ning Kaichen. If it was not necessary, it was better not to leave Ning Kaichen. The monk made a decision in his heart. Madman Jr. had the same thoughts as the monk. Although he was feared by everyone, he did not know any medical skills at all. The healers in the black prison could not cure some of his injuries, and it often caused him great pain. Now that he had Ning Kaichen, he could rest assured. The love in Long Qingqing's eyes grew. Ning Kaichen's skills were so superb that she really did not want to give up on him. If she could, she really wanted to be with Lord Ning Kaichen. Zhuanan was rather emotional. Ning Kaichen was powerful enough to teach her for the rest of her life. Many happy things have happened today. The banquet is about to begin. Master Feng, come and join us. It's a good time to celebrate your recovery. Yes. Feng Yunche returned to his previous carefree self and spoke in a very relaxed manner. Meeting Ming Kaichen was the luckiest thing in his life. The banquet is almost ready. Everyone, please follow me. Master Long smiled. He was overjoyed. Now that the leader of the ghost clan had joined Ming Kaichen, his alliance with Ming Kaichen would receive the backing of the leader of the ghost clan. His decision to form an alliance with Ming Kaichen was the smartest decision in his life. At this moment, the servant hurriedly came to say, Master Long, Prince Liang is here. Master Long's face darkened when he heard the name. Why is he here? Just as he was thinking about this, Prince Liang ignored the servant blocking him and rushed in. Master Long, are your injuries all right? He had wanted to ally with Ming Kaichen when Master Long was injured, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He waited for a while. It was about time for Master Long to recover from his injuries, so he came to visit him directly. Master Long grinned when he heard what Prince Liang said. This person was really rude. He came over before he could finish speaking. When he saw Prince Liang, Master Long smiled insincerely. Prince Liang, it's been a long time. Master Long, what are you talking about? We just met earlier. You haven't answered me either. How are your injuries? Morong Quan spoke casually as he looked around. When he saw Feng Yunche, he could not help but exclaim in his heart. Why was the leader of the ghost clan here? Didn't the rumors say that the leader of the ghost clan hated coming to such a place? It seemed that the rumors were all false. When he saw Jiang Ming, his eyes lit up again. Today, he had to ally with Ming Kaichen no matter what. Ming Kaichen was a treasure. My injuries have already healed. Are you here to form an alliance with Lord Ming Kaichen? Master Long pretended to be nonchalant. I'm really sorry, Prince Liang. Lord Ming Kaichen has already formed an alliance with me, so I can't form an alliance with you. Why can't I? Morong Quan walked up to Jiang Ming with a smile in his eyes. Lord Ming Kaichen, are you willing to form an alliance with me? I have a lot of things that you need. You might be interested. Alas, Jiang Ming was not interested at all. He faced Morong Quan directly and said coldly, I'm sorry, Prince Liang. Forget it. He had thought it through. If Morong Quan was not one of Northern Yan's people, he might have considered forming an alliance. Alas, Morong Quan was one of Northern Yan's men, so it was better not to cooperate with him. If Morong Quan stabbed him in the back, everything he had ever worked for would be in vain. Morong Quan did not expect Jiang Ming to reject him. His face turned pale. He had never been rejected in his life. Even his master, the head of the Morong family, had never rejected him. What right did Ming Kaichen have to reject him? Thinking of this, Morong Quan smiled coldly. It's just an alliance. Regardless, I'll form an alliance with someone else. Ming Kaichen, you're really arrogant. He no longer referred to Ming Kaichen as a lord. Zhu Aci was speechless. What was wrong with Morong Quan? Was he trying to destroy his friendship with Ming Kaichen just because he could not come to an agreement? There are all kinds of weirdos these days. Sadly, we seem to have run into so many weirdos in the Long family's residence. Zhu Anan was enraged. When Morong Quan said that Jiang Ming was arrogant, she wanted to slap him. How dare he act like that? Ming Kaichen was so kind to him earlier as well. Juanan, some people's personalities can't be changed. We have to learn to control our reactions. We can't let people like this affect our moods. Jiang Ming tried to calm Juanan down. However, everyone could hear the dig against Morongquan in his words. Morongquan was enraged, but he did not know what to say in return. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. Juanan nodded and said, "That's true. Mister, let's look at the bigger picture. I shouldn't stoop to his level." After saying that, she looked at Morongquan scornfully. "Prince Liang, if there's nothing else, please leave. You are not welcome here. You're really arrogant, you brat." "Ning Kaichen, is she your subordinate?" Morongquan rolled his eyes. "This is the Long family's residence. I can stay here if I want to." "What right? Do you have to make decisions for Master Long?" He scoffed at Juanan. Juanan smiled. "I listen to Mr. I don't care about what Master Long has to say. However, Master Long respects Mr. Are you going against Master Long's wishes? Or do you want to fight Master Long and take his family business away?" Morongquan's face turned purple. He immediately shouted, "How is that possible? I'm from the royal family of the Daliang kingdom. Why would I care about the Long family's business?" He inadvertently insulted the Long family with his words. Master Long was instantly angered. He raised his hand and said, "Juanan shares my sentiments. Prince Liang, please go back. You are not welcome here." Morongquan did not expect to be chased out by Juanan and the Long family's head. Seeing that the others were looking at him coldly or completely ignoring him, he simply waved his sleeve and snorted coldly, "I don't want to stay here anymore." With that, he immediately turned around and left. He did not want to stay here for another second. Long Qingqing could tell what Morongquan was thinking, so she deliberately said in a loud voice. Prince Liang felt threatened, so he ran away with his tail between his legs. Morongquan heard everything clearly. Morongquan had never been so angry before. He was so angry that he wanted to hit something, but he held back his tongue and did not say anything. Zhu Aci was about to say something when he noticed the timid spirit pet dog from the corner of his eye. The spirit pet dog was very curious about Zhu Aci, but it did not want him to notice it. It sneaked a glance at Zhu Aci, but Zhu Aci still noticed it. Why was the spirit pet dog here? Zhu Aci was confused. He looked at Jiang Ming and probed, "Ning Kaichen, is this a spirit pet dog?" "Yes." Jiang Ming lowered his head and realized that the puppy that he had touched before had appeared behind him. Master Long's gaze was also on the spirit pet dog. Seeing their gazes were on him, the spirit pet dog could no longer hide and walked out openly. "Lord Ning Kaichen, I am a spirit pet dog." It had only had some contact with the Long family before, and it had never seen anyone other than the Long family. "I remember that you were unwilling to go out when the Long family's people invited you several times. Why are you willing to come out now?" Master Long was surprised. It was also because the spirit pet dog was unwilling to come out that the Long family had greatly concealed its existence. Many people in the Long family did not know about the existence of spirit pet dogs. "I found a very good master now, and I want to travel the world with him." The spirit pet dog secretly glanced at Jiang Ming, and the meaning in its words was obvious. It felt a little conflicted. What if Ning Kaichen did not agree to be its master? Following the spirit pet dog's gaze, Master Long immediately understood. It seemed that Lord Ning Kaichen had attracted it. This spirit pet dog had traveled for tens of millions of years a long time ago, and had never acknowledged a master. Now that it had acknowledged its master, it was probably going to leave the Long family. Thinking of this, he was a little reluctant to part with this spirit pet dog. But he also knew that spirit pet dogs should have their own homes, so he did not continue to say anything. On the other hand, Long Qingqing looked at the spirit pet dog with regret. Previously, she had played with this spirit pet dog for a long time. She did not want to let it go. At this moment, Zhuanan asked in confusion, "Mister, when did you meet this spirit pet dog?" The spirit pet dog's words just now had shown that it had already recognized Ning Kaichen as its master. Jiang Ming was initially curious why the spirit pet dog did not speak earlier. When he heard Zhuanan's confusion, he was also confused. He looked at the spirit pet dog in disbelief. "When did I treat you as my pet?" The spirit pet dog was a little embarrassed. Then, it begged, "Lord Ning Kaichen, I sincerely want to follow you. Please agree. I will not cause you any trouble." This spirit pet is rushing to follow Ning Kaichen. Ning Kaichen's luck is really something else. The monk could not help but say. Jiang Ming was a little embarrassed, but he could not resist the pleading gaze of the spirit pet dog. He turned around and said, "All right then, you're coming with us now." The spirit pet dog held in surprise and immediately knelt down. "Lord Ning Kaichen, please give me a name." After a spirit pet has an owner, it needs a name. Hearing the spirit pet dog's words, Jiang Ming glanced at the spirit pet dog and continued, "I'll call you Tiandao." The spirit pet dog kowtowed as a greeting and said solemnly, "Thank you for this name." Zhu Anan could not help but snicker at its serious expression. Tiandao was very cute. She could not wait to play with it. "Now, let's begin the banquet. There was a small incident just now, but rest assured, the banquet will continue." Seeing that the Tiandao had recognized Jiang Ming as its master, Master Long was deeply gratified. Long Qingqing also said, "Yeah, the food might have gotten cold. Prince Liang really was so inconsiderate earlier." His tone was filled with disgust. Jiang Ming and the others followed Master Long to the banquet. Jiang Ming originally wanted to sit down, but he was stopped by Master Long. "Lord Ning Kaichen, please sit at the head of the table." "It's okay. It doesn't matter where I sit." Jiang Ming gently rejected his offer. The others agreed with Master Long. "Lord Ning Kaichen, please sit at the head of the table." Seeing that everyone was saying this, Jiang Ming had no choice but to sit at the head of the table. The others sat down in turn. "Let the banquet begin." Master Long clapped his hands and looked at the crowd around him. There was singing and dancing, and the servants brought in good wine and delicacies. Jiang Ming sat at the head of the table and looked at the crowd below. He felt a little uncomfortable and forced himself to drink and eat. What a good banquet. At this moment, a burly man laughed out loud and scared the table beside him. "Bai Ruqing, who let you in?" Master Long stood up. He was angry. He rushed toward Bai Ruqing and was about to hit him. In retaliation, Bai Ruqing aimed his hand at Master Long's forehead. Master Long did not expect Bai Ruqing to use such a dirty trick. His heart tightened, but it was too late. He felt as if all the spiritual energy in his body was being sucked dry. It was like he was about to become a corpse. At this moment, a person rushed over and separated him from Bai Ruqing. His spiritual energy was returned to him. Master Long's head was buzzing, and he felt dizzy. He could barely stand. "Father!" Long Qingqing panicked and walked toward Master Long. Master Long felt as if someone had caught him. He closed his eyes and passed out. Seeing her father pass out twice in a single day, Long Qingqing was furious. She carefully placed Master Long on a chair. A purple light shot out from her forehead and shone directly on Bai Ruqing. Bai Ruqing felt as if his entire body had exploded. He was in extreme pain. He wanted to peel off the skin on his body. Jiang Ming, who had already pulled Master Long away, was stunned for a moment. He walked directly to Zhu Aci and the others. Looking at the light, Zhu Aci could not help but exclaim, "Ms. Long's spell is really special. I want to learn it too." The princess let out a loud cry, her face filled with fear. This voice attracted the attention of the others. They all turned their heads to look and were instantly shocked. Bai Ruqing's skin had been completely peeled off, but his body was still stained with blood, and there were even obvious lumps of flesh falling out. He closed his eyes and died. Long Qingqing sneered and ordered the servants to dispose of Bai Ruqing's body. She muttered to herself, "If you want to kill my father, you should know where you stand." This was the first time Long Qingqing showed such ruthlessness. Except for Jiang Ming, the others could not believe it. After the servant took Bai Ruqing's body away, Long Qingqing realized that she was not in a good state. She looked at Jiang Ming and the others apologetically. "I'm really sorry. Sometimes I can't control myself." Zhu Aci scrunched up his nose and said, "It's all right, Ms. Long." "But what was that move just now?" Long Qingqing was stunned for a moment. "I don't know. I was infuriated, so I started using random spells. I heard from my father that the Long family has a special inherited magic technique. I have never used this ability before. Now that I've accidentally discovered it, this is a great thing. This is simply a blessing in disguise." Master Long walked over and heard what Long Qingqing said. He could not help but be surprised. Jiang Ming looked at the dead Bai Ruqing and could not help but be curious. "Who is Bai Ruqing?" Master Long sighed and said helplessly, "Bai Ruqing was my adopted son. He was well raised at first, but for some reason, he grew up crooked and committed all kinds of crimes. I chased him out, but I didn't expect Bai Ruqing to disturb Qingqing time and time again. He hadn't come to see Qingqing for a while. I didn't expect him to come and cause trouble again today." He shook his head. "I really raised an unfilial son. Fortunately, he's been taken care of." At this moment, Bai Ruqing's corpse was emitting an inexplicable light. It had been mutilated earlier, but its flesh and blood suddenly solidified, and Bai Ruqing's body recovered. However, his body became as hard as iron. Even his hair stood on end and looked extremely hard. Bai Ruqing laughed loudly. "Old man, I've finally been reborn. What kind of demonic evil technique did you cultivate?" Master Long was the first to see Bai Ruqing's condition. He quickly pulled Long Qingqing and Jiang Ming back and stood in front of the two of them. He looked at Bai Ruqing warily. Bai Ruqing's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. "Old man, why are you so stupid? I'm clearly here to be filial to you. Is this filial piety? You even broke the table in my mansion. Master Long was so angry that he laughed incredulously. He took a step forward and wanted to beat Bai Ruqing to death. Previously, he did not kill Bai Ruqing, which resulted in a disaster. Old man, do you think you can still beat me now? You've become weak. I'm the only one who's worthy of being the head of the Long family. Long Qingqing cursed and scolded Bai Ruqing. Shut up. Don't even think about it. Bai Ruqing grabbed Master Long by the neck and restrained his mana. Seeing that he could not use his mana at all and that his body was still tightly controlled, Master Long could not help but be a little surprised. He was furious and questioned Bai Ruqing, "What did you do to me? Why can't I use any spells?" Bai Ruqing became arrogant. Do you still remember that the secret book of the Long family was taken away? I was the one who took that secret book. It had all kinds of custom-made methods to subdue the Long family. How did you find that secret book? She had only found out about this secret book much later. Long Qingqing, you really were just a spoilt princess. I can't believe you didn't know this. Bai Ruqing smiled. The Long family really knows how to find trouble for themselves. They even wrote a book on how their enemies could defeat them. How did you find that book? I had already destroyed it. Master Long was stunned for a moment. He clenched his fists tightly, but he could not exert any strength at all. He could only be pushed around by Bai Ruqing. Do you still remember the restraining technique you taught me? You essentially shot yourself in the foot. As expected of a member of the Long family, Bai Ruqing explained. Let go of my father. My father was very good to you. Why are you repaying kindness with ingratitude? Long Qingqing's face was full of tears. She and Bai Ruqing had grown up together and were very affectionate as children. Now, they had become enemies. This was really something she had not expected. Long Qingqing, if you want me to let your father go, then I'll trade your life for his. Your father is still unharmed, but I can't guarantee that I won't kill him later. As he spoke, Bai Ruqing tightened his grip on Master Long's neck. Master Long immediately felt extreme pain in his neck. He could not breathe. His legs were trembling. It was obvious that he was about to be crushed to death. I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Long Qingqing said anxiously. Let my father go. After saying all this, Long Qingqing walked toward Bai Ruqing, but she was stopped by Jiang Ming. Don't listen to him. He won't let Master Long go. The two of you are the ones he wants to kill the most. How can he let Master Long go for no reason? Seeing Jiang Ming stop Long Qingqing, Bai Ruqing's eyes widened. Who are you? To the family head? Who told you to be a busybody? It seems like you want to die. Zhu Aci also said, how disgusting. If it were me, I would treat them as my benefactors and serve them all day long, let alone kill Master Long and Ms. Long. Zhu and then added, your bad deeds should be punished? Madman Jr. complained, I've killed so many people, but I would never kill someone who helped me. Bai Ruqing's expression turned ugly. He tried to be brave again. They raised me, but they never thought of giving me the Long family's assets. Why should I be grateful to them? Long Qingqing quickly exposed his lie. My father never said that he wouldn't give you the Long family's property. He even planned for us to inherit one. Half each. He has always treated everyone equally. Don't put the blame on others when you've done something wrong. Bai Ruqing was speechless. He said fiercely, "Come over quickly. Your father's life is still in my hands. You have to die." Jiang Ming could not stand it anymore. He stepped forward and kicked Bai Ruqing to the ground. This saved Master Long's life. Master Long was able to breathe again. He sucked in a deep breath. He felt so fortunate. If it was not for Ning Kaichen, he would be gone. Bai Ruqing did not expect Jiang Ming to make a move. He was very passive and only reacted when he felt the pain. He took a step forward and wanted to kill Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming did not want to be outdone either. He kicked Bai Ruqing in the crotch. Bai Ruqing screamed in pain, and Jiang Ming broke his limbs. Bai Ruqing's voice echoed throughout the room. He had lost all hope and fell to the ground. He still could not believe it. He looked at Jiang Ming. "How could you use a spell on me? My current body can't be attacked by spells at all." Jiang Ming thought so too, but when he met Bai Ruqing, he suddenly realized that it was not the case. He sneered. "This is your punishment for being evil. The steel plates on your body are nothing much. You can't withstand my spells at all. It's better to go back and rebuild your body." Bai Ruqing was furious at being insulted by Jiang Ming, but his limbs were all broken. He could not attack Jiang Ming at all. He could only curse. "If I find out who you are, I will kill you. Just you. Wait." "Alright, I'll wait." Bai Ruqing's words amused him. He had thought that Bai Ruqing was very powerful, but in the end, he was just a weakling. He actually wanted to teach him a lesson. Now, Bai Ruqing could not even protect himself. Zhu Anan could not stand it anymore. She looked at Bai Ruqing mockingly. "Your life is in our hands now, yet you still dare to flaunt your strength. Aren't you afraid that we'll kill you? What can't we talk about this? I can give you whatever you want. I've collected quite a few things from the Long family." He did not know if he would have another chance to heal himself. Long Qingqing could not help but become even angrier. "My father said that the Long family lost a lot of things, and I thought that he had forgotten about it. It turns out that you stole them. Return the things quickly. There are some very important things inside." Bai Ruqing said, "It's easy to get the things you want. You have to cure me first. Otherwise, I'll die. You won't be able to find anything. I've hidden those things in a very deep place. You rascal, scoundrel." Long Qingqing was so angry that she couldn't say anything. She could only call out two names. Bai Ruqing scoffed. "It doesn't matter. I'm a scoundrel. How does that matter? Aren't you guys still in my hands? Okay, we can save you, but you have to take us to that hiding place first and let us see if those things are still there," Jiang Ming said to Bai Ruqing. Bai Ruqing sneered. "I know what you're thinking. Aren't you just trying to take these things away? I won't take you there. If you don't agree, kill me." Bai Ruqing had Long Qingqing under his thumb. Long Qingqing suddenly became anxious and looked at Jiang Ming. "Lord Ning Kaichen, we can't lose those things. Those are all secret treasures of the Long family. In the future, they can be used to cure our family members of certain diseases." Jiang Ming could not help but be in a dilemma. Now that they were being threatened by Bai Ruqing, they would definitely have to let him live. However, if they did not let him live, the Long family would lose these treasures. The Long family needed these treasures very much now. Zhu Aci also started to worry. He was thinking the same thing as Jiang Ming. The monk and Madman Jr. felt helpless. They normally would not be so conflicted about such things. If the treasures were gone, then so be it. At most, they could just find more treasure again. Why should they be threatened because of this? The princess was even more confused. She could find whatever she wanted in this world. Why would she need to be obsessed with some random treasure? Master Long recovered and immediately made a decision. The Long family doesn't need those things. Ching, don't take those things too seriously. The Long family can still find other things. Bai Ruqing's expression instantly changed, and he panicked. Those things are the treasures that the Long family has accumulated over thousands of years. You're just going to give them up? When the time comes, the people before you will blame you. When you die, the ancestors of the Long family will not forgive you. Jiang Ming grinned. This was pure blackmail. He immediately retorted, Bai Ruqing, what does it have to do with you whether the ancestors of the Long family are angry or not? Besides, these things were for the Long family. According to what you said, if these things are all used up, then the Long family's ancestors will also be angry, right? Master Long was initially a little intimidated by Bai Ruqing's words, but after hearing Jiang Ming's reply, he immediately said, Bai Ruqing, since you've stayed in the Long family before, I'll leave your corpse intact so that you can go to the next life in peace. From now on, you have nothing to do with the Long family. Long Qingqing closed her eyes and said helplessly, Bai Ruqing, I had always treated you as my brother. Now it seems that I had made a mistake. Don't continue to be evil in your next life. Be a good person. Seeing that Master Long did not care about those things at all, Bai Ruqing had a devious idea again. Tears flowed down his eyes as he said to Master Long, Father, I really did something wrong. Please forgive me. I won't do these things again. Ruqing. Master Long had always been soft-hearted. When he heard Bai Ruqing's words, he hesitated. He did not know if he should do anything to Bai Ruqing. Seeing her father like this, Long Qingqing immediately picked up the sword in the main hall and plunged it into Bai Ruqing's chest. Long Qingqing, you. Bai Ruqing did not expect this. He growled and blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth. He died immediately. Master Long let out a long sigh. Qingqing, I guess you saw through him. Long Qingqing said helplessly, Father, we can't be soft-hearted toward someone like this. It's because you're soft-hearted that Bai Ruqing took advantage of you. You must remember this. Qingqing, you're right. Master Long nodded as he realized his problem. He looked at Bai Ruqing and said, on account of the fact that I raised him, I'll erect a wordless monument for him. Long Qingqing did not refute this. Her relationship with Bai Ruqing was considered deep, but it had been severed. Now, she would use this wordless monument to commemorate her friendship with Bai Ruqing. Seeing such a farce, Jiang Ming sighed. Before he could finish, Bai Ruqing had come back to life. His body was as good as new. His expression immediately became serious. You can't kill me. I will live the rest of my life, despite your attempts to kill me. I will live for a very, very long time. When you die, I will come to the Long family and continue to do evil. With that said, Bai Ruqing turned around and wanted to leave. Jiang Ming frowned and quickly grabbed Bai Ruqing. He threw him to the ground and tied him up with a rope. Bai Ruqing did not have the strength to struggle at all. Who was Ning Kaichen? Why did he have so many tricks up his sleeve? He could even overpower the secret technique he had learned from the Long family. This was too ridiculous. He was simply not like someone from this world. I don't think this young man will die. Why don't we lock him up in a room and let him starve to death? Zhu Aci thought of a terrible punishment. Bai Ruqing panicked. No, don't. I can't stand this. Father, can you bear to see me like this? He changed his expression again and looked at Master Long with tears in his eyes. Those who did not know better would think that he was the victim. Jiang Ming looked at Bai Ruqing's actions and felt disgusted. What did Master Long do to provoke Bai Ruqing like this? Long Qingqing had already seen Bai Ruqing's true colors clearly. She said to Master Long, Father, if you can't bear to do this, leave Bai Ruqing to me. Bai Ruqing must not stay in the Long family, nor can we let him leave like this. When the time comes, the Long family will still suffer. Master Long glanced at Bai Ruqing. His eyes were filled with reluctance, helplessness, and hatred. Then, all these emotions turned into indifference. He looked at Long Qingqing again, turned his head away, and chose not to look at Bai Ruqing. I'll leave everything to you. Bai Ruqing gritted his teeth and said, these ropes will wear out. One day, I will get out. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming walked over and cast a spell. He shone the light on the ropes, and the ropes instantly became extremely hard. This move stunned everyone present. They had never thought that there would be such a spell. Zhu Aci rushed forward and asked Jiang Ming with concern, Ning Kaichen, what kind of move is this? You and Ms. Long have really opened my eyes. The princess stood up at this moment and said with a trembling voice, could this be a secret technique that has been lost for many years in the Qingmiao kingdom? This question immediately aroused the interest of the others present. They all turned their attention to the princess and asked curiously, what secret technique was lost in the Qingmiao kingdom? The princess smiled. This secret technique can make every type of material very strong. The material becomes so hard that it won't decay for thousands of years. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. He did not expect that a random move he had made would be recognized as a secret technique of the Qingmiao kingdom by their princess. This was too ridiculous. He was a little confused as he looked at the princess. Are you sure? That shouldn't be the case, right? No. I really didn't expect you to know this secret technique. After the princess said this, everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. Jiang Ming became the focus of the crowd. Zhu Aci wanted to give Jiang Ming a thumbs up. At this point, Jiang Ming was a god. The monk also fell silent, and he could not help but doubt himself. Could he really defeat Ning Kaichen? Ning Kaichen knew so many techniques. When the time came, would any of them be able to defeat him? Madman Jr. became vigilant instead. If Ning Kaichen suddenly got angry, wouldn't they be the ones to suffer? However, a familiar voice sounded, and his eyes lit up. It was Madman Sr. Madman Sr. was here. Madman Sr. rushed over. When he saw Madman Jr., he immediately shouted, Madman Jr., I'm here to see you. Seeing another uninvited guest, Master Long wanted to scream. He just wanted to hold a proper banquet. Why did another person come here? Jiang Ming frowned. They did not even have time to eat. They were so busy. Madman Sr. looked at Jiang Ming again, and his eyes became dangerous. You Ning Kaichen? How dare you hurt Madman Jr.? Madman Jr. said from the side, I've already been defeated and become a captive. Although he didn't torture me, I'm unwilling to stay here. As he said that, the veins on Madman Jr.'s forehead popped up. He looked angry. However, he had no choice. He really could not beat Ning Kaichen. If he continued to fight with Ning Kaichen, he would only be the loser. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Madman Sr. patted his chest with extreme confidence. Zhu Aci walked to Jiang Ming's side and said in a low voice, Madman Sr. is not like Madman Jr. Not only has he fused with forbidden power, but he also has other special powers. I also heard that he has a rebound physique. Anyone who hits him with mana will suffer a backlash and may even lose their lives. Hearing this, Jiang Ming could not help but gulp. In that case, it seemed that he could only fight Madman Sr. with his bare hands. Moreover, he did not know if his bare hands would be countered. Why don't we make peace? Zhuanan came over and whispered to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming shook his head. We can't make peace for this kind of thing. Then, he faced Madman Sr. If you want to fight, go ahead. I'm not afraid. Madman Sr. chuckled. Ning Kaichen, you're really smart. No wonder you could take Madman Jr. away. I admire you. You can make the first move. Zhu Aci and Zhuanan were shocked when they heard Madman Sr.'s words. They wanted to try for peace, so why did he declare war? Jiang Ming was very direct. No matter what, he would die anyway. At most, he would die a little earlier. It was just a matter of time. No need. Seeing that you're older, I'll give it to you. You go first. Jiang Ming shrugged his shoulders indifferently. He could not afford to deviate from his plan. Hearing this, everyone could not help but look at Jiang Ming. Madman Sr. was not someone that ordinary people could fight against. Ning Kaichen actually asked him to make the first move? Even if he had a lot of skill, he might not be able to defeat Madman Sr. Madman Jr. was even more confused. He had fought with Madman Sr. before, but he could not hurt Madman Sr. at all. Where did Ning Kaichen get his courage from? Seeing that the situation was not right, Zhu Aci quickly stood in between Jiang Ming and Madman Sr. Let's talk it out. It's better not to fight. Cold sweat poured down his back. Why did Ning Kaichen want to fight him? Was he really not afraid of death? Now that they had spent some time together, they had developed a sort of camaraderie. He did not want Ning Kaichen to die. He hoped that he would live well. Zhuanan also saw the situation clearly and became nervous. She secretly pulled Jiang Ming's arm and told him in a low voice, Mister, don't act rashly. Madman Sr. is difficult to deal with. Don't lose your life. However, Jiang Ming was very stubborn. He said immediately, you don't have to stop me. I must fight this man today. Upon hearing this, Madman Sr. looked up at Jiang Ming. This was the first time he had heard someone say such words to him. His interest was piqued. All right, let's fight. If I lose to you, I'm willing to be by your side. I'll charge forward and break through the enemy lines for you. I'll be at your beck and call. He did not care about his promise at all. Ning Kaichen could not beat him. He was just saying that. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this. Madman Sr. could still be of use. Thinking about it, it was a good thing. He had to be more cautious when Madman Sr. attacked later. Madman Senior did not hesitate at all and rushed directly in front of Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming dodged and counterattacked. The two of them had an intense exchange. Master Long was shocked. He was afraid that the house would collapse, and he was also afraid that Ning Kaichen would get hurt and die. He still had a transactional relationship with Ning Kaichen. If Ning Kaichen died, he would be the one to suffer. Long Qingqing was also very nervous. She even wanted to help Jiang Ming. She had always been eager to find an opportunity to attack the old lunatic. However, Madman Senior felt that he had lost a lot of strength. He could not even use spells. He could not help but ask in a low voice, Ning Kaichen, what did you do to me? Why can't I use any strength? I can't even use my mana. Jiang Ming snickered. I put a minor spell on you, but I didn't expect it to work on you. Since that's the case, then you should sit back and enjoy what I have in store for you. As he spoke, Jiang Ming took out the silver needles he had just used and inserted them all into Madman Senior's body. Madman Senior immediately felt a sharp pain all over his body. It was as if there were thousands of ants crawling on his bones. He immediately howled, what the hell is this? Hurry up and get it off my body. He wanted to pull out the needles, but Jiang Ming stuck them in so tightly that he couldn't pull them out at all. For a moment, he could not attack Jiang Ming. He only wanted to pull out the silver needles on his body. Everyone saw all of this and instantly felt a little incredulous. The fight had barely begun when it was already over. Ning Kaichen was indeed not someone that ordinary people could anger. Looking at Madman Senior's attitude, Madman Junior felt a lingering fear. He did not expect Ning Kaichen to be such a ruthless person. Madman Senior was already forced into a terrible state. He looked at Jiang Ming and begged, please let me go. I'm already old. I can't stand such torture. Jiang Ming looked at him and asked calmly, do you still remember your promise? He could not help but feel shocked. He had thought that Madman Senior would use some demonically evil technique, but it was truly nothing special. These people thought too highly of Madman Senior. Hearing this, Madman Senior nodded repeatedly. Of course, I remember. I will definitely fulfill my promise. Please pull out these silver needles now. He really could not take it anymore. This was the first time he had ever begged someone like this. He had never thought that there would be such a day in his life. When Jiang Ming heard Madman Senior say this, he did not continue to hold on to him and pulled out all the silver needles from his body. After pulling out all the silver needles, Madman Senior finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was still faintly afraid of the pain just now. If Ning Kaichen did not let him go, he would have died from the pain. Madman Senior was still sweating. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped the sweat on his forehead. Madman Junior was extremely nervous. He looked at Madman Senior and walked to his side. Are you okay? Do you need me to help you with anything? At that moment, Madman Senior suddenly coughed violently and spat out something spherical. It looked like a ball. There was a purple inner core wrapped in the ball, and it was emitting a faint purple light. What? Madman Junior could not help but despair. Why did he spit out his essence core? If the people from Black Prison spat out their essence core, they would be on the verge of death. It was just a bunch of silver needles, yet his essence core was forced out. What kind of power was this? Madman Junior could not bear to see Madman Senior die. He secretly wiped away his tears and looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming could empathize with his reaction. He moved the silver needles again and inserted them into the Madman Senior's other body parts. Ah! Madman Senior could not help but scream as he gripped Madman Junior's shoulders with both hands. Madman Junior felt the pain from being gripped all over his body, but he still endured it and continued, Madman Senior, bear with it. Ning Kaichen is treating you. You'll be fine soon. Madman Senior was already in so much pain that he could not speak. His ears were ringing, and he could not hear what Madman Junior was saying at all. Madman Junior could see that Madman Senior was already doing his best to hold it in, and he could not help but feel his heart ache. Madman Senior usually treated him well, and now he took the initiative to come over to save him. He would not have to suffer like this if he had not come. Jiang Ming controlled Madman Senior's essence core into his mouth. Madman Senior felt as if his entire body had been reborn. He could not help but feel afraid. This was caused by the pain just now. From the looks of it, this rebirth might not be so simple. Thinking of this, he became more and more afraid. He looked at Jiang Ming. Ning Kaichen, is my body still the same as before? It's different. Jiang Ming glanced at Madman Senior and spoke thoughtfully. He felt that it was not bad. He did not expect to give this man a bonus. He should be quite happy. What did you do to me? Madman Senior began to tremble. He had never thought that he would be controlled like this. Your body is better than before. Jiang Ming looked at Madman Senior. He was feeling a little amused. What? It felt like his body was stronger. Madman Senior was stunned for a moment. He stood up and stretched his muscles. His eyes lit up. He never expected that Jiang Ming would strengthen his body like this. He liked this kind of leader very much. He was definitely going to follow Ning Kaichen. Thinking of this, he plopped down on his knees and sincerely said, Master, please accept my services. From now on, you are my master. Jiang Ming was shocked when he saw such an old man calling him master while kneeling down. He could not help but take a few steps back. Zhu Aci could not understand either. Madman Senior was beaten up, so why did he still acknowledge Ning Kaichen as his master? Even if it was to fulfill his promise, just now, he should not be like this. Zhuanan stood at the side in disbelief as she stared at Madman Senior in front of her. This was the first time he had seen such a person. Was there something wrong with him? The princess was dumbfounded. It was the first time she had seen such a thing. Did Madman Senior not have any pride? She would never do anything like this. What was it about Ning Kaichen that made people want to follow him? She was looking at Ning Kaichen in a new light. Madman Junior almost could not come back to his senses and looked at Madman Senior in front of him. Was this still the man he knew? He remembered that the man had previously flaunted his martial arts. How did he become like this now? The monk sized up the man in front of him. He could not believe that Madman Senior was still the person he knew before. He could still vaguely remember that he had been all-powerful and had single-handedly slaughtered the Ghost Clan's Dark Shadow Legion. Now, he was actually bowing down and being so respectful to this kid. Feng Yinche was also stunned. The three people in the Black Prison now served Ning Kaichen. The princess of the Qingmiao Kingdom and the prodigy of Zhuyan Palace were both on Ning Kaichen's side. Even without them, Ning Kaichen already had so many capable people. Just as he was thinking, a sharp arrow flew toward the two of them. There was a letter stuck in the arrow, and it went straight into the door. What is this? Everyone was shocked again. Zhu Aci walked over and took the letter. Jiang Ming originally wanted to read the contents of the letter, but he remembered that Madman Senior's matter had not been resolved yet, so he immediately looked at Madman Senior. Get up quickly. You don't need to be my disciple. Just do better in the future, he said awkwardly. Only Zhuanan was qualified to be his disciple. Anyone else doing it made him feel old. Thank you, Ning Kaichen. Madman Senior stood up, and his impression of Jiang Ming increased by another level. He could not help but sigh in his heart. He had followed a good master. Although Madman Senior said so, he still admitted that Jiang Ming was his master. Seeing that Madman Senior finally stood up, Jiang Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Madman Senior did not kneel for a long time. Otherwise, Jiang Ming would have died of embarrassment. Thinking of this, he looked at the letter. The envelope was completely white, with only a rose pattern in the middle. The roses were special. It was as if someone had sewn them together. Looking at the roses, Zhu Aci felt like he had seen them somewhere before. He thought to himself and sighed. What should have come has come. What's wrong? Jiang Ming noticed Zhu Aci's worry and immediately became concerned. This is a letter from Northern Yan's Murong family. Zhu Aci glanced at Jiang Ming with a frown. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment and immediately said, hurry up and open it. He felt a little odd. Why did Northern Yan's Murong family write to them for no reason? They even sent them such a beautiful envelope. Master Long was rather frightened. Why did the Murong family send this letter? Do they have nothing better to do? Zhu Aci opened the letter. There were many roses on the letter paper, and there were only a few words on it. The details were to invite Jiang Ming and the others to visit Master Murong's family as guests. It was just a few simple words, but Master Long was afraid. Master Murong was once an all-powerful figure in the martial world. He dealt with several elders who disobeyed the Murong family. He even won the first place in the fight for the position of the family head. If we really go to his mansion this time, I'm afraid it will be a banquet that we won't be able to return from. That's true. The people of Black Prison are all afraid of him. If we don't handle him well, we might really die in his hands. Madman Senior walked over and looked at the contents of the letter. He could not help but interject. He looked at Jiang Ming from the corner of his eyes. It was very strange. Why would Ning Kaichen offend Master Murong? Wasn't this asking for trouble? Ning Kaichen was also a powerful person. He had the power to provoke Master Murong. Even if we don't go, wouldn't Master Murong come to find us himself? The princess questioned with a bitter face. Why did Master Murong want Ning Kaichen? All the powerful people wanted him. Was Ning Kaichen that strong? From the looks of it, Ning Kaichen definitely would not be interested in the Qingmiao kingdom. She was in a tough spot. What the princess said makes sense. We have to go to the banquet, we can't not go. Master Murong's target is me, Jiang Ming thought for a while and said. Seriously. This is really a worrying question. If we go over like this, won't we be marching to our deaths? However, if we don't go over, we'll still die, Madman Jr. said with a frown. Initially, he did not like Ning Kaichen, but after seeing him spare Madman Senior, he got some respect for Ning Kaichen. He could not come up with any reason to refute. Maybe we can beat Master Murong. Jiang Ming saw the lifeless look on everyone's faces and did not like the atmosphere. He immediately tried to cheer them up. Yes. Zhuanan immediately told Jiang Ming. Actually, it's not impossible to solve this problem. You can choose not to go. When Master Morong comes to you, he will let you go for the sake of the Long family. Although the Morong family of Northern Yin is quite powerful, it's not indestructible. Now, the Long family, Black Prison, Qingmiao Kingdom, and Zhuyan Palace are all siding with Ning Kaichen. No matter what, the Morong family of Northern Yin cannot become enemies with these four institutions. That makes sense. The monk nodded. I can still mobilize some people in the Black Prison. When the time comes, the people from the Long family and the people from these places will be enough to crush the people from the Morong family. Madman Jr. also said, no matter what, I will do my best to protect Ning Kaichen. Jiang Ming was a little surprised to see the sudden change in Madman Jr.'s attitude, but he did not say anything. After all, Madman Sr. had already started following him. No matter what, Madman Jr. had to follow suit. Zhu ACI understood. That's right, I was only thinking that we couldn't defeat the Morong family alone, but I forgot about the people behind us. At this moment, Jiang Ming's face turned resolute. We don't have to wait for them to come. We'll go to their mansion directly. I want to see what they can do to us. He was a little afraid of Master Morong, but he knew that he would deal with whatever came his way. He did not want to be a coward. At most, he would just die together with Master Morong. Ning Kaichen, are you crazy? This is not a small matter. If something really happens, you'll lose your life. Zhu ACI could not understand. Zhu Anan also said from the side, Mister, don't be rash. You have to think twice before doing anything. Master Morong might have some other tricks up his sleeves. If we go, we will be in a passive position and will be easily ambushed. Madman Sr. looked at Jiang Ming and said, I admire your courage, but this is what a reckless person would do. You should take it easy. I don't want to watch you die. Madman Jr. also said, that's right. What Madman Sr. said makes sense. We people from the Black Prison are quite experienced. Just listen to us. The princess also gave a rare piece of advice, Ning Kaichen, I've always thought that you're very powerful, but Master Morong is not someone who can be dealt with by just being powerful. Seeing that everyone was against this, Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly and said, believe me. I can't do anything if you don't believe me. But I must go to Master Morong's mansion. We can't be cowards. Master Morong will inevitably find a way to make a move against me. Seeing that Jiang Ming did not listen to his advice at all, Zhu ACI suddenly became anxious. Ning Kaichen did not even think about them. If something happened to them, what would he do? How could he continue to be so reckless? He could beat their previous enemies, but Master Morong was a tough one. How could he be defeated so easily? Zhuanan also started to worry. She did not know how to persuade Jiang Ming against this. She did not expect him to be so stubborn. They had already analyzed the pros and cons for him, but he still wanted to be stubborn. It was really difficult. The princess looked at Jiang Ming in disbelief. What gave Ning Kaichen such courage? Even the Qingmiao kingdom did not dare to declare war on Master Morong. She really could not see through Ning Kaichen's thoughts. Even with the support of the Qingmiao kingdom, she would not dare to be so arrogant. Even if Ning Kaichen had a lot of help, he should not be this reckless. You don't have to persuade me against this anymore. You know that I'm very stubborn. Even if you argue, it's useless. Jiang Ming saw that everyone was eager to make a move and said a few more words. Master Long simply called out to everyone, "Let's continue with the banquet. We can talk about the rest later." Everyone could only nod. Seeing that there was no other way, Long Qingqing started to discuss with Zhu Anen in a low voice. Why don't we put some knockout powder in Ning Caichen's cup? After he sleeps for a while, he won't be willing to go to Master Morong's mansion in northern Yan after that. Zhu Anen thought for a moment and felt that what Long Qingqing said made sense. She became worried again. Will the knockout powder have any side effects? If anything happens to him after ingesting it, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. Don't worry, Long Qingqing quickly comforted Zhu Anen. There's no problem with the knockout powder. It's the exclusive knockout powder of the Long family. It was made by the previous family head. His medical skills were renowned. Seeing Long Qingqing reassure her, Zhu Anen nodded and felt relieved. Zhu Aci overheard the conversation between Zhu Anen and Long Qingqing and could not help but ask, "What do you want to do to Ning Kaichen?" "Don't even think of doing anything. If anything happens to Ning Kaichen, I won't show you mercy. We understand." Zhu Anen and Long Qingqing whispered their plans to Zhu Aci. Zhu Aci was still worried. He added, "You can do it, but I have to take a look at the knockout powder first." Long Qingqing nodded. No problem. After the banquet ended, Zhu Aci, Zhu Anen, and Long Qingqing left mysteriously, intending to take a look at the secret medicine. Jiang Ming saw their actions and asked, curiously, "What are you up to?" Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the three of them suddenly felt a little guilty and quickly shook their heads. Nothing. Zhu Aci realized that their attitude was not right, so he hurriedly said, "I'm going with Zhu Anen to see the mermaid in Miss Long's room." A mermaid? Jiang Ming's interest was piqued. He continued, "I'll go and take a look too. It seems very interesting." He had never thought that there would be mermaids here in the Long family. He could not help but be curious. He wondered what the mermaid looked like. Long Qingqing immediately put on a bitter face. Zhu Aci did the opposite of helping. Their original intention was to chase Ning Kaichen away, but now, Ning Kaichen wanted to go with them. Zhu Aci did not expect Ning Kaichen to want to see the mermaid. He could not help but feel awkward. He said, "The mermaid is afraid of strangers. She can only see the three of us. We'll take you there after she's a little less afraid." Zhu Anen listened to Zhu Aci's stupid excuse and could not help but feel helpless. Why did not Zhu Aci come up with a better excuse? Why did he come up with such a lousy excuse? Hearing this strange excuse, Jiang Ming looked at the three of them apprehensively. Jiang Ming said seriously, "Are the three of you hiding something from me? If there's anything, just tell me. I can help you." Jiang Ming felt that the three of them must have encountered some difficulties, but they were afraid of troubling him, so they were being considerate. Zhu Anen immediately tried to cover for them. "The three of us want to settle this alone. Mister, if we can't settle it, can we call you?" Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. They hoped that Ning Kaichen would believe them. If they kept pestering them, Like this, they would not be able to see the secret medicine. By then, it would be too late. Jiang Ming did not ask further after hearing what Zhuanan said. He nodded. You guys go ahead. Remember to be careful. Don't get entangled by anything. Of course, Long Qingqing replied confidently. The three of us together will definitely be able to solve this problem. Seeing Long Qingqing's anxious expression, Jiang Ming concealed his confusion and waved at the three of them. Go quickly. Don't delay things. The three of them immediately felt relieved and left quickly. Jiang Ming originally wanted to follow them, but he gave up. There was probably no need for him to go over and take a look. He went straight to find Master Long, who was currently looking at the porcelain on his shelf. When he saw Jiang Ming, he immediately put down the porcelain in his hand and welcomed Jiang Ming excitedly. Ming Kaichen, sit down quickly. We have something to talk about. Jiang Ming was not used to Master Long's enthusiasm, but he accepted it. Then he looked at Master Long. Why did you call me here? After the banquet ended, Master Long secretly stuffed a note into his hands, stating that he hoped to meet him later. Master Long and Jiang Ming were already allies. Jiang Ming did not have to refuse Master Long's request anymore, so he agreed and found an opportunity to help Master Long. Master Long with a worried expression, there is indeed a very big problem. There is a sword that is glowing with dragon light in the Long family. This sword is a pair with the dragon sword, but it is sealed under the white demon tower at the bottom of the sea. Only a specific person can take it out. If possible, Ming Kaichen, I hope that person is you. Jiang Ming did not expect Master Long to give him such an important task. He suddenly became serious. Shouldn't the sword be given to Long Qingqing or someone else in the Long family? Why did you choose me? Seeing that Master Long had said so, Jiang Ming could not continue to say anything in refusal. He asked again, since it belongs to the Long family, can I use the sword that is compatible with the dragon sword? Of course. Master Long's eyes lit up. This sword has nothing to do with the family. As long as the sword accepts you, it should be fine. Where is the white demon tower? Jiang Ming looked at Master Long. Master Long thought for a moment, then took out a book from the bookshelf and placed it on the porcelain. The bookshelf suddenly creaked and a door opened. The door was covered with purple flowers. When the door was opened, the flowers bloomed fully. What are these flowers? How did they bloom in an instant? Jiang Ming noticed the flowers and became curious. Master Long touched one of the flowers, and it started to bud again. These are budding flowers. They are nurtured with the blood of the Long family. Only the Long family has them. Blood? Wouldn't the members of the Long family be in trouble? Jiang Ming was a little surprised. He did not like these flowers. He felt that these flowers should not have appeared. Don't worry, the blood was given to us by the dead Long family members. They all want to contribute to the Long family so that they can feel a sense of belonging. Master Long reassured Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming sighed. Their death is worth it. These family members have done their best for the Long family. Yes, they are very happy to be able to contribute to the Long family. Master Long became serious. Let's go in. Jiang Ming answered and went to the side of the Long family's head, entering the door. Master Long snapped his fingers, and the room lit up. I'm sorry. Seeing Jiang Ming's expression, Master Long coughed and raised his sleeves to cover them with a layer of golden gauze. Lord Ning Kaichen. You can open your eyes now. Jiang Ming opened his eyes and looked at the pile of gold. At this moment, the golden mountain was no longer obvious, but one could still vaguely see the gold and silver jewelry on it. Jiang Ming could not help but grin. The Long family was really rich. They actually had so much jewelry. Even he did not have so much. I'm sorry to make a fool of myself in front of you, Mr. Ning Kaichen. Master. Long rubbed his nose in embarrassment. These are all treasures accumulated by the Long family in the past. They are useless. If you want them, you can take them all. Jiang Ming was a little surprised. Master Long was too generous. He could not afford to accept such a gift. Seeing that Jiang Ming did not answer, Master Long quickly said, I wanted to get rid of all of these, but I'm afraid that other families will notice the Long family, so I can only hide the things here. Master Long felt helpless. Jiang Ming did not know what to say. He said, I'm not interested in these treasures. Master Long, they can stay here. All right then. Master Long was a little dejected, but he quickly recovered. Lord Ning Kaichen, please follow me to the other side. As he spoke, he raised his hand and gestured for Jiang Ming to follow him. Jiang Ming obediently followed him and left. Master Long led Jiang Ming around a thick wall. The wall was covered with the flowers that Master Long and Jiang Ming had just seen. By the time Master Long and Jiang Ming arrived, all the flowers had already bloomed, as if they were welcoming Master Long and Jiang Ming. Seeing these flowers, Jiang Ming's mood also brightened up. When they passed by the wall, a huge cave appeared in front of Jiang Ming and Master Long. However, the cave was covered by a layer of nothingness. Jiang Ming could not see what was inside at all. Master Long explained, this cave hasn't been opened for a long time, so there's a protective mechanism. However, if a specific person is selected, that person can enter. Jiang Ming understood what Master Long meant and asked hesitantly, so, only certain people can enter this cave, right? Master Long nodded and sighed. I tried to go in before, but I was chased out. I don't think I can go in now. Jiang Ming hesitated and looked at Master Long. He felt strange. Master Long. Why don't we give it a try? Master Long was stunned for a moment and then looked at Jiang Ming. No, Lord Ning Kaichen, this is impossible. Someone once wanted to bring another person into this cave, but they didn't succeed. Jiang Ming shook his head. Everyone's physique is different. Master Long, you have to be confident. Master Long pursed his lips and was silent for a while. Then, he opened his mouth again. Let's try it then. Jiang Ming brought Master Long to the entrance of the cave. As the two of them approached, the entrance of the cave suddenly became clear, revealing the vortex inside. Jiang Ming jumped down immediately. Initially, Master Long thought that he could not jump down at all. However, he suddenly realized that after Jiang Ming jumped down, the entrance of the cave was still the same as before. He was instantly shocked. Ning Kaichen had actually set a precedent at the entrance of the cave. What was going on? He did not think that Ning Kaichen's power could reach this level. Could it be a coincidence? Perhaps this cave entrance was just an illusion? Thinking of this, Master Long hesitated and jumped down. He did not expect to succeed. He was even more stunned. He had never thought that the entrance of the cave would really allow him to enter. Closing his eyes, Master Long became excited. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Meeting Ning Kaichen was the most fortunate thing to have happened to him. When his feet landed on the ground, Master Long opened his eyes. Jiang Ming had already opened his eyes and looked at the surrounding scenery. The scenery inside the cave was completely different. There were all kinds of strange creatures inside. When they saw Jiang Ming, these creatures came over one after another and made strange sounds from time to time. Master Long quickly dragged Jiang Ming to the side and tried to dissuade him. Lord Ming Kaichen, these creatures are a bad sign. They might absorb people's lifespan. Jiang Ming nodded thoughtfully. I understand, Master Long. At this moment, the sound of birds chirping sounded in their ears. Master Long immediately became alert and tensed up. He was afraid that they would fall into a desperate situation if they were a step late. Just as they were looking around, Master Long and Jiang Ming also noticed the rainbow-colored sky and the blue sea. They could not help but feel excited. Such beautiful colors really made people feel better. A bird with 3 bunches of colorful feathers on its back flew to Jiang Ming and Master Long's side. It circled them and landed on Jiang Ming's shoulder. This bird is really strange. Why is it on your shoulder? Is it poisonous? Master Long became nervous again and looked at the bird. The birds began to chirp non-stop. I'm fine. This bird might have other intentions. Jiang Ming opened his hand, and the bird immediately landed on his palm. When it was on his palm, the bird did not make any noise or cry. It just stayed there obediently. I don't know what this bird wants to do. Perhaps we'll know what it's thinking later. Master Long frowned as he looked at the bird. He took a step forward, wanting the bird to land on his palm. However, the bird did not land on Master Long's palm. It was always in Jiang Ming's palm. Just as Jiang Ming and Master Long thought that the bird would continue to stay still, the bird suddenly spread its wings and transformed into a young woman. The woman was wearing an orange dress with purple spots on it. Welcome to the 100 Demon Tower. She spoke to Jiang Ming and Master Long in a friendly manner. Just as Jiang Ming and Master Long were about to respond, the woman's appearance suddenly changed, and she rushed toward Jiang Ming and Master Long. She had a head full of white hair. She was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, and her eyes were red. It was obvious that she wanted to suck Jiang Ming's lifespan. Master Long pulled out a dagger from his waist and stuck it into the woman's waist. The woman felt as if her entire body was being heated up by something. For a moment, it was extremely hot. She could not help but panic. She took a big step back from Jiang Ming and Master Long in a panic and wanted to escape. You still want to run? Return my things first. Master Long was not so easy to deal with. He walked toward the woman. The woman did not expect Master Long to be so persistent. She immediately became anxious and continued running away. However, because she was struck by Master Long's dagger, she could not run for too long. She could only keep a distance from Master Long. Master Long, you really know how to deal with this demon. Jiang Ming could not help but secretly give a thumbs up to Master Long. Master Long was embarrassed. Seeing that she could not escape, the woman turned into Long Qingqing. Father, I'm your daughter. Not only did she look like Long Qingqing, but her voice and expression had also become exactly the same. Although he knew that the woman in front of him was not his daughter, Master Long was still stunned. His hands trembled for a moment. It was during this period of time that the woman took advantage of his hesitation and rushed toward Master Long. Master Long was still in a daze and did not notice the woman's movements. Jiang Ming knocked the woman back with one palm. His palm hit the woman's heart. The woman immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood. She was dizzy and was about to fall down. Her entire body immediately turned into her original appearance. In less than a second, she returned to her original form, becoming the seven-colored bird from before. However, the bird's pain did not lessen. It whined softly, its eyes filled with tears, and it was on the verge of collapse. Do you still dare to be so reckless in the future? Jiang Ming felt that the bird deserved to suffer like this. He did not pity it, and looked at it seriously. The bird had already suffered and did not dare to have any other thoughts. It nodded its head and could not even flap its wings. Seeing the bird's appearance, Master Long instantly reacted and was furious. How dare you disguise yourself as my daughter to lie to me? Do you want to die? As he spoke, golden spiritual energy appeared in his palm and flew toward the bird. However, his original intention was only to scare the bird, not to kill it. As expected, the bird was immediately frightened and did not move at all. It was like a statue. Because it was covered in wounds, the bird could not escape at all, so it could only stay still. If it wasn't for the fact that entering the 100-demon tower was very difficult, you might have already harmed many people. Master Long looked at the bird helplessly. He had wanted to kill the bird, but he changed his mind. This bird was not weak. It might have bound many other demons. If this bird died, the other demons would be lawless. No. 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 The bird began to beg for mercy, and the 7 colors on its tail faded a little. Seeing that the bird was so scared, Jiang Ming could not help but feel a little sympathetic toward it, so he did not kill the bird. Where is the 100-demon tower? Explain. Looking around, there was no exit. Jiang Ming felt a little strange and looked at the bird. The bird raised its eyebrows and stammered, this. Jiang Ming and Master Long could tell that the bird did not want to say anything at all, and they were so angry that they laughed. The bird really did not know what was good for it. It seemed like they had to teach this bird some manners. Thinking of this, Master Long released a blue flame from his palm and said, with a faint smile, I thought you would be obedient, but you're still so disobedient. Then let me teach you how to be obedient. The bird was terrified. This is the lowest level of the 100-demon tower. I'm the only one at the lowest level. The other demons live on the upper level and only occasionally come to this bottom level. Where is the exit? Seeing that the bird could not grasp the main point at all, Jiang Ming kindly nudged it toward the main point. Follow me. The bird originally wanted to lead Jiang Ming and Master Long astray. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming could see through it completely. He even said, Don't let us off the route. We can both sense it. Master Long also agreed, That's right. Don't even think about playing any tricks, bird. Otherwise, we'll make sure you suffer. This threat was very effective. The bird immediately did not dare to lead them astray, nor did it dare to have any other thoughts. It quickly brought the 2 of them to the door. There was a stream at the door. The stream flowed along the edge. If the bird had not brought them here, Jiang Ming and Master Long would not have thought that the stream in front of them was the entrance. Are you sure this is the entrance? Master Long felt incredulous and asked the bird with uncertainty. The bird was also very clear. I'm very sure and certain that I went through this place to reach the entrance. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. At the end of its sentence, the bird began to rot. Seeing that the bird had said so, Jiang Ming and Master Long had nothing to say. Master Long made up his mind. He looked at Jiang Ming and said, Lord Ming, Kaichen, let me go in and test the waters first. If I haven't come back yet, find another entrance. The bird was dumbfounded. Don't worry, it's fine. Just go in. Hearing the bird's words, Jiang Ming also comforted Master Long. Master Long, don't overthink. It'll definitely be fine. You're just overthinking. If something really happens to me, Lord Ming Kaichen, please help me take care of my daughter. Qingqing is still young and needs to be taught many things. Master Long still could not believe the bird's words. He looked at Jiang Ming seriously and made a request. Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry at Master Long's words. He nodded and said, Don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of Ms. Long. Seeing that Jiang Ming had said so, Master Long completely let go of his negative thoughts. He rushed to the stream without saying anything. He came back almost immediately. He said excitedly, I'm fine, Lord Ming Kaichen. This is the entrance. Don't worry and come in. The bird snorted and said, I knew it. This stream must be the entrance. Why would I lie to you? It's ridiculous. Listening to the bird's endless complaints, Jiang Ming pretended to threaten the bird. If you say that again, best believe that I'll pull out your tongue. Upon hearing this, the bird immediately did not dare to speak. Jiang Ming was amused and continued to say, Can you turn back into a human now? Otherwise, I'm afraid that the people above will bully you. Just now, he had accidentally seen some words nearby. It said that a demon that had been beaten back to its original form was easily ridiculed by others. No matter what, this bird had helped them. It would not be good for it to be bullied. He would just let this bird return to its human form. The bird wanted to cry but had no tears. I can't change back. My body has already collapsed. I need to cultivate for a period of time before I can change back. It had never thought that this human would be so powerful that he could beat it back to its original form in one move. Wouldn't it have already lost its life if he were to be careless? Seeing that the bird had already said so, Jiang Ming was also very helpless. Is there any way to help you turn back into a human? Unexpectedly, the bird said arrogantly, I don't need to return to my human form. Whoever dares to discriminate against me and laugh at me will get slapped. I'll let them know what true pain is. Seeing how arrogant the bird was, Jiang Ming did not say anything else. Its attitude was already so rude, why would he be afraid of someone dealing with this bird? It seemed that the lowest level housed the overlord of the demons. Master Long's words confirmed Jiang Ming's thoughts. Don't worry, Lord Ning Kaichen. I've read the records about the 100-demon tower before and know that the demons at the bottom of the 100-demon tower are very powerful, so no one dares to be rough or disrespectful to the bird. Upon hearing this, the bird straightened its back proudly. Did you see that? No one dares to touch me at all. Those who did were beaten up. They can't even get out of bed now. Seeing that the bird did not seem to be lying, Jiang Ming glanced at Master Long and said seriously, Master Long, let's go. Don't continue talking to this bird, or we'll waste time. Master Long felt that what Jiang Ming said made sense. He nodded and jumped into the stream with Jiang Ming. The water in the stream flowed on Jiang Ming and Master Long's bodies, calming their hearts. Jiang Ming and Master Long were instantly in a good mood. When they felt that there was no more water, they opened their eyes. After opening their eyes, Master Long and Jiang Ming immediately saw the scenery in front of them. The scenery was just like a painting. It was beautiful and pleasant, and there was a faint fragrance around. After the fragrance passed, the scenery became even more beautiful. Just like the ground floor, the sky was covered in rainbow patterns, but there was no trace of demons. Where did those demons go? Jiang Ming noticed something wrong and looked at the bird strangely. Those demons know that I'm coming and are hiding. The bird began to show off again. It puffed out its belly and was obviously very arrogant. Hearing the bird's words, Jiang Ming did not believe it. He looked at the bird suspiciously. Really? Seeing that no one believed what it said, the bird was a little angry. It's up to you to believe it or not. I'm the most powerful demon in the 100 Demon Tower. Isn't it normal for them to be afraid of me? Master Long pondered deeply. This bird makes sense, but we still have to look at the actual situation. Hearing this, the bird became even more indignant. What did these two mean? Was he doubting its status? Don't doubt me. I'll show you now, the bird said arrogantly again. It flapped its wings and released rainbows. Its voice became louder. You fools, quickly come out and bow to me. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. The bird chirped 3 times. However, after 3 chirps, the demons did not react. Just when Jiang Ming and Master Long felt that these demons would not listen to this bird, they came out one by one. Some demons had bull heads and horse faces, some demons had perfect human forms, and some demons had animal heads and human bodies. They looked very happy. We are here. Please don't be angry, Master. We were afraid of tarnishing your reputation, so we didn't come out. The bird was a little speechless. I shouted 3 times just now, but you didn't come out. Now you're afraid of tarnishing my reputation? Hearing this, the little demon's body trembled even more violently. It could not stand up anymore and fell to the ground. It said fearfully, Master, what do you want? You can have anything you want. Don't you know what I want? Hurry up and bring it up for me. In order to show off its power, the bird deliberately looked up at Master Long and Jiang Ming. The meaning behind its words was obvious. It said with all its might, all demons have to be respectful to me. If they don't obey me, I will punish them. They are also very afraid of me. The little demon knew what the bird meant and began to talk to the other demons. Their discussion was not loud, but it was as if something big was happening. Jiang Ming and Master Long rubbed their ears. Jiang Ming whispered to Master Long, are these demons usually so noisy? I don't know what kind of language they're speaking, but it sounds really strange. The bird explained, they are all very primitive demons. The language they speak is the most primitive language. It's normal that you don't understand. The demons who speak a high-level language in the 100 Demon Tower are at the highest level. You can understand the language of the demons there. Hearing this, Master Long could not help but ask in puzzlement, don't the demons at the bottom of the 100 Demon Tower have higher power? In that case, shouldn't they be more proficient in language? Why is it that the highest level demons are more proficient in the language? The bird exploded at this moment. Why would you think that? There are no levels here. Some powerful demons like to live in low places, while some weak demons like to live in high places. Now, it's all messed up. If it was in the past, the weakest demons in the 100-demon tower resided on the highest floor. The 100-demon tower is in such a mess now. Master Long was stunned for a moment. Where is the guard of the 100-demon tower? Why isn't he here? The bird said, the old man who was guarding the place has already died. There must be no one guarding it now. Master Long did not expect this and could not help but be shocked. He saw that in the records of the 100-demon tower, many demons were hot-tempered. Moreover, each demon could not tolerate other demons, and they could not partner up with each other. Now, they could actually swap their camps, which was really shocking. The bird immediately solved his confusion. You people don't have to be so surprised that we're all on different floors now. In fact, this is very normal. We don't have such a bad temper as recorded in the history books. We've just been slandered. Most of the demons have good temperaments. At this moment, the little demon took out a dazzling, exquisite lamp and knelt down to offer it to the bird. Master, here is a lamp that leads to the netherworld. I hope you can accept it. Not only was the lamp resplendent, but it also carried a fragrance. Could it be that this fragrance still had some good effects? The bird seemed to have seen through Ming Ming's thoughts and explained. Kindly, the fragrance on the waterfall can improve one's mood and increase one's physical strength and spiritual energy. It's just that there's nothing much to increase your other power. That fragrance only makes your mood better. Hearing these words, Master Long was stunned for a moment and could not help but look at Jiang Ming. He was secretly envious. As expected of Ming Kaichen, he did not even need to increase his spiritual energy. Presumably, he had only used half of his spiritual energy before. If it was him, he would definitely not be able to achieve it. He had already lived for tens of millions of years and had yet to reach this level of power, let alone cultivate for a few more seasons. However, Ming Kaichen had obtained such spiritual energy at such a young age. No one knew whether this was a blessing or if this kid was gifted. The bird looked at the glass lamp with disdain. How can you reduce my anger? With just this little thing? Get me something better. Jiang Ming grinned. This bird's requirements were quite high. Who raised it to be so spoiled? Master Long still remembered why he had come here. He looked at the bird and asked it carefully, there is another sword in the 100 Demons Tower. Where is it now? Unexpectedly, when it heard this word, the bird immediately shrieked, why would you mention the word sword for no reason? Moreover, after hearing this word, the other demons trembled all over as if they could not hear this word at all. They immediately transformed into their original forms and hid in the deepest depths, not daring to come out at all. Jiang Ming was stunned. Then, he looked at the bird and asked curiously, does this word have any special meaning? Why can't I say it? The bird was still trembling. Compared to Jiang Ming's threat, it was trembling even more. It immediately said, thousands of years ago, someone brought this thing into the 100-demon tower and killed many demons. Fortunately, that person didn't have long to live. He died after killing them. Otherwise, we would be gone now. Master Long was dumbfounded. Why is the story I heard completely different from yours? The bird started to curse. Those things were all recorded by people. They had never seen the 100-demon tower before. It was just fictional. Can you not be misled by these things? It is because of these things that we have a serious trauma response to this word. I still remember that person cursing and saying that the demons in the 100 Demon Tower are all pests and that he wanted to kill them all. Otherwise, our brothers and sisters would still be here. With that, the demons below began to cry. Some of the demons cried extremely miserably. Seeing that the demons were crying for real, Master Long fell silent for a while. After a while, seeing that Jiang Ming did not reply, he took the initiative to start a topic. Lord Ming Kaichen, what should we do now? It seems that I can't get this sword back. When they heard this word again, the demons' reaction became even stronger. They began to hit their heads and cry out. Have you been cursed? Why can't you hear this word? Jiang Ming realized the problem and looked at the bird strangely. The bird had a strange expression on its face, but it refused to elaborate. Jiang Ming understood what was going on and frowned. Who put a curse on you? Was it done by the person who wielded the sword? The bird gulped and started to change the topic. Let's go eat something. These demons have a lot of delicious fruits and other things. You'll definitely enjoy them. They're very rare. At this point, the bird felt that its injuries had recovered a little, so it immediately recovered and returned to its human form. The rest of the demons were excited again. They knelt down and kowtowed to the bird. Congratulations for returning to your original form, Master. Seeing this, Master Long and Jiang Ming were a little shocked. Jiang Ming continued to ask, do you get such a big reaction every time you transform? No, the bird replied. It's because you're here that they put on such a big show. They want you to know my position in the 100 Demon Tower. When it came to its status, the bird chirped non-stop. You don't know how powerful I was when I led these demons to chase away the rebellious demons. All the demons hid behind me while I fought the others off. No one dares disobey me. They must listen to me. At this moment, the demons chimed in. Master is wise. You look young, but you're quite capable, Master Long, praised the bird perfunctorily. Just tell us where that thing is now, and we'll go get it ourselves. We don't need you to come with us. The bird started to stammer again. No. No, you can't take that thing away. Either. It has to stay in the 100 Demon Tower. Why? Master Long lost his patience. Do you want to be cursed that badly? Or is it because of that thing that these demons listen to you? If it's gone, will they not listen to you? Hearing this, the bird grew incensed. What nonsense are you talking about? How is that possible? These demons are loyal to me. At this moment, these demons also nodded their heads and said, yes, yes. We are all loyal to Master. We don't have any other thoughts at all. These demons seem a little strange. Master Long realized that something was wrong and whispered to Jiang Ming. The bird still heard him. What's wrong with that? They just lost some of their beastly nature. Isn't that good? They're extremely docile and won't attack you. If someone hurts you, feel free to come to the 100 Demon Tower to find me. I will lead my demon armies and kill those who want to hurt you. The demons began to tremble again. The elf can answer every question you have. Master Long's interest was piqued as he spoke to the little demon beside him. The little demon coughed and said, you can ask directly. You can also ask internally so that the other demons won't hear you. Upon hearing this, Master Long was secretly delighted. He quickly asked. Internally, where is the sword that matches the dragon sword? The elf closed her eyes and pointed in a direction. She was not pointing at anything in particular. In fact, she was pointing at the bird. The bird took a step back and looked on in surprise. Jiang Ming asked Master Long, what did the elf say? Why is it pointing at the bird? Master Long immediately understood. He connected all the dots and quickly looked at Jiang Ming. He said, this little guy stole the dragon sword. Bird, you should return the sword. As he spoke, he looked at the bird. Jiang Ming also looked at the bird and quickly said, yes, there are some things you have to return. When they heard the word again, the other demons hid in fear. The bird dropped all pretenses and snorted coldly. Why should I give you the mated sword? The mated sword is mine. This dragon sword and the mated sword have belonged to the Long family since ancient times. However, due to some special circumstances, this mated sword was sent to the 100-demon tower, Master Long said unhappily. The bird was a little surprised. Are you from the Long family? Seeing that there was a chance to get it, Jiang Ming said, he is indeed from the Long family. Not only that, but he is also the Long family's master. Hearing this, the bird was enraged. Why are the people of the Long family here? I remember that I set a restriction to keep them out. The members of the Long family are not allowed to come here. So, it was your fault that I couldn't come in. Master Long was furious. A golden sword appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at the bird. The bird did not want to be outdone and immediately said, it's clearly the Long family that's robbing the 100-demon tower. Why won't you allow me to set restrictions? You're talking nonsense. When did I let the Long family come here to rob and plunder the tower? Don't slander me. Master Long was so angry that he was about to get ill again. Jiang Ming was still relatively calm. He calmly persuaded Master Long, what this bird said may not be the truth. Let's not listen to everything it says. The most important thing now is to get back the mated sword. When it heard that they wanted to take back the mated sword, the bird wanted to run away, but it was pulled back by Jiang Ming. The bird could not help but shout, there's no justice in this world. Why are you treating me like this? It's clearly the Long family's fault. Now you want to snatch the mated sword from the 100-demon tower. I think you're talking nonsense. That's why these demons are so afraid. You'd better tell us the truth. We won't hurt you if you do. The bird was still stubborn. Ayao? That was a very simple and feminine name. So, the bird really was female. Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. Your name is pretty nice. Seeing that her name had been exposed, Ayao coughed and said, what's wrong with my name? It's easy to understand and easy to remember. All right. How about this? If you tell us the truth, we won't ask for the mated sword. Master Long adjusted his collar and looked at Ayao seriously. Really? Ayao still could not believe it. She looked at Master Long hesitantly. Yes, Master Long answered seriously. His thinking was far beyond that of his predecessors. At most, he could just get someone to forge an identical mated sword. Seeing that Master Long's words did not seem to be false, Ayao put down some of her defenses and looked at Master Long. Actually, there were no intruders. I just accidentally triggered the mated sword. The mated sword is the punishment set for the other demons. Why did you set a punishment? Jiang Ming was confused. He did not know what Ayao meant. Ayao pursed her lips and was silent for a while before saying, because the mated sword can't be triggered by demons, I forced it to be triggered. So, you were just going to ignore other demons for your own selfishness? Jiang Ming glared at Ayao. He could not have imagined that such an innocent and harmless girl would be so ruthless. Master Long did not agree with Ayao's decision. If my daughter, Long Ching, did that, I would have to give her a hard smack. Upon hearing his words, Ayao started to tremble, but she could not help but become stubborn. You said that you wouldn't use the mated sword, so you can't use it. The piercing pain caused Ayao to return to her original form, but Master Long still kept spanking her. Hearing Master Long's reprimand, Ayao was still stubborn. Why am I the bad guy? I wanted them to be united and friendly, and I don't even have to worry about the mated sword being taken away. Jiang Ming was rendered speechless. He looked at Master Long. Master Long happened to be looking at him at the same time, and his eyes were wide. At this moment, Ayao suddenly started crying pitifully. In the past, I was always bullied by these demons and was covered in wounds. What's wrong with me? Getting revenge? Why can't I get back at them? Jiang Ming and Master Long looked at each other and fell silent again. From Ayao's point of view, she did nothing wrong. However, from the perspective of other demons, this was extremely wrong. Did these demons really bully you? Jiang Ming suddenly thought of something and looked at Ayao. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Ayao suddenly hesitated. She was obviously feeling guilty. Seeing Ayao like this, Master Long was even more dumbfounded. He looked at Ayao. Why did you lie to us when you had nothing better to do? Were you using our empathy to let you go? Don't be ridiculous. We won't let you off. At this moment, a rumbling sound of collapse suddenly came from the surroundings. The 100-demon tower seemed to be about to fall. Master Long quickly looked at Jiang Ming. Lord Ning Kaichen, let's go. Quickly. This place seems to be collapsing. However, Jiang Ming was determined not to leave at this time. Instead, he dissuaded Master Long. Master Long, you're thinking too much. This place won't collapse. You must have been mistaken. Master Long was stunned for a moment and looked at Jiang Ming strangely. Lord Ning Kaichen, the stone peak inside is already on the verge of collapse. Will it really not collapse? Let's be cautious, shall we? At this point, he gulped and looked completely afraid. Jiang Ming patted Master Long's shoulder. Don't mind it. All this crumbling is just an illusion. The only way now is to wait for this place to go back to normal. Master Long could not believe it. He looked at Jiang Ming suspiciously. Lord Ning Kaichen, are you sure? Trust me, we'll be fine. Afraid that Master Long would not believe him, Jiang Ming repeated himself and patted Master Long's shoulder to comfort him. Seeing that Jiang Ming had said so, Master Long could not say anything else. He nodded and said, I believe you, Lord Ning Kaichen. After a while, just as Jiang Ming said, the movement in the 100-demon tower immediately stopped. Ayao was surprised. I thought you two would run away. I didn't expect you to still be here. Ayao laughed. If I didn't do that, I might not have been able to escape. But now that I've changed my mind, you might not be able to defeat me. At this point, Ayao's entire body erupted with purple light. She went straight for Jiang Ming's ear, obviously trying to deafen Jiang Ming. Master Long saw this and kicked Ayao. However, Yao quickly dodged and even mocked Master Long. Jiang Ming was originally motionless, but he suddenly teleported to Yao's side. Yao's eyes widened. She did not expect Jiang Ming to be so fast. She suddenly felt scared and looked at Jiang Ming to beg for mercy. Lord Ning. Kaichen, I was wrong. Please let me go. However, for Jiang Ming, Yao's begging was no longer enough to spare her. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Yao, why didn't you beg for mercy when I asked you to? Why did you have to wait until now to beg for mercy? No matter what, it's too late. Now. You should just surrender. As he spoke, Jiang Ming turned Yao around and gave her a hard spank, just like the punishment given by Master Long. Yao did not expect Jiang Ming to learn from Master Long. She immediately complained, I was wrong, I was wrong. Please forgive me. However, Jiang Ming did not listen to Yao at all. He had seen Yao's pained expression when Master Long spanked her. From the looks of it, spanking was indeed Yao's weakness. Jiang Ming also noticed Yao's actions and took a step back, not giving Yao a chance at all. Yao was about to bite Jiang Ming's arm, but she did not have time to stop. When she saw Jiang Ming take a step back, she fell forward, and her head fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. Yao could not help but hug her head and complain incessantly. My head, you have to replace my head. As she spoke, the head on her body fell off. She hugged her head and sobbed. However, her body could not shed tears. Only her head was shedding tears. Why are you still in such pain? Seeing Yao's expression, Master Long looked at her helplessly. He did not understand. Yao was so odd. She really did not know how to understand human relationships. Now that she was in such a state with Jiang Ming, what was the point of doing this? At this moment, the 100-demon tower began to shake again. This time, it was truly shocking. Jiang Ming could not care less about Yao. He glanced at Master Long. Master Long, we have to go. This is really crazy. Master Long was stunned for a moment and could not help but ask, Lord Ning. Kaichen, what's going on? I can't sense anything. Now is not the time to explain. Now is the time to leave. Jiang Ming frowned as he looked at the crumbling tower. He realized that things were not going to be as simple as they seemed. Yao also realized that the shock this time was not a small matter, and she could not help but panic. She wanted to follow Jiang Ming even if she had to die. She begged, Lord Ning Kaichen, please take me with you. Jiang Ming could not bear to abandon a demon like her here when he heard Yao's words. Yao, we can take you away, but you have to give us the mated sword. Otherwise, we won't take you away. She did not want Ning Kaichen and Master Long to get their hands on the sword. She had already enjoyed the life of lording over these demons. She could no longer return to the life where no one paid attention to her. I'll only give you 1 second. If you're still thinking about it, then we won't bring you along. Jiang Ming noticed Yao's hesitation and immediately gave her an ultimatum. He did not have much time for Yao to think. By the time Yao finished thinking, they would have already been buried in the 100-demon tower. Hearing this, Yao was really helpless. All right then. Then, she let out a long sigh and enlarged the sword in her hand. The mated sword was now in front of Jiang Ming, and it was emitting a golden light. Before Jiang Ming could react, it had already shrunk and entered Jiang Ming's pocket. Jiang Ming did not expect this and was a little surprised. Master Long's heart skipped a beat. It was not that he had never seen the mated sword before, but he had never seen the mated sword recognize its master. Moreover, he had never heard that the mated sword could recognize its own master. Today, he had witnessed it for himself. Yao instantly regretted taking out the mated sword. If she had known that the sword would recognize Ning Kaichen as its master, she would not have taken it out. She might as well be dead. After the mated sword recognized its master, the demons walked out one after another. The target of their worship became Jiang Ming. They started shouting, "Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the mated sword. You are now our new master." Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment before he understood. It turned out that only the master of the mated sword would be the master of these demons. No wonder these demons were so respectful to Yao. Even if Yao's attitude toward them was bad, and she even beat and scolded them, they would still obey her. Glancing at Yao, Jiang Ming shook his head. Then, he looked at the demons and said, "Now that the 100-demon tower is about to collapse, let's go out quickly." They were extremely fast. They finished it in less than a minute. Master Long and the other two were dumbfounded. Yao did not think that her demons would be so powerful, and she immediately regretted everything she had done. If she had known earlier, she would have just called these demons and not listened to Ning Kaichen. She really did not expect that she would make a mistake. However, it was useless for her to have regrets now. If the mated sword had not recognized Jiang Ming as its master, she could have taken it back. However, now that it had recognized him as its master, she could not take it back, nor could she force it to recognize her as its master. Thinking of this, Yao became angrier. However, she had no choice but to follow Jiang Ming and Master Long into the passage. Above the passage was a serene and peaceful countryside. There were many trees, and the air was filled with the smell of wild animals. Yao covered her nose. This aura was very strange. She did not want to lose her life because of this aura. Jiang Ming saw Yao's expression and comforted her. "Don't be afraid of this smell. It won't cause any harm to your body. It's just the smell left behind by animals." Hearing this, Yao suddenly felt very embarrassed. She coughed and said, "No. You don't have to tell me. I don't need you to tell me." Seeing Yao's ignorance and bad attitude, Master Long was speechless. "You don't have anything to use against us anymore. Moreover, we were the ones who saved you, and you're still like this. Do you really think that Ning Kaichen won't let these demons teach you a lesson?" As he said that, the demons seemed to understand and started to demonstrate their power to Yao. Yao took a step back in terror. She understood that it was not suitable for her to stay here at this moment, so she quickly said, "We'll meet again in the future. I'll be leaving first." Before Jiang Ming could say anything to Master Long, she had already left. Master Long shook his head. Yao was truly something else. "It's okay. Let her be. We were supposed to let her go, no matter what. We can't force her to stay. She's not very reliable." Jiang Ming saw the direction where Yao left and expressed his opinion. Master Long was the same as Jiang Ming. He looked at Jiang Ming and said, "Ning Kaichen, are you right? That's what I thought too. Otherwise, I would have stopped this parrot demon just now." At this point, Master Long could not help but feel dejected. he said. Helplessly, I originally thought that I could get something good from the 100 Demon Tower. In the end, I only got the mated sword. Obtaining the mated sword is also a good thing. Don't think like that. Jiang Ming comforted Master Long. Master Long nodded and felt that what Jiang Ming said made sense. Just as he was about to say something, a scream came from afar. Ah! 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 The voice was very sharp, but it also felt very familiar. Jiang Ming looked forward. It was undoubtedly Ah Yao. Ah Yao seemed to have encountered something terrifying. Her face was filled with panic, and her hands were trembling. Her legs were not idle at all, and she kept running. Master Long's expression turned serious. Lord Ning Kaichen, it's a phoenix. That's chasing the parrot demon. I'm afraid we won't be able to dodge it. Later. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge phoenix flew straight at Jiang Ming. And Master Long with huge flames burning all over its body. It's over, Ning Kaichen. The parrot spirit brought it back. It seems that we can't hide from the phoenix. The phoenix soon discovered them and seemed to want to capture Jiang Ming and Master Long. Jiang Ming saw through the phoenix's thoughts and smiled. He did not believe that the phoenix could still be lawless. He wanted to see how powerful the phoenix was. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming went up to look for the phoenix, but he was stopped by Master Long. Master Long widened his eyes and said to Jiang Ming in horror, Lord Ning Kaichen, what are you doing? I don't want you to die. He had failed to stop Ning Kaichen many times before. Thus, he hoped that he would be able to stop him this time. If he did not stop Ning Kaichen this time, Ning Kaichen could die. Although he had seen Ning Kaichen's skills, how could he always be the winner? Moreover, the phoenix was not something to be trifled with. It was uncertain when it would scratch them. Master Long decided to avoid the attack. However, Jiang Ming did not want to do what Master Long wanted. He immediately made a firm decision. No, I want to go over and fight the phoenix. As he spoke, Jiang Ming flew directly to the phoenix. When the phoenix saw Jiang Ming, it panicked a little at first, but later on, it became arrogant. How could a mere human defeat it? The phoenix moved forward and aimed its beak at Jiang Ming's heart. Jiang Ming turned around and kicked the phoenix. The phoenix did not expect Jiang Ming to take the initiative to attack. Half of the feathers on its wings fell off. The phoenix shrieked. Its entire body was covered in cold sweat. It looked as if it was about to lose half its life. Hearing this miserable and desperate shriek, Master Long and Ah Yao were stunned. This was the first time they had heard such a sound from the phoenix. It was rumored that if a phoenix made such a cry, it had to be in extreme pain. What kind of power did Ning Kaichen have to make the phoenix cry out like this? The phoenix regained its senses and immediately attacked Jiang Ming. It shouted and flapped its wings at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming turned around and kicked it again. This time, the phoenix began to roar loudly again. It was on the verge of breaking down. It felt its entire body burning up. There was no way to put out the fire. Jiang Ming returned to the ground and went to Master Long's side. Yao had already run to Master Long's side and was looking at the phoenix in horror. Yao suddenly spat out blood and fell to the ground. Yao, what's wrong? Master Long noticed Yao and walked up to her. Yao could not stand any longer. When she saw Master Long coming over, she collapsed beside him. Yao. Yao could not hear him at all and closed her eyes. Jiang Ming walked over curiously and asked, "What's wrong with Yao? Why did he fall down all of a sudden?" Unexpectedly, at this moment, Yao suddenly opened her eyes again. Her eyes were unfocused and she was very lifeless. Yao? Yao? Realizing that Yao's expression was very strange, Jiang Ming secretly prepared his silver needles and planned to treat Yao later. His sixth sense told him that Yao might have been controlled by something. Just as Jiang Ming thought, Yao instantly attacked Jiang Ming. She raised her hands, obviously wanting to kill Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was not someone to be trifled with. He directly inserted a silver needle into Yao's forehead. Yao felt as if something had changed, and she immediately regained her clarity. The moment she regained her clarity, she saw the phoenix snatching her body. She was shocked. The scene soon disappeared, leaving only Jiang Ming and Master Long. Seeing Jiang Ming and Master Long, Yao was a little timid. Then, she looked around. "Where's the phoenix? Where did it go? Let's go look for it." When he heard Yao mention the phoenix as soon as she woke up, Jiang Ming told Master Long about his guess. "Were you controlled by the phoenix? Is that why you lost consciousness?" Yao was confused. She asked, curiously, "Was I unconscious?" Upon hearing this, Master Long and Jiang Ming knew that Yao was controlled by the phoenix. When the phoenix saw that Yao had removed the power controlling her body, she immediately suffered from the backlash and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood fell to the ground, and the grass on the ground immediately turned red. The phoenix began to wail again. It was obvious that it was in despair. It began to cry like a little girl. That cry was unbearable for Jiang Ming and Master Long to hear. They were in despair. Jiang Ming and Master Long frowned and found it strange. Why is the phoenix's voice so sharp? At this moment, another phoenix came to Jiang Ming and Master Long's side. It was obvious that it was here to save the first phoenix. This phoenix clearly wanted to avenge the first phoenix. Jiang Ming felt helpless. He said to the phoenix, "It was your friend who wanted to attack us. Why can't we fight back?" Upon hearing Jiang Ming's words, the phoenix was unwilling to let the matter go and roared at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming saw that the phoenix's posture was not right. He took out a silver needle and pushed it into the phoenix's head. The phoenix could no longer make any sound and could only stammer. This made Master Long laugh. He could not help but find it odd. "This is the first time I've seen a phoenix like this. How did it become like this?" Jiang Ming explained, "I constricted its throat. So, it can only stammer. If it had gone overboard with us just now, I would have taken its life." Jiang Ming frowned. He did not like unreasonable people. Master Long could not help but tremble when he heard that. If he had not respected Ming Kaichen before, wouldn't he be dead already? At this moment, Zhu Asi's voice rang out, "Ming Kaichen, what are you doing here?" Jiang Ming and Master Long looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Why was Zhu Asi here? Wasn't he in the Long family's mansion? Had the others encountered some difficulties? Zhu Asi walked over and asked them again, "Why aren't you answering me? Why are you here? We came out through the White Demon Tower, so where did you come from? This shouldn't be a place that outsiders can enter, right?" Master Long answered. Zhu Asi's eyes widened. "This isn't a place outsiders can enter? Are you kidding me? The door has been opened, and anyone outside can come in." I came out to take a breath of fresh air. I didn't expect to see the two of you in the blink of an eye. Why didn't you tell me that you were here? Fortunately, I bumped into you. Otherwise, when I saw that you weren't inside the mansion, we would have had a hard time looking for you. Zhu Asi's words were slightly accusatory. Jiang Ming felt odd. Then do you know about the 100 Demon Tower? Zhu Asi was confused. What's the 100 Demon Tower? I don't know anything about it. Seeing that Zhu Asi did not know about the 100 Demon Tower, Master Long was relieved. Then, he glanced at Jiang Ming and lied, we were just walking around here. We didn't expect to bump into you. That's right. Zhu Asi thought for a moment and looked at Master Long. By the way, the pastries made in your kitchen are really delicious. Do you mind if I take your chef away? The Zhuyan Palace is in need of such a chef. Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Zhu Asi talking. Nonsense. How can we take their chef away? We still have a lot of places to go, so we can't bring the chef along. If you really want to bring the chef along, why don't you ask Master Long to send her to the Zhuyan Palace? That's right. Zhu Asi's eyes suddenly lit up. Why didn't I think of that? If Master Long is willing, then I will have to trouble Master Long. It's just a chef. Of course, it's okay. Master Long agreed without hesitation. At this time, the phoenix broke free from its shackles and rushed toward Jiang Ming's back, but Zhu Asi saw it. Zhu Asi rushed forward and grabbed the phoenix's throat. The vicious aura that the phoenix was about to unleash was restrained. You little brat, you still want to attack Ming Kaichen? Do you really think you're so great because you're a phoenix? Zhu Asi teased the phoenix. The phoenix did not want to be outdone. It wanted to peck Zhu Asi, but it could not compare to Zhu Asi's strength at all. It could only whine. Zhu Asi burst out laughing. What else can you do to me besides whining? At this moment, the other phoenix was unwilling to let its companion suffer such humiliation. It rushed over and wanted to save the phoenix with its life. However, Zhu Asi sensed it and turned around to dodge the phoenix's attack. At this moment, Jiang Ming also made his move. Just like Zhu Asi, he grabbed the other phoenix. Now that the two phoenixes had been captured, there was no one else who could save them. Now that we have succeeded, these two phoenixes can no longer hurt us. Zhu Asi put his hands on his waist and looked at the phoenix in front of him. The two phoenixes realized that they could not do anything and wailed. However, because Jiang Ming and Zhu Asi were holding their throats tightly, they could not say anything at all. They could only continue to whine. Suddenly, they decided to end their lives, but Zhu Asi and Jiang Ming saw through it. Zhu Asi was rendered speechless. I can't believe they want to end their lives. As he spoke, he quickly tightened his grip on one of the phoenix's throats, preventing it from biting its tongue to end its life. Jiang Ming did the same thing. My phoenix also wants to end its life. They seem to love each other a lot. Otherwise, why would they want to die together? Zhu Asi smiled faintly. Master Long burst into laughter. Isn't that so? Perhaps the phoenixes were a couple. However, the two phoenixes' attitudes became even more intense when Master Long spoke. It was as if they had already confirmed Master Long's words. Zhu Asi could not help but be surprised. Could they really be a couple? Jiang Ming glanced at the phoenix. Yes, they're a couple. They're a male and A female. Zhu Aci suddenly felt guilty and looked at Jiang Ming. Why don't we set these two phoenixes free? They might already have children. I didn't expect you to have such a side to you. Jiang Ming was a little surprised and glanced at Zhu Aci. He had always thought that Zhu Aci was cold-blooded and heartless, but it turned out that he was not. Zhu Aci seemed to understand Jiang Ming's thoughts and joked, "Do you think I'm cold-blooded and heartless? If that's the case, won't my life be over? Can such a person really live a good life?" "You're right, Zhu Aci. What you said makes sense." Master Long nodded. "I'm usually a little merciful if it's not absolutely necessary. However, I'm normally soft-hearted. I'll deal with the two phoenixes directly." The phoenixes had already understood the situation. They squeaked at Jiang Ming, obviously wanting him to let them go. Zhu Aci noticed the feathers and could not help but be surprised. "These feathers are quite rare. These two phoenixes actually dared to give you these feathers. It seems like they are really begging for mercy." Jiang Ming looked at the phoenixes and said seriously, "If I let the two of you go, will the two of you take revenge on us?" Zhu Aci was amused. "Ning Kaichen, what are you thinking about? How can these phoenixes understand your words?" However, Jiang Ming did not answer Zhu Aci's question at all. Instead, he continued to look at the phoenixes. The two phoenixes answered with a squeak. Jiang Ming looked at one of the phoenixes and said, "One of you is sincere, and the other is lying." The phoenixes were a little surprised. They wanted to flap their wings, but because of Jiang Ming's restraint, they could not. Zhu Aci was stunned by what he saw. He did not expect Jiang Ming to say this. He stuttered, "Ning Kaichen, can you talk to these demons?" Jiang Ming nodded and said, "Is there a problem? Doesn't talking to demons require a certain amount of mana?" Ah Yao said in shock as she took a few steps back. She was a little afraid. Was Ning Kaichen that terrifying? She had underestimated Ning Kaichen before. It seemed that she would have to find a safe place to escape later. "Does this require mana?" Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment and looked at Zhu Aci strangely. Zhu Aci suddenly felt that he had suffered a huge blow and forced a smile. After all this time, it turns out that we only need mana to communicate with demons. He let out a bitter laugh. Noticing Zhu Aci's expression, Jiang Ming patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't overthink. This should be a problem with your physique. When you reach a certain level, you will definitely be able to talk to demons." At this moment, the princess also walked over with a surprised look in her eyes. "I was just about to look for you, but I accidentally entered this place and found you. Why did you all come out?" Jiang Ming looked behind her. Almost everyone else had walked over. Master Long was even more surprised. "The two of us only wanted to come out for a while and go back immediately. Why did you guys come looking for us?" Madman Jr. replied, "We were afraid that something would happen to the two of you, so we came out for a while. There are many interesting things in the capital." Feng Yunche took out a piece of candy and handed it to Jiang Ming. "I found this candy. Come and have a taste. This candy is very delicious." Seeing how enthusiastic Feng Yunche was, Jiang Ming could not reject him. He took the candy and took a bite. "It's indeed not bad." When he heard that Jiang Ming liked it, Feng Yunche started babbling about food again. Only then did Jiang Ming realize that Feng Yunche was a glutton. He responded, "We'll discuss this later." We'll go back for now. As he spoke, Jiang Ming let the two phoenixes go and wanted to follow the others back. When they saw the phoenixes, the others were shocked. Why would phoenixes come to such a place? They probably wouldn't want to be in such a desolate place. You're wrong, Master Long explained. Recently, many places have been occupied by some people in the capital, so phoenixes can only go to this place. They fell silent. In the midst of the silence, an arrow pierced through the air. Before they could react, countless arrows were shot at them. The arrows were golden in color, but the arrowheads were black. Zhu Aci looked in the direction of the arrow. There was a man dressed in revealing clothes looking at them. His gaze was sharp, as if he wanted to kill them. Madman Jr. was furious. How dare you attack us? He rushed up and subdued the boorish man. The boorish man could not defeat him, so he kicked Madman Jr. in the crotch, wanting to annihilate him in one fell swoop. The boorish man cried out in pain. Taking advantage of this gap, Madman Jr. also discovered that there was still a rope in the basket on his back. He took out the rope and tied up the boorish man. The boorish man did not expect to be tied up by his own rope. He immediately gritted his teeth and spat at Madman Jr. His saliva was highly toxic. Anyone who touched it would die on the spot. Although Madman Jr. did not know who the person in front of him was, he was afraid that his saliva would be problematic, so he dodged it. That person did not expect Madman Jr. to dodge. He was instantly unhappy and shouted at Madman Jr. Why are you avoiding me? Do you think I'll eat you? Do you know who I am? He was irritated and unsettled. Let me go, you B******. Zhu Aci was so angry that he laughed. He had never been called a B**** in his life. Was there something wrong with this boorish man's brain? Then, he became angry again. He clenched his fists and aimed at the boorish man. Do you see my fist? Believe it or not, I'll crack open your head. Seeing this, the boorish man was not afraid at all. Instead, he wanted to rush forward and spit at him. His eyes narrowed. You look like a weakling. Zhu Aci dodged the saliva and was angered by the boorish man. He released a stream of spiritual energy from his hand and stuffed it into the mouth of the boorish man. Ah! What did you stuff in my mouth? The boorish man became angry. Zhu Aci rolled his eyes. Did you finally get a taste of your own medicine? You kept spitting at us, because we were too good to you. Amazing. Master Long could not help but praise him from the side, his eyes sparkling. He had long disliked this boorish man. Now that this boorish man had been subdued, he felt at ease. You bunch of filth. The boorish man tried to spit at the crowd, but he could not. Instead, he was slapped by Madman Sr. Watch your mouth. Don't you know who the person in front of you is? We don't care who you are. If you dare to be disrespectful to us again, it won't be just a slap. At this moment, the boorish man's mouth suddenly tilted, and he laughed sinisterly. It was as if his entire body was possessed by something. Finally, he let out a heavy cough and looked at everyone. I'm the Immortal Venerable. You all have to listen to me. Otherwise, you'll die. Hearing such arrogant words, everyone except Jiang Ming scoffed. It was not that they did not know about the Immortal Venerable, but why would he appear in such a place? At this moment, colorful snakes appeared on the boorish man's body. Everyone was shocked and retreated one after another. The snakes hissed, and their bodies were surrounded by colorful spiritual energy. Zhu Aci recognized it at a glance and said in surprise, "These snakes seem to be the snakes beside the immortal venerable. Could this person really be the immortal venerable?" At this moment, Madman Senior also said, "I heard that the immortal venerable often depends on others. Perhaps this boorish man is really the immortal venerable." Madman Jr. pondered for a moment and looked at everyone. "Why don't we ask him a few questions? We all know the immortal venerable anyway. If he can't answer, then he's not the immortal venerable." "I'll do it. I've been in contact with the immortal venerable for a while," the princess said. "I also know some of his private affairs." Zhu Aci was stunned. "Are you serious? The immortal venerable isn't an ordinary person. He has a very strange temper. How can you know him? You might not believe me, but my father found the immortal venerable. Rumor has it that although the immortal venerable has a bad temper, he treats my father very well. Don't worry about these things. The most important thing now is to solve this problem," Jiang Ming interjected. At this moment, Madman Jr. looked thoughtfully at the boorish man in front of him who seemed to be delirious. He suddenly thought of something and suggested, "I think this boorish man is very strange. Why don't we ignore him and just leave?" Master Long felt that his words made sense, so he added, "I think so too. Let's go. We don't have to care if this boorish man is the immortal venerable." Zhuanen's expression changed. "I heard that if we don't respect the immortal venerable, something terrible will happen. Are we really going to leave now?" "Zhuanen, that's just nonsense. Don't continue thinking about it." Jiang Ming thought for a moment and agreed with Master Long and Madman Jr. Then, he turned around and planned to leave. Master Long and Madman Jr., who had originally proposed to leave, also stepped forward and planned to leave with Jiang Ming. Seeing that Jiang Ming had already stepped forward, the others did not say anything else. They immediately followed him. However, the boorish man was unwilling to let it go. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, he directly released his spiritual energy. Everyone felt their entire bodies tremble. Then, they realized that the ground was trembling. It was obvious who had done all this. It was this boorish man. Zhu Aci started to worry and felt a little strange. How could this boorish man use such spiritual energy? Was this boorish man really the immortal venerable? If it was the immortal venerable, then according to what Zhuanen said, wouldn't they all be punished? At this moment, the boorish man spoke again. This time, his eyes were extremely red. He glared at the person in front of him. He clenched the ropes tightly and tore them apart. "You bunch of ignorant fools, how dare you sully me, the immortal venerable? I'll let you taste the pain of your foolishness." As he spoke, spiritual Y erupted from his entire body. Everyone was trapped in their own memories. Other people's memories were colorful, but when it came to Jiang Ming, his memories were blank. This blank memory caused him to be in a blank space. Jiang Ming looked around and a mirror suddenly appeared in front of him. In front of the mirror was a person who looked exactly like Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming smiled at the mirror, and the person in the mirror also smiled at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming made an unhappy expression, and the person in the mirror also made an unhappy expression at Jiang Ming. It could not be just a mirror. It was probably some other spell. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and immediately turned around to face the mirror. He deliberately looked innocent and nonchalant as he looked around. Just as Jiang Ming looked to the side, another person who looked exactly like Jiang Ming suddenly appeared in the mirror. At this time, Jiang Ming also found a physical person in the mirror, and it was exactly the same as him. The physical person waved his fists, wanting to sneak attack Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming also noticed him. He turned around and struck the fatal spot of the physical person. The physical person did not expect Jiang Ming to notice him and immediately cried out in pain. Jiang Ming also felt intense pain. He immediately understood the function of this mirror. I see how it is. Is this how you want to control me? Jiang Ming raised his hand and hammered it in front of the mirror. The mirror shattered immediately, and the illusion that Jiang Ming had fallen into was broken. He returned to his original place. Looking around, he saw the princess, Madman Senior, Madman Junior, Zhu Aci, Zhuanan, Feng Yunche, and Master Long lying on the ground. They were obviously still trapped in the illusion. Master Long did not know what had happened, but he started crying. His eyes were filled with tears, and he looked pitiful. Zhu Anan's face was wrinkled. It was obvious that she had encountered a very troublesome matter. Madman Senior and Madman Junior both had pained expressions. It was obvious that they were already trapped in the illusion and could not extricate themselves. On the other hand, Feng Yan's mood was very calm, but his forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was obvious that he was not in a good state. Zhu Aci's actions were the funniest. He raised one hand and twisted the other, as if he was going to fight. I didn't expect you to wake up so soon. At this moment, a rough voice came from the boorish man's side. Jiang Ming's heart thumped as he looked at the boorish man in front of him. Now, he was sure that this boorish man was the immortal venerable. If it was just an ordinary man, he would definitely not have such a spell that could trap people in illusions. Why did you trap us here? We just thought you weren't the immortal venerable. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ming felt that the immortal venerable was unreasonable and began to question him aggressively. This question enraged the immortal venerable. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Why can't you recognize me? Don't you know my status? You're still so condescending. Are you the immortal venerable from hundreds of years ago? I haven't even heard of your name, so don't take advantage of your status." Jiang Ming could not stand the immortal venerable. This infuriated the immortal venerable even more. He had never been spoken to that way before. He was always held in high regard. Ning Caichen's words were a complete insult to him. "Ning Caichen, you will be punished," he roared at Jiang Ming. When Jiang Ming heard this, he felt that the immortal venerable in front of him was unreasonable. He stepped forward and kicked him. Since the immortal venerable was so arrogant, he would teach him some manners. It did not matter if the immortal venerable was an old man. He needed to learn some manners. After being kicked by Jiang Ming, the boorish man immediately foamed at the mouth. The immortal venerable's soul was kicked away, leaving only the boorish man. The boorish man was stunned. He looked around and then looked carefully. When he realized that he had escaped from the immortal venerable's control, his mood immediately lightened up. That immortal venerable had trapped him for thousands of years, and he had been unable to continue cultivating. Now, he could finally continue cultivating. When he saw Jiang Ming, he cried tears of joy and looked at Jiang Ming as if he was a treasure. "My savior." Jiang Ming was shocked when he heard that the boorish man had changed his attitude. However, He was still afraid that the boorish man was acting, so he quickly asked, "Do you still remember what happened just now?" The boorish man nodded. "Although the immortal venerable trapped me and prevented me from cultivating, I can see his actions and your attitude toward him." Speaking of this, the boorish man was dumbfounded. The immortal venerable was unreasonable and cruel. He even denied me my basic dignity. How evil. Oh right, my name is Ning Shueja. My name is similar to yours. We can be considered like-minded. Zhu Aci and the others slowly woke up. The immortal venerable was kicked out by Jiang Ming, and he could not control Zhu Aci and the others anymore. Zhu Aci had just woken up, and he still felt a sharp pain in his head. He immediately covered his head and shouted in despair, "This memory will haunt me for the rest of my life. I actually saw my dead master. He chased me all the way with a wooden ruler and said that I didn't study hard. He wanted to hit me. I'm so glad I don't have a master anymore." Listening to Zhu Aci's nagging, Jiang Ming took another look at Ning Shueja. And he could not help but nod. He and Zhu Aci might become very good friends. Zhuanan could not help but complain, "Mine was even more bizarre. I saw someone who looked exactly like me. I asked her who she was, and this woman who looked like me kept asking herself who she was. My head was about to hurt from her prank, but this woman kept talking and didn't notice me at all." As she spoke, Zhuanan acted like she was dying. She looked very funny. Madman Senior laughed at Zhuanan. He quickly said, "I was the same. You have no idea how annoyed I was at that time. The problem is that he was bald. Isn't that essentially a curse?" Madman Jr. was amused by Madman Senior's expression. He comforted Madman Senior. These illusions were created by the immortal venerable. So, this was the consequence of disrespecting him. It seems that I have to be careful in the future. There's no need to be careful with your words and actions. I kicked that old man out, Jiang Ming said slowly. He introduced Ning Shueja to everyone. This is Ning Shueja. He was possessed by the immortal venerable before, so that's why he acted like that. Please don't be mad at him. He was being controlled by the immortal venerable. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, everyone's attention was focused on him. Zhu Aci could not help but ask, "How did you kick that immortal venerable away?" The immortal venerable's power is not something that ordinary people can compare to, and he seems to have accumulated a lot of power. Madman Senior began to speak, "I know that too. He also ate many thousand-year-old snow lotuses and pills, so he could live forever. He can also use different kinds of mana everywhere. He can't be kicked out with a single kick." The princess also expressed her opinion at this time. "Although I only stayed with the immortal venerable for a short period of time, I still have a lot to say. The moment I got close to him, he gave me a very strong sense of oppression. It was so oppressive that I felt like I was about to suffocate to death. How could you just kick him away?" Their gazes then landed on Ning Shueja as they said respectfully, "Immortal venerable, it's all our fault. Please let us go. We didn't mean to offend you. This was all an accident." The princess also added, "Do you still remember that I chatted with you before? My father is friends with you. For the sake of this friendship, don't let us go through this again." Ning Shueja smiled bitterly. "I'm really not the immortal venerable. The Immortal Venerable was really kicked away by Ning Kaichen. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at the 5 colored snakes on my body. They've already lost their light and should be dead. Yes, I didn't think about the 5 colored snakes just now, Jiang Ming said. And then looked at the 5 colored snakes with everyone. Just as Ning Shuezha had said, the 5 colored snakes had indeed lost their light and were already dead. In order to see if the snakes were faking their death, Zhu Aci even touched the snakes, but they all fell off. Not only that, but as Ning Shuezha moved his wrist, the 5 colored snakes also fell down. In order to prevent the crowd from disbelieving him, Ning Shuezha stepped on the snake. Stepping on a live snake was a huge taboo. You should know by now, right? Seeing that Ning Shuezha had made such a sacrifice, they could not say anything more to Ning Shuezha. Zhu Aci greeted Ning Shuezha. Ning Shuezha, I'm Zhu Aci, the top prodigy of Zhuyan Palace. I don't know if you know anyone else here, so let them introduce themselves. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and could not help but ask, Ning Shuezha, what did you do? How can you live for so long? Don't you still need other people's primordial spirits to increase your lifespan? Ning Shuezha was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. I'm actually a turtle spirit from the deep mountains. I've been traveling across the world of immortal cultivation and don't care much about it. I know some of your secrets, but I don't care about them. At this point, Ning Shuezha started to get angry, but I didn't expect to be controlled by that immortal venerable. Otherwise, I would still be able to travel around leisurely and happily. Jiang Ming consoled him. You can go out and travel happily now. I don't know where that immortal venerable has been kicked to. He probably won't come looking for you again. After all, you're familiar with us. If this immortal venerable still controls you, I can still help you kick him out. Ning Shuezha laughed out loud. There's no need for that. That immortal venerable only has a soul left. His body has already disappeared. There aren't many days left. If his soul doesn't find a suitable body in 2 days, he will die completely. Hearing this, Zhuanan could not help but be curious. How does that immortal venerable only have his soul left? Where did his body go? Ning Shuezha stroked his non-existent beard and said thoughtfully, his body was taken away by the Alliance, and he was killed by the Alliance. In the end, the immortal venerable is just a figurehead. He actually did a lot of bad things. However, people praised him as if he had done a lot of good things. Because of this, he became a person respected by everyone. As for the title of Immortal Venerable, he gave it to himself. In the end, it's a farce. Zhu Aci suddenly felt a blow to his body and mind. I've always respected the Immortal Venerable. I didn't expect him to be a bad person. Ning Shuezha looked at Zhu Aci sympathetically. You've seen too little. The Immortal Venerable is just a gimmick position. To tell you the truth, I've personally learned about the things their sect has done before. They're all awful things like murder and arson. Their money is also stolen or obtained by scamming other sections. If that's the case, then why is the sect of the Immortal Venerable still so popular? Madman Jr. could not help but ask some questions. He did not hear anything about the Immortal Venerable's evil deeds. He only heard good things about the Immortal Venerable. Was Ning Shuezha really telling the truth? At this moment, Ning Shuezha looked at Madman Jr. helplessly. Think about it. If a person treated you very well, wouldn't you be very happy? If you gave them something in return? The sect of the Immortal Venerable used these methods. I hated these methods the most. In the end, I didn't expect to be controlled by the Immortal Venerable. I even suspect that he knew that I was scolding him behind his back, so he treated me like this. Ning Xuezhe said indignantly. His entire body was about to explode from anger. The Immortal Venerable had used his body to do many evil things. He was anxious and saw everything, but he had no way to stop it. If Ning Kai had not kicked the Immortal Venerable out, he would still be suffering. Thinking of this, Ning Xuezhe could not help but kneel down in front of Jiang Ming. Seeing Ning Xuezhe bow so deeply, Jiang Ming felt a little embarrassed and quickly went forward to help Ning Xuezhe up. Jiang Ming sighed. He had met so many people, but they all knelt down to express their gratitude. Kneeling down had become a gesture of gratitude. You can't say that. Although our names are similar, no matter what, you don't have any responsibility to save me. This is the flute that summons me. If you encounter any difficulties, blow this flute. No matter where I am, I will come and save you. After thinking for a moment, Ning Xuezhe took out a green flute from his pocket, stood up, and placed it in Jiang Ming's hand. Jiang Ming did not want to accept it at first, but Ning Xuezhe was very determined. He directly stuffed it into Jiang Ming's hands, without saying a word. If you don't accept it, I'll kill myself right here. Seeing that Ning Xuezhe had already said so, Jiang Ming could not say anything more and could only accept it. At this moment, everyone had become motionless. They could clearly see the flute in front of them. They recognized this flute. It was the thousand-sound flute. However, this flute had already been lost. How did Ning Xuezhe obtain the thousand-sound flute? Seeing that everyone seemed to be frozen, Jiang Ming could not help but ask. What's wrong with you guys? Seeing that everyone still had not come back to their senses, Jiang Ming repeated, what happened? Why are you all in a daze? Could it be that you've been hit by some evil technique again? Or was it the aftermath of not breaking the illusion just now? Zhu Aci finally reacted and stuttered. He pointed at the flute in Jiang Ming's hand and still couldn't speak clearly. How did you obtain this flute? Originally, he wanted to ask Ning Xuezhe, but because he was too surprised, he asked the wrong person. Ning Xuezhe smiled slightly, the thousand-sound flute was made by me. It was considered rare because I'm too lazy to make more, but I still have one here. Did you do it? Zhu Aci stuttered again. He did not even know if he should look at Ning Xuezhe. Ning Xuezhe seemed so powerful. It was said that producing the thousand-sound flute was extremely difficult. Up until now, no one had been able to reproduce it. Despite that, Ning Xuezhe had actually made it. Zhu Anan stuttered once again. Are you the creator of the thousand-sound flute? Before Ning Xuezhe could answer, Madman Jr. rushed to answer, impossible. The creator of the thousand-sound flute has already died. Madman Sr. paused. Wasn't that just a rumor? Could it be true? That's right. Someone saw it with his own eyes. Madman Jr. said very seriously. Madman Sr. shook his head and looked at Madman Jr. They were wrong. The rumors are ridiculous. You can't just think that everything is true. Ning Xuezhe did not know whether to laugh or cry. Let me explain. I'm the creator of the thousand-sound flute. That's why I know how to reproduce and play the 1,000-sound flute. Madman Senior coughed, and then his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. I did not expect it to really be you. What's with the rumor about the creator of the 1,000-sound flute dying? Zhuanan also said in shock, people are so malicious. They really just want you dead. Yeah. Zhu ACI patted Zhuanan's shoulder. Don't get too upset. You have to calm down. Zhuanan nodded thoughtfully. All right. Everyone, please gather around me. There are tea and snacks here. Our master has invited you over. At this moment, an old man appeared with a smile. He was wearing the robes of an immortal and holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. It was obvious that he came with ill intentions. Were you invited by the immortal venerable? Feng Yunche stood straight and looked at the others, signaling them to look at the newcomer. The others stood up and looked at the immortal. No, but I'm a friend of the immortal venerable. The old man chuckled and looked at the crowd. Lightning was faintly being emitted from his hand. Zhu ACI and the others smelled something burning. Looking down, the grass was charred. Zhu ACI frowned. It was obvious that the person in front of them was threatening them. Why did the immortal venerable keep harassing them? Previously, they could have made peace with the immortal venerable. However, the immortal venerable did not want that. He wanted to keep hurting them. Zhu ACI understood. Zhuanan and Zhu ACI had the same thoughts. They had only respected the immortal venerable before due to his seniority. However, the immortal venerable was relentless and had even sent someone to continue harassing them. The immortal venerable was the one in the wrong, but he kept trying to hurt them. This kind of person could not be respected. Looking at the old man in front of him, Madman Senior shouted, "What if we don't go with you? Do you think we'll be afraid of mere lightning?" Madman Jr. started to speak. There was a slight sneer on his lips. The people in the black prison are not afraid of anything. Why would we be afraid of you, old fool? You're just a kid from the black prison. Do you really think you're that powerful? The old man snorted. He was clearly expressing his displeasure. Madman Jr. was not to be trifled with. He snarled and looked at the old man in front of him with disdain. If you continue to treat me like this, I'll make you suffer. The old man laughed out loud. What a joke. I'm a 1,000-year-old ancestor who was born in the world of immortal cultivation. Do you think you're that powerful? Don't think too highly of yourself. These words infuriated Madman Jr. Madman Jr. glared and rushed forward. He was waving his fist. He wanted to punch the old man. Although the old man looked to be over 50 years old, his body was very agile, and he dodged to the side. After dodging, the old man stretched out his hand and hit Madman Jr. A golden palm flew toward Madman Jr. Madman Jr. did not expect this old man to know this move. His entire body emitted a purple light to block. The old man stepped forward and pushed Madman Jr. over. Madman Jr. did not expect this old man to have such a trick up his sleeve. His body instantly flew toward the golden light in front of him. Seeing that the situation was not right, Madman Sr. hurriedly went forward, intending to help Madman Jr. block the attack. In the end, he was stopped by Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming could see that the place where the golden light shone would burn, so he used a water technique to block it. The water surged toward the golden light and instantly extinguished it. The old man did not expect his spell to be broken. His face turned pale, and Golden light shot out from his hand again. This time, the golden light could drown people. However, with a snap of Jiang Ming's fingers, the golden light in front of him was frozen into ice. The old man held his breath again and finally transformed into a huge demon. The demon roared at Jiang Ming and the others, and blood spurted out of its mouth. It was putrid. Zhu Aci was so disgusted that he almost threw up. The others also felt disgusted and wanted to escape. The old man was smug. He planned to launch a sneak attack. Jiang Ming had lost his patience. He had been worried that the old man might use some powerful techniques. But it turned out he was just disgusting. Thinking of this, a huge light appeared in his hand and surrounded the old man. The old man only felt that his entire body seemed to be wrapped in something. He began to struggle against the barrier that had wrapped around him with all his might. "What have you done to me?" The old man was furious, but he could not break free at all. Madman Jr. knew about Jiang Ming's spell, and he immediately became smug. He knew very well that it was impossible for the old man to break free. It was simply wishful thinking to break free. Jiang Ming did not answer. He just looked at the old man in front of him and let him struggle. The old man struggled with all his might. When he realized that Jiang Ming was not talking, he instantly became furious, but he did not know what to do. He suddenly became restless. Hey! Hurry up and tell me what you're doing." The old man had no patience at all. He kept releasing spiritual energy from his hands. However, the spiritual energy spread to the surroundings and caused the old man to suffer a terrible backlash. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. Not long after, he started to cough out more blood. He was dizzy and almost fell to his knees. Seeing this, Madman Jr. was extremely satisfied and cheered in his heart. "Ning Kaichen, this move of yours is amazing. I really admire you. Following you is the best decision I've made in my life." Madman Jr. could not help but give Jiang Ming a thumbs up. When the old man saw this, he started cursing. "Do you know how many people you've offended by messing with me like this? Let me tell you, other than the Immortal Venerable and my master, there are still 2 other holy masters. The 4 holy masters are not people you can afford to offend. These 4 holy masters are indeed very troublesome to deal with." Hearing the old man's words, Madman Sr. began to worry. He looked at Madman Jr. beside him. The old man suddenly started to scream, "Let me out quickly. I'm running out of patience. If you don't let me out, I'll immediately gather the 4 families. At that time, I'll make all of you suffer." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming could not take it anymore. He released some itching powder from his hand and threw it at the old man in the entrapment. The old man immediately felt an unbearable itching all over his body. His hands kept scratching his entire body until bloody gashes began to form. The old man felt like he was about to die. He cursed at Jiang Ming and the others. "Who do you think you are? In the end, the 4 holy masters will still kill you." As he spoke, he was extremely itchy. He took off his clothes and wrapped his entire body with spiritual energy. However, it was useless. In fact, it also made his entire body itch even more. Looking at the old man's miserable appearance, Jiang Ming was delighted. He was also a little worried about the 4 holy masters that the old man had mentioned. However, they had all made a move on the old man. No matter what, he would report it to the 4 holy masters. When that happened, the four holy masters would still come looking for them. They might as well let this old man suffer now. Let him stay here. Let's go. Jiang Ming looked at the old man in front of him and decided to turn around and leave. His stomach rumbled. He was a little hungry. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Feng Yunche was confused. Lord Ning Kaichen, this old man is being let off too easy. Why don't we exterminate his entire family? In his opinion, they needed to be more ruthless. Jiang Ming smiled. Just do as I say. There's no need to do too much. He did not want to let the old man off easy, but compared to the despair of exterminating his family, the fear and pain of living in such an entrapment was even more terrifying. Yes. Feng Yunche put down his confusion and replied seriously. Lord Ning Saichen's words were in order to be absolutely obeyed. Why don't we go to Master Feng's place for dinner? Master Long suggested. When he heard Jiang Ming's rumbling stomach. When they heard Master Long mention Master Feng, everyone looked at him in confusion. Jiang Ming vaguely felt that Master Long and Master Feng were secretly colluding with each other. Master Long realized that his tone was a little off. He coughed and said, I've already made up with Master Feng. Don't worry, we're now lovers. At the end of his sentence, he lowered his gaze. He looked very bashful. Huh? Everyone could not help but be surprised. Master Long was actually in a relationship with Master Feng? Weren't they making a scene earlier? Jiang Ming sighed. Everyone quickly accepted this reality and went to Master Feng's place to eat. When the old man saw that those people were ignoring him, he immediately shouted, Come back quickly. Don't ignore me. You can't be like this. Come back quickly. However, everyone seemed to not have heard what he said. They kept talking and laughing. Soon, they arrived at Master Feng's house. At this time, Master Feng had already prepared lunch. It was as if he had completely forgotten their previous grudges. Master Long sat down. His eyes were focused on Master Feng, and he did not even look at the food. He was grinning from ear to ear. You're so beautiful. Even without makeup. Hurry up and eat. Stop looking at me. Master Feng's face was flushed red from being stared at. He was embarrassed and placed the cutlery in Master Long's hand in a panic. Okay. I'll eat. Master Long stroked Master Feng's hair and then turned his gaze to the food in front of him. The food was very nutritious, and Master Feng sat down as well. Master Long placed the meat into Master Feng's bowl. You need to nourish yourself. You're too skinny. You need to rest. I know, Master Long. Master Feng picked up his cutlery. His heart was warmed. He liked the days he spent with Master Long. He hoped that it would continue to be so peaceful in the future. Despite the sweetness, he was hesitant. The cutlery in her hand stopped in her hand, and her eyes were lifeless. He did not want to stay at home and be idle. He wanted to go out and do something, but he did not know how to tell Master Long. Seeing that Master Feng was obviously troubled, Master Long asked with concern, What's wrong? This couple is very loving. Seeing that the Long and Feng family heads did not care about their existence at all, Jiang Ming coughed. It sounded like the couple was going to argue. This was not good. Nobody wanted to hear that. The princess saw through Jiang Ming's thoughts and took the initiative to start a topic. We haven't gone to the Murong family mansion in northern Yin. Yet. Let's go there after dinner. At the mention of the Murong family, everyone's expression turned serious. Master Murong was not someone who could be easily defeated. This time, the letter of challenge came in an aggressive manner. And it caught them off guard. Zhu Aci pondered for a while and said, if we all go together, how can Master Murong hurt us? The forces behind us are not for nothing. Even without the forces behind us, just all of us together are quite strong. Aren't we thinking too highly of Master Murong? Feng Yunche said. That's true. Master Murong has lost a portion of his mana in recent years. I don't know how strong his real mana is now, but it's still declining. Madman Senior began to express his opinion. Master Long said enthusiastically, I'll go with you. I want to see what Master Murong can do to us. I don't think he can do anything to us. Master Feng also said, why don't I go with you? No need. We have enough people. Let's eat quickly. We'll be ready to go later. Master Long began to eat in big mouthfuls, blocked by the servants. After the meal, Jiang Ming and the rest came to the door of Master Murong's mansion. There were 2 servants in plain clothes in front of Master Murong's mansion. When he saw Jiang Ming and the others, one of the servants said disdainfully, where are you commoners from? If there's nothing else, hurry up and leave. Don't delay us, Master Murong has no time to meet you commoners. Jiang Ming grinned and said somewhat exasperatedly, we are guests invited by Master Murong. The other servant glanced at Jiang Ming's attire and chased them away. Stop talking nonsense. With your looks, how can you be the guests of Master Murong? I think you are here to embarrass Master Murong. It is because of you people that so many beggars come to look for Master Murong. Are you calling us beggars? Madman Jr. was so angry that he laughed. Zhu Aci was even more dumbfounded. I'm the top prodigy of the Zhuyan Palace. Yet you call me a beggar? Do you want my father to come over and give you a piece of his mind? When my father finds you, you're all going to start praying for your lives. The 2 servants laughed out loud. Everyone knows how to talk big, including us. You should go back home and cry to your mother. His words completely angered Zhu Aci. He stepped forward and slapped him using his mana. The servant's face was buzzing from the slap, and he was trembling. The servant immediately realized that he was not in the right. However, he was already beaten badly, and he felt indignant about it. He immediately straightened his back and said, I am the subordinate of Master Murong. Even if you are the top prodigy of the Zhuyan Palace, you still have to be polite to me when you see me. Hearing this, Zhu Aci was flabbergasted. He wanted badly to slap the servant with his other hand, and he laughed sinisterly. I think you've gotten brain damage from my slap. Why don't I give you another slap? The servant's face was already red and swollen from the slap. It was obvious that it was swollen beyond recognition. Seeing that Zhu Aci was about to slap him again, the servant took a step back in panic and threatened him, don't you dare touch me. If you do, Master Murong will help me. He cares about his servants the most. I don't care what you do. Zhu Aci rolled his eyes. He was indeed a little afraid of Master Murong, but it was not up to Murong's servants to humiliate him. Given his status, would Master Murong turn against him because of a servant? However, now that Master Murong had the intention to attack Ming Kaichen, they could be considered enemies. Seeing Zhu Aci rolling his eyes, the servant became angry. He was flabbergasted as he said to Zhu Aci, "What kind of attitude is this? You claim to be the top prodigy of the Zhuyan Palace, but I don't think you're anything special. How can the top prodigy have such an awful attitude?" Zhu Aci was instantly enraged. He wanted to go forward and hit the servant. But Jiang Ming stopped him and said, "We just want to see Master Morong. Go in and tell him. Why are you arguing with us outside?" The servant acted shamelessly. "I won't report it. What can you do to me? Master Morong is busy. I've already said that he doesn't have the time to see you." The other servant also followed up, as expected, "The poorer a person is, the more arrogant and despotic he becomes. It makes me feel disgusted. Hurry up and leave. Don't sully our eyes here." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming could not help but glance at Zhu Aci. Zhu Aci understood what Jiang Ming meant. He went forward and slapped the other servant, then slapped the servant whose face was already swollen. This time, the faces of the two servants were extremely swollen. They looked like pigs. The two servants were able to endure the pain and did not shout out, but it seemed that they were at their limit. One of the servants could not accept it at all. He went forward like Zhu Aci and wanted to slap Zhu Aci, but Jiang Ming grabbed his arm. He gripped his arm tightly and turned it around. The bones and tendons inside snapped. The servant immediately began to howl in pain. This sound completely alarmed the people in the residence. Immediately, a group of servants came out of the manor with sticks in their hands. Looking at the wailing servant, they immediately became vigilant and asked, "Who's breaking in?" Madman Senior frowned when he heard them say that. Why were the people here so afraid that some people would break in? They sounded like they would be in trouble if anyone broke in. Jiang Ming was amused by this group of people. He looked at the people in front of him and asked, curiously, "Why are there so many of you here?" "We are only here to visit Master Morong." The servant became alert. "What are your names? Tell me everything. Otherwise, I won't let you see Master Morong." Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. Seeing how troublesome Master Morong was, he was annoyed. The man had even personally written a letter of challenge to them. "This is Lord Ming Kaichen. You can go in and report that to Master Morong," Madman Senior said leisurely. The princess was already tired from standing. She kept fanning herself. The weather was still a little hot, and she felt that her entire body was about to explode. Feng Yinche also did not want to say anything. He hated this kind of hot weather the most. The servant shook his head and said, "Our master doesn't know any Ning Kaichen. You should go back. Don't disturb Master Morong's rest." Jiang Ming was flabbergasted. They had been waiting here for a long time, yet this servant still wanted to chase them away. Thinking of this, he made a decision. He looked at everyone and led them into the mansion. The servants in the mansion immediately panicked and quickly retreated. They held their sticks tightly in their hands. Obviously, they did not dare to move forward to touch Jiang Ming and the others. They only held their sticks tightly. Jiang Ming found it funny. These people were really good at bluffing. They were threatening them earlier, but now, they were terrified. Feng Yinche moved closer to these people and sneered, "Didn't you want to beat us up just now? Why are you suddenly afraid of us now?" The servants took a step back, and Feng Yinche's smile grew wider. This group of people should be punished. At this moment, Master Morong's voice rang out from behind. What are you all doing? Don't block the guests, hurry back. Hearing Master Morong's voice, the servants retreated. As the servants made way for them, Master Morong noticed Jiang Ming and the others. He smiled and waved his folding fan. At this moment, Morong Quan appeared in front of everyone. However, he was limping. It looked rather funny. It's all your fault. You crippled my leg. Morong Quan looked aggrieved as he glared at Jiang Ming. He wished he could kill Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was a little confused. He did not cripple Morong Quan. How did Morong Quan become crippled? Prince Liang, why are you here? Master Long was stunned for a moment and looked at Morong Quan suspiciously. However, Morong Quan laughed. I am a subordinate of Master Morong. My name is Morong Quan. Amazing. You were really good at acting like a royal. I thought you were an upstanding young man, but in the end, you're just someone else's pawn. Master Long was disgusted by his shamelessness and looked at Morong Quan. Jiang Ming knew, but he did not show any emotion. He looked at Morong Quan coldly and said, Morong Quan, don't lie. We didn't do such a thing. Morong Quan continued to be stubborn. It was you who did it. Don't deny it. Master Morong, you have to stand up for me. Ning Saichen's attitude is so bad. We can't just let him be. Right at this moment, a fiery light rushed toward them. Master Morong's face turned cold. He jumped up and caught the fiery light with one hand. The fire was extinguished. Master Morong was holding a crying child in his arms. What was going on? It was so strange. Jiang Ming looked thoughtfully at Master Morong. Master Morong was quite impressive to be able to get a child out of thin air. Master Morong's face darkened instantly. He walked to Jiang Ming and said, Ning Kaichen, you have to raise this child. Jiang Ming snorted. Why? You're the one who attracted this child. Zhu Aci found it funny and stepped forward to stop him. Master Morong, what nonsense are you talking about? Why should Ning Kaichen raise your child for you? This is clearly the child you brought in. Madman Senior could not help but laugh. This is the first time I've seen something so funny. Was this child sent by the fire god? Zhu Anan was curious. This child fell from the sky. Who sent him? The child suddenly burst into tears. Master Morong's face darkened even more. He kept waving his hands, trying to comfort the child. As a result, the more Master Morong shook, the more the child cried. Master Morong was annoyed and wanted to give the child to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming did not even raise his hand to take it. So, he let go of the child. Seeing that the child was about to fall, Jiang Ming caught the child and was a little unhappy. Master Morong, you have to take responsibility for the child you brought here. You can't throw it to others. Master Morong was dumbfounded. You brought this child here. The magnetic field around you is strong. It attracted this child here. This place is the center of the Demon Children's Association. If there are people with strong mana, the demons will throw their children onto the bodies of the people with strong mana. How is it my fault that my mana is so strong? Jiang Ming looked innocent. This? Master Morong felt awkward. He scratched his head, but the child is here, and it's because of you. You should be the one responsible for it. It's all your fault. Don't blame me for it. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and forced the child back into Master Morong's hands. Master Morong hugged the child tightly, feeling frustrated. I already have a lot of children here, I can't have another one. Here you go. As he spoke, he gave the child to Jiang Ming. How would I have time to take care of a child? What are you thinking? Jiang Ming handed the child back to Master Morong. I don't have time either, okay? Can't you see how busy I am? Master Morong was persistent and gave the child back to Jiang Ming. Seeing the two of them arguing over the child, Zhu Aci and the others were dumbfounded. They did not expect that two people who were supposed to be mortal enemies would actually fight over a child. Shouldn't the two be fighting to the death right now? Why would they fight over a child? After fighting for a while, the child finally returned to Master Morong. Master Morong suddenly thought of the letter of challenge. He looked at Jiang Ming and said, Ning Kaichen, I've issued a letter of challenge to you, but I hope that you can solve the problem of the child first. Why should I solve this problem? You're the one who has to solve it. Jiang Ming said seriously. He really regretted coming to Master Morong's residence. He thought that he was here to fight with Master Morong, but now, he was here to be a makeshift nanny. If he had known that there would be children falling from the sky here, he would never have come. Zhu Aci also spoke up for Jiang Ming. To be honest, you're to blame, Master Morong, not us. So, it's not our fault. Zhu Anan also added, indeed, it's not a sin to have strong mana. Master Morong, you chose the wrong venue to have a fight. That's right. If you hadn't chosen this venue, this child wouldn't have come, the princess added. Although she did not want to get involved, she also felt that this matter was too bizarre. Moreover, this child should be raised by Master Morong. The others also spoke up for Jiang Ming. Seeing so many people speaking up for Jiang Ming, Master Morong's face turned red. He had thought that he could push the child to Ning Kaichen, but Ning Kaichen had so many people standing up for him. Moreover, they were people with very distinguished backgrounds. Those who did not know better would think that they were nobles traveling together. He originally wanted to fight Ning Kaichen, but with so many people around, he could not do anything to him. Putting everything else aside, just the Qingmiao kingdom behind the princess was enough to make him suffer. Alright, do you guys want to come in and have some tea? I heard that Master Long likes to drink tea. He might be interested in my tea selection. Master Morong could not argue any further, so he handed the child to the servant beside him. He secretly poked Jiang Ming. How annoying. Unexpectedly, Feng Yunche heard Master Morong. Feng Yanche's face turned red as he looked at Master Morong. Master Morong, what are you thinking about? Master Morong was stunned for a moment. He looked at Feng Yunche and asked, can you read minds? Feng Yunche was also stunned. He looked at his hands and said hesitantly, I don't know either. It seems like I can sometimes. Seeing Feng Yanche's expression, Jiang Ming looked at him with concern. What's wrong? If there's anything, just tell me. Feng Yunche scratched his head. I seem to have activated a new skill, just now. I might really be able to read minds. This is a good thing. As he said this, Jiang Ming deliberately looked at Master Morong. Master Morong suddenly felt guilty. This was awful. He could not let his thoughts run wild. Yes. Feng Yunche nodded seriously. Master Morong suddenly panicked and tried to stop thinking. Master Morong's tea seems to have been brewed. I'm very interested in tasting it. Master Long spoke at this moment, livening up the atmosphere. Although he did not know what Master Morong wanted to do, he could not just Stand there and do nothing. It was too hot here, after all. Hearing Master Long's words, Master Morong reacted and looked at the crowd. Since Master Long wants to try the tea, then follow me in. The princess heaved a sigh of relief and walked forward. We're finally going in. It was so hot outside. As expected of the beloved princess of the Qingmiao kingdom. She can't even withstand a little bit of heat. Madman Jr. teased her. The princess was unhappy. Aren't you guys hot as well? Why are you singling me out? Madman Jr. coughed and said, I'm just teasing you. Don't take it too heart. Then I'll pretend that it never appeared. Seeing that Madman Jr. had apologized, the princess let it go. She fanned herself hard and complained in her heart. This place was really hot. The child was still wailing and crying miserably. Those who did not know better would think that the child had been abused. Send this child to the servants to take care of. Jiang Ming glanced at the servant and then at Master Morong. Master Morong also felt that Jiang Ming's words made sense. He said, take the child away and take good care of him. We'll talk about the rest later. Yes. The servants knelt down and bowed before turning around and leaving with the other servants. As the servants walked further away, the child's cries became softer and softer. Let me see who dares to barge into your mansion. At this moment, a strange voice sounded in their ears. The voice was charming and beautiful. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice. The source of the voice happened to be at the door. Everyone saw the woman who spoke. The woman was wearing a purple dress. Her face was gentle, but her eyes were passionate and bright. This woman would look devastatingly beautiful in a red dress. She was holding a big red folding fan in her hand, and she had already unfolded it. The fan was the color of flames, and there were a few white-crowned cranes embroidered on it. The woman fanned herself and smiled at everyone. As the crowd turned around, her gaze swept through the crowd. In the end, her gaze stopped on Jiang Ming. She walked toward him step by step. In her stilettos. What a handsome young man. I wonder where you came from. Why don't you have a few sips of tea with me? As she spoke, the woman wanted to touch Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was unmoved. The moment the woman touched him, he raised his hand and slapped her hand off. Miss, please behave yourself. He was speechless. This woman was too forward. Putting everything else aside, she did not even tell him that she wanted to touch him. Was it really okay for her to act so shamelessly? The woman was unhappy. You look like a pretty boy. Why don't you let me touch you? Jiang Ming was speechless. He took out some itching powder and threw it at the woman. The woman was still smiling faintly when she suddenly felt something crawling on her body. She immediately panicked. She was dancing around and trying to use the fan to preserve her dignity. Jiang Ming just watched indifferently. This woman deserved to be punished. Let's go in quickly. It's too hot outside, Master Morong said as he looked at the others. He also felt very hot. He really could not take it anymore. The woman also felt that she was uncomfortable because it was too hot, so she turned around and went into the house. As she walked, she introduced herself. I'm a good friend of Master Morong. My name is Jiang Wanziwen. You can call me Miss Jiang. By the way, you're called Ning Kaichen, right? I've been here for a while. Ning Kaichen is a lovely name. These words made Jiang Ming frown even more, but he instantly calmed down. He could tell that Jiang Wanziwen was an arrogant and aloof person. He did not want to have anything to do with Jiang Wanziwen. Pretty boy. Zhu Aci covered his mouth and laughed. He looked at Jiang Ming and teased him. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Zhu Aci angrily. Zhu Aci, don't make me smack you. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhuanan also said, Zhu Aci, you're such a bully. If Jiang Wanziwen calls you a pretty boy, how would you feel? Thinking of the scene just now, Zhu Aci suddenly felt goosebumps erupt all over his body. He could not help but shiver. I don't want to have that title. It will plague me. See how I feel. Don't you feel bad for teasing me now? Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. Today's luck was really terrible. One could imagine how bad his mood was now. It was one thing to be given a child, but it was another thing to be given a child from Master Murong. And now, a woman named Jiang Wanziwen had come to flirt with him. Where did Jiang Wanziwen come from? Was she really a friend of Master Murong? Why could not he recall that Master Murong had a friend called Jiang Wanziwen? At this moment, Master Murong also answered, Jiang Wanziwen is not my friend. She is the daughter of my uncle's nephew's son's relative's uncle's daughter. Uncle's nephew's son's relative's uncle's daughter? Zhu Aci said word by word and stepped back in disbelief. This chain of relatives was ridiculous. At most, they could be considered friends, not relatives. Inside the house, Jiang Wanziwen could not help but scratch her body. It was as if her whole body was about to explode. The itchiness was unbearable. As she scratched, her mood became more and more irritable. She glared at Master Murong. Master Murong, did you do something to me? Why is my body so itchy? Master Murong had an innocent look on his face. He said in confusion, it has nothing to do with me. You're mistaken. How could I do anything to you? He pretended to look aggrieved. Suddenly, he said, I didn't do anything to you. Don't make up such lies. Zhu Aci clicked his tongue. Jiang Wanziwen said she was a friend of Master Murong, but she had blatantly accused him of hurting her. Were they really friends? Master Murong suddenly looked at Jiang Ming. The person who was with you just now was Ning Kaichen. You can ask him. Jiang Ming did not find an excuse and said directly, it's the itching powder I sprinkled on you. Jiang Wanziwen was furious. This was the first time someone had said such words to her. Most importantly, Ning Kaichen did not seem to be repentant at all. Did he really not feel ashamed of what he had done? Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming seemed to have seen through Jiang Wanziwen's thoughts. He looked at her and said, I don't feel any guilt. You, on the other hand, should reflect on your attitude toward me just now. Pretty boy, isn't it normal for people to flirt with you? Jiang Wanziwen shrugged her shoulders indifferently. And it's just itching powder, right? You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Jiang Ming did not care. He just shrugged his shoulders like Jiang Wanziwen. Jiang Ming smiled. Why? What are you thinking about? It doesn't matter. I won't let you have the last say in this. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming and Jiang Wanziwen shouted at Master Murong at the same time. Shut up. Shut up. Zhu Aci was shocked to see how synchronized Jiang Ming and Jiang Wanziwen were. This was very strange. At this moment, the child quickly grew into a toddler. He rushed to Jiang Ming and Jiang Wanziwen and said seriously, Daddy, Mommy, hug. As he spoke, the child spread his arms wide. He was clearly pointing at Jiang Ming and Jiang Wanziwen. What? Jiang Ming and Jiang Wanziwen raised their voices at the same time. They had never thought that they would become parents to a child like this. Moreover, this child was brought here by Master Murong. At the thought of this, Jiang Ming and Jiang Wanziwen looked at Master Murong at the same time and said irritably, Master Murong, you have to control the child you brought here. Zhu Aci was once again stunned by their synchronization. This was the first time he saw Ning Kaichen be so in tune with someone. If he did not know that Jiang Wanziwen did not know Ning Kaichen at all, he would have thought that Jiang Wanziwen and Ning Kaichen were relatives. The princess did not know whether to laugh or cry. She looked at Jiang Wan Ziwen and Jiang Ming. Lord Ning Kaichen, Miss Jiang Wanziwen, are you really not longtime friends? The two of you are too well coordinated. Jiang Wanziwen and Jiang Ming once again displayed a tacit understanding that surpassed ordinary people. They quickly said, Princess, don't talk nonsense. The princess secretly smiled. It was over. She was now involved in a weird fight between Ning Kaichen and Jiang Wanziwen. I'll let the servant take this child away. Master Murong wiped the cold sweat off his face. Ning Kaichen and Jiang Wanziwen both nodded and agreed. I don't think there's a problem. Let them take the child back. Jiang Wanziwen felt the itching powder again and started to scratch herself. This threat seemed insignificant, but Jiang Ming was amused by Jiang Wan Ziwen. Jiang Wanziwen was quite fun. I can give you the antidote, but Jiang Wanziwen, you have to know that you can't say what you just said to me. That was an insult. Jiang Wanziwen was unyielding. She continued to grab him. Impossible. You, Ning Kaichen, are truly a despicable and shameless villain. I won't listen to you. Hearing Jiang Wanziwen's words, Jiang Ming made a decision. Jiang Wanziwen, I'll give you the antidote when your attitude is better. He did not sprinkle a lot of the powder. Jiang Wanziwen would not be scratched badly, but she would still suffer some pain. Zhu Aci was delighted to hear what Jiang Ming said. One had to be decisive and firm with people like Jiang Wanziwen. Jiang Wanziwen was about to explode from anger, and her face immediately broke out. This was her family's curse. If she became angry, she would break out. There was no way to treat it. Realizing that her face was full of acne, Jiang Wanziwen quickly covered her face and said, everyone has their own way of communicating. Why are you treating me like this? Don't you feel guilty? Jiang Ming shook his head. You still won't apologize. In that case, just accept it. Ah. At this moment, the princess noticed the pimples on Jiang Wanziwen's face and immediately cried out in alarm. Her face was filled with panic and fear. What was wrong with Jiang Wanziwen? Why did she have so many pimples and such big pustules? She pointed at Jiang Wanziwen, her eyes filled with shock. Her hands trembled. She did not know what to say. Jiang Wanziwen realized something and covered her face with her folding fan. However, her body was itchy, and she was trembling. Recalling that she had brought a veil, Jiang Wanziwen quickly picked up the veil and put it on her face while enduring the itchiness. Seeing Jiang Wanziwen so upset, Jiang Ming felt that she had suffered enough. He said to Jiang Wanziwen again, Ms. Jiang, do you know what you did wrong? Now? Jiang Wanziwen was stunned for a moment. Then, she gritted his teeth and said, I was wrong. Although she did not want to admit it, if she did not apologize, her ugly appearance would be seen by others. She did not want those people to see her pimples. Jiang Ming nodded, took out a small pill, and put it in Jiang Wanziwen's mouth. Jiang Wanziwen started to feel a little dizzy, but then she immediately returned to normal. He looked at Jiang Ming and said, "Ning Kaichen, it looks like you have a conscience at least." Jiang Ming knew that Jiang Wanziwen's attitude was still as arrogant and domineering as ever. He threatened her, "If you're still going to be like this, I don't suggest making you itch even more." Jiang Wanziwen shuddered. She did not dare to do anything else and said repeatedly, "I know. I won't be like that anymore." Seeing that Jiang Wanziwen's attitude was not bad, Jiang Ming nodded. "Ms. Jiang, I hope you can behave yourself." Jiang Wanziwen coughed and lowered her head, feeling sad again. She had cured the itching now, but the pustules and acne on her face would take half a year to heal. This was the disease that she hated the most in her family. What made her even more envious was that she was clearly related to Master Murong, but Master Murong did not have the slightest trace of this disease. Now, the only young people in the family were her and Master Murong. However, she had contracted such a disease. It was impossible for her to be successful. Now, Master Murong suddenly thought of something. He looked at the crowd and said, "Ms. Jiang, please return to your room. I will find a doctor to take a look at you later." Jiang Wanziwen looked gratefully at Master Murong. She wanted to leave now, but she did not know what excuse to make to do so. After all, she had not been here for long. Master Murong waved his hand at Jiang Wanziwen. "Ms. Jiang, you should go. Don't delay your treatment." His words made everyone present understand everything. They all looked at Jiang Wanziwen strangely. Jiang Wanziwen felt like she had been humiliated. She rushed toward Master Murong and screamed, "Master Murong, why can't you be more tactful?" Master Murong was confused. He looked at Jiang Wanziwen strangely. "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong?" Jiang Wanziwen was annoyed. "You're such an idiot. I'll leave first. You take care of these guests." The princess could understand Jiang Wanziwen's feelings. She said, "Ms. Jiang, why don't I go with you? I might be able to help you." "Thank you, Your Highness, but I don't need your help. I'll handle it myself." Jiang Wanziwen hurriedly walked to the side, ignoring the gazes of the others, and went straight to the door. Master Murong also hurriedly called out to the servant, secretly asking him to find a doctor. The servant hurriedly left. Feeling that everything was almost done, Master Murong instantly straightened up and looked at the people around him. "Let's continue the tea party." As he spoke, he clapped his hands and asked the servants to bring the tea over. The tea set was decorated with all kinds of patterns, and the servant meticulously performed all the rituals of a tea ceremony. Everyone looked at him in admiration. He was very skilled. Jiang Ming could not help but sigh. This method and process of making tea is really unique. I want to make tea like this in the future. At this moment, a loud shout came from the room next door. It was very loud, and was followed by the sound of someone begging for mercy. However, after a while, the initial cry was heard again. The rest of the people looked at each other, then stood up and walked to the next room. When Jiang Wanziwen saw that someone had arrived, she quickly covered her face with her veil. Then, she angrily pushed the doctor in front of her. The doctor was pushed to the ground by Jiang Wanziwen. Then, he knelt on the ground in panic and began to kowtow heavily. Please. Forgive me, Ms. Jiang. I really didn't expect to not be able to cure your illness. Jiang Wanziwen was already furious. Are you even a doctor? Why can't a doctor like you cure this illness? I don't care. You have to cure me. The doctor, on the other hand, was in tears. He looked at Jiang Wanziwen and said tearfully, Ms. Jiang, I really can't cure you. I hope you can forgive me. The doctor kowtowed again and again. Ms. Jiang, please let me go. You trash. What's the use of hiring you? Jiang Wanziwen's mood dropped, and she threw a vase at him. The vase broke into pieces, and the fragments fell on the doctor's forehead. The doctor's forehead was covered in blood. The doctor did not dare to move and pleaded, Ms. Jiang, please forgive me. I really have no way to save you. Jiang Wanziwen was agitated and looked at the doctor. You have to do something. If you can't, you'll die. As she spoke, tears flowed from her eyes, and her veil was wet. Ms. Jiang, why can't you just let it go? You don't look too bad. You'll be fine in a few months. Master Morong stepped forward and comforted Jiang Wanziwen. Jiang Wanziwen could only feel that she had lost all hope. She tried her best to put on a smile. Master Morong, I know what you mean. It's okay. I'll get this doctor to cure me. Seeing Jiang Wanziwen like this, Jiang Ming could not help but pity her. He stepped forward and looked at her hesitantly. Ms. Jiang, would you like me to take a look at your face? I might be able to help you. Seeing Jiang Ming, Jiang Wanziwen was a little apprehensive. Ning Kaichen. What do you want to do to me? How could you be so kind as to treat me? Jiang Ming smiled. What do you mean? Do you think I'll kill you? Jiang Wanziwen took a step back and tensed up. She looked at Jiang Ming and said, I don't believe you, but I know that if my illness is not treated, I'll suffer. Ning Kaichen, can you really save me? Jiang Ming checked Jiang Wanziwen's veil. The veil was soaked, revealing the pustules and pimples on her face. Jiang Ming thought for a moment. The acne should be treatable. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. Jiang Ming shrugged helplessly. Why were these people always so suspicious of his motives? Doctors were here to save people. Why would they harm people? That would be completely against their oath. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Jiang Wanziwen hesitated. She clenched her fists and lowered her head, not knowing what to do. I won't give you time to think about it. If you don't want to be treated, I won't force you. Jiang Ming turned around and was about to leave. He still wanted to drink more tea. The tea was quite good. Seeing that Jiang Ming was about to leave, Jiang Wanziwen could not help but get anxious. She quickly stood up and shouted at Jiang Ming, Ning Kaichen. Wait. She felt helpless. Why was Ning Kaichen leaving so soon? Why didn't he try to persuade her to accept the treatment? Jiang Ming stopped and turned to look at Jiang Wanziwen with a faint smile. Ms. Jiang, have you thought about it? He felt a little weird. Was Jiang Wanziwen afraid that he would kill her? However, it seemed like she had changed her mind and wanted him to treat her. Jiang Wanziwen was still hesitant. She lowered his head and said, Ning Kaichen, can you let me think about it? Jiang Ming felt sympathy for Jiang Wanziwen, so he nodded and said, okay. But I won't give you much time. You have 15 minutes. Jiang Wanziwen's heart trembled when she heard that she only had 15 minutes left. Why did Ning Kaichen give her so little time? How could she think about it in such a short amount of time? Thinking of this, Jiang Wanziwen wanted to buy herself more time, but Jiang Ming seemed to have seen through her thoughts and said carefully, "You only have 15 minutes. You can't buy more time. Don't even think about it." Ah. Jiang Wanziwen felt helpless. In the end, she could only sigh and say, "Ning Kaichen, I've thought about it. I'm willing to let you treat me. I hope you can treat me." Jiang Wanziwen realized how dire the situation was. She had to come out now, and she had no choice. This disease had been bothering her for many years. When Jiang Wanziwen thought of those painful experiences and being laughed at, her whole body trembled. She was unhappy and did not want to be troubled by this illness anymore. "All right, since you're willing to trust me, I won't let you down. However, if I can't cure you, there's nothing I can do. I can only try." Jiang Ming gave Jiang Wanziwen a warning in advance so that she could be mentally prepared. Jiang Wanziwen clenched her fists. She felt that her illness was not likely to be cured, so she gave up and said, "It's okay. It's up to you." Jiang Ming understood Jiang Wanziwen's attitude and comforted her. "Your illness can definitely be cured. I'll do my best." Jiang Wanziwen was stunned. She looked at Jiang Ming and felt warmth bloom in her chest. "Thank you, Ning Kaichen." She suddenly felt that Ning Kaichen seemed to be a good person. Moreover, he would make a great friend. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanziwen raised her head and sincerely said to Jiang Ming, "Ning Kaichen, what happened before is unacceptable. I was too rude. Thank you for being willing to tolerate me." Hearing Jiang Wanziwen's words, Jiang Ming let bygones be bygones. He said gently, "It's all in the past. It's nothing. Don't overthink." Jiang Wanziwen's heart was filled with warmth as she looked at Jiang Ming. She suddenly felt very lucky to have met Ning Kaichen. "All of you, leave for a moment." After thinking for a bit, Jiang Ming looked at everyone. Jiang Wanziwen did not want to be humiliated further. No matter what, they had to give her some privacy. Everyone could understand what Jiang Ming said. They glanced at Jiang Wanziwen and then left one after another. Jiang Wanziwen breathed a sigh of relief and felt better. Ning Kaichen's actions really touched her. Jiang Ming walked closer to Jiang Wanziwen and approached her face. He said gently, "Take off your veil. As for your injured face, I'll keep it a secret from others." Jiang Wanziwen's turned red. "Okay, I understand." Jiang Ming carefully took off Jiang Wanziwen's veil. The pustules and pimples on Jiang Wanziwen's face were clearly displayed in front of him. It looked extremely terrifying. "Don't look." Jiang Wanziwen could not help but cover her face. She was in so much pain that her hands were trembling. This was the first time someone had seen her ugly side. Even the princess, Zhu Aci, and the others had not seen her like this. "It's okay, it's okay. It'll be cured in a while. Don't cover your face." Jiang Ming sighed. Jiang Wanziwen was quite pitiful. This illness was a curse and would definitely affect her future. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Jiang Wanziwen could not help but feel comforted. She slowly put down her hands. Seeing Jiang Wanziwen like this, Jiang Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He picked up the silver needles he had used before and wiped them with a handkerchief. Jiang Wanziwen became nervous, and her body trembled even more. Seeing Jiang Wanziwen like this, Jiang Ming frowned. "You can't shake like This. I can't continue the acupuncture. Don't tremble. Calm down. Everything will pass. Jiang Ming tried his best to calm Jiang Wanziwen down. Jiang Wanziwen raised her eyebrows. She steeled herself, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes. Ning Kaichen, I'm ready. Come on. Jiang Ming understood what Jiang Wanziwen meant. He immediately inserted the silver needles into Jiang Wanziwen's forehead from the temple to the bridge of her nose. He had used all the silver needles. Jiang Wanziwen's symptoms were similar to those of the strange man from before, but it was a hereditary illness and not a late-stage illness. Therefore, after the treatment with the silver needles, he still had to concoct some medicine to stabilize Jiang Wanziwen's condition. After 2 hours, Jiang Ming pulled out the silver needles in order. The pustules on Jiang Wanziwen's face immediately flowed out with blood and pus, but it was not a lot. Jiang Wanziwen felt some pain, but the pain was getting worse. She could not bear it for a moment, so she gritted her teeth and endured it. She knew that this was an illness that she had to go through. When her face recovered, she would be happy and carefree. After another 15 minutes, Jiang Ming carefully wiped the blood off the pustules. Jiang Wanziwen still could not bear the pain and kept grimacing. Jiang Ming did not continue to comfort her. There was no way to avoid this pain. Moreover, if he kept comforting Jiang Wanziwen, he would not be able to cure her. After a while, Jiang Wanziwen felt that the pain had lessened, so she gritted her teeth and endured it. However, Jiang Wanziwen suddenly felt her whole body itch again. She could not help but be afraid. Ning Kaichen, did you put itching powder on me? Again? Hearing this, Jiang Ming laughed. Why would I harm you when I'm treating you? He felt a little angry. How could Jiang Wanziwen be so clueless? He was still trying to save her, and she was accusing him of hurting her. At this moment, Jiang Wanziwen suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart and fainted. Her body leaned forward and fell in front of Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was still checking the pustules on Jiang Wanziwen's face, but he did not expect her to fall into his arms. Hey, what's wrong? Jiang Ming felt strange and patted Jiang Wanziwen's shoulder. Jiang Wanziwen was woken up by his ministrations and said weakly, I feel like my heart has been pierced by something. It hurts badly. Jiang Ming comforted Jiang Wanziwen. It's okay, it's okay. There is nothing wrong with your heart. Don't be afraid. It's probably the side effect of the acupuncture just now. He sighed in his heart. As expected, he was still too soft-hearted. At this moment, Master Long and the others were waiting outside. They were surprisingly calm. The princess had seen Jiang Wanziwen's injuries. She guessed that Jiang Wanziwen's condition was exactly the same as Feng Yunche's. This time, Lord Ning Kaichen would definitely be able to cure Jiang Wanziwen. Feng Yunche heard the princess's inner thoughts and quickly said, No, Ms. Jiang's injuries are different from mine. The princess was stunned for a moment. Then, she looked at Feng Yunche and explained, How is that possible? I saw it clearly. The pustules and acne were similar to what you had on your face before. Feng Yunche analyzed the situation for the princess. There was moss on my face before, but there is no moss on Jiang Wanziwen's face at all. Not only that, but Jiang Wanziwen's illness seems to have flared up suddenly. The princess was deep in thought. Could Jiang Wanziwen have some kind of hereditary disease? Otherwise, it wouldn't flare up like this. That's for sure. Zhu Aci glanced at Master Morong and replied. Zhuanan was confused. She looked at Master Morong and said, Master Morong, you are related to Jiang Wanziwen. How come you don't have this disease? Master Morong could not help but laugh. We're not that closely related. But generally speaking, if this is a hereditary disease, the rest of the family should have it. Master Long looked at Master Morong strangely and suddenly realized that his hair was blonde. His hair was the same color as Jiang Wanziwen's. Hearing Master Long's words, Master Morong could not help but feel confused. Actually, it's strange. Although the family said that Jiang Wanziwen's illness was hereditary, only Jiang Wanziwen has this disease among the descendants of the family. He recalled the time he spent playing with Jiang Wanziwen and their cousins from the other clans. At that time, they often teased Jiang Wanziwen. Jiang Wanziwen did not know that they were teasing her and often giggled with them. Is Jiang Wanziwen the only woman in your family? Madman Sr., who had been silent for a long time, spoke at this moment. He guessed that perhaps this hereditary disease would only manifest in women. Master Morong was shocked by his guess. How did you know? Our family's descendants are kept hidden for fear that they will be killed. So, no one really knows who we are. That's the only explanation. Madman Jr. also said at this time. He shrugged his shoulders. You're right. In our family, women die early. No wonder they die early. I thought it was a curse of the family. Master Morong suddenly understood. He looked at Madman Jr. and scratched his head. Speaking of which, it's quite annoying. I don't know what to do. I don't want Jiang Wanziwen to die early. You have to believe in Lord Ning Kaichen. Lord Ning Kaichen cured Feng Yunche before, and now he can cure Jiang Wanziwen in a matter of minutes, the princess said. Everyone agreed with the princess. I think it makes sense. Ning Kaichen will definitely cure Jiang Wanziwen. But, Zhu Aci said hesitantly. Jiang Wanziwen has a hereditary disease. Can it really be cured? It's not something that ordinary people can treat. Hearing Zhu Aci's words, everyone fell silent. It had to be said that what Zhu Aci said made sense. This was a hereditary disease. No matter how good Jiang Ming's medical skills were, how could he possibly cure her? At this moment, a shout erupted from the room, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Master Long suddenly became serious and looked at Zhu Aci. Shall we go in and take a look? Could it be that something unexpected happened? Zhu Aci raised his eyebrows. You still need to ask. We'll just rush in now. However, Feng Yunche stopped Zhu Aci and Master Long. No, what if we disturb Lord Ning Caichen's treatment of Jiang Wanziwen? Master Long felt that Feng Yunche was making a fuss and quickly said, How would that happen? Don't be ridiculous. We're going to do no such thing. We'll just go in. We won't disturb anyone. Zhu Aci also agreed with Master Long and said, Master Long, what you said makes sense. Feng Yunche, let us go in. We mustn't argue. Feng Yunche was still very stubborn. He said to Zhu Aci and Master Long, No. We can wait a little longer. If there's any other sound, we'll go in. Zhu Aci sighed. Why are you so stubborn? Madman Sr. came forward and tried to talk to Feng Yunche. I know you have good intentions, but we can't just wait like this. If something really happens, we won't be able to bear the consequences. Hearing this, Feng Yunche started to hesitate. He lowered his head and did not speak. For a moment, the atmosphere was heavy. Madman Jr. tried to ease the tension. Don't argue. If there's anything, we can talk it out. Don't overthink. Okay. So, how are we supposed to resolve this? Feng Yunche was still a bit troubled. Upon hearing Feng Yunche's words, Madman Jr. also became distressed. In the end, he stuttered, I don't know either. I can't make a decision on this matter. I think it's best to listen to me. Let's go in and take a look. It shouldn't interrupt Jiang Wanziwen's treatment, Master Long said. Is that so? But Feng Yunche let out a long sigh. He still could not make a decision. Just as everyone was arguing, the door was suddenly opened. Everyone was stunned for a moment and looked at the person who had opened the door. Jiang Ming and Jiang Wanziwen appeared in front of everyone. Jiang Ming was amused. What are you arguing about outside? I heard your commotion from inside the room. Jiang Wanziwen closed her eyes tightly. It was as if she had fallen asleep. However, there seemed to be no more pimples and pustules under her veil. Her face was much clearer. Master Morong stepped forward worriedly. What happened to Jiang Wanziwen? Why does she seem to be unconscious? Why did things turn out like this? She did not even faint just now. As they were talking, Jiang Wanziwen managed to wake up. She opened her mouth and asked, Master Morong, why is everyone here? Her voice was a little hoarse, and her head suddenly began to hurt. Master Morong was a little worried. Jiang Wanziwen, are you all right? How are you feeling now? Jiang Ming could tell that Master Morong was worried about Jiang Wanziwen. Jiang Wanziwen shook her head. I'm okay. Jiang Ming also said, you have just recovered from a serious illness. It's normal to feel a bit weak and experience some other side effects. When you completely recover, you won't have such symptoms. Jiang Wanziwen clenched her fists and endured the pain in her head. She had a heart condition, and I cured it too. Jiang Ming looked at everyone and explained. No way. Hereditary diseases can be treated? Feng Yunche was surprised. The others had the same reaction and looked at Jiang Ming in surprise. Ning Kaichen was too powerful. This disease was not something that ordinary people could treat. He was too powerful. Jiang Ming looked at everyone in disbelief. Of course, but it depends on one's medical skills. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. They looked at Jiang Ming expectantly, making him feel embarrassed. Ning Kaichen, who did you learn your medical skills from? How did you learn such advanced medical skills? Jiang Ming scratched his head and found an excuse. I guess I learned them on my own. After watching others treat me, I emulated what they did. Jiang Wanziwen coughed again. No, I still feel weak. I need to rest. Master Morong said hurriedly, Ning Kaichen, let's bring Jiang Wanziwen into the room. Don't let her catch a cold. Jiang Ming shook his head. No. In this situation, Jiang Wanziwen's room must be well lit. There's too little light in this room. We have to find another room for her. Master Morong's body relaxed immediately. That's easy. Boy, go and tidy up the room in the east wing and help Ms. Jiang over. The servant at the side quickly knelt down and said, yes. As he spoke, he followed the other servants over to support Jiang Wanziwen. Jiang Wanziwen breathed a sigh of relief and closed her eyes. She could finally have a good rest. Seeing the servants leaving with Jiang Wanziwen, Jiang Ming could not help but sigh. Master Morong, you treat Jiang Wanziwen very well even though she's not the nicest person out there. Master Morong smiled. Jiang Wanziwen is just like a little girl. I treat her like a little sister and spoil her. That's all right. Jiang Ming sighed. Master Morong coughed. Let's go have some tea first. Now that the matter has been resolved, there's nothing else that needs our immediate attention. Originally, he wanted to challenge Ning Kaichen and the others, but now he had changed his mind. Perhaps he could also become friends with Ning Kaichen and the others. In this world, having more friends was beneficial. Let's go. We haven't even had a few sips of tea. Jiang Ming suddenly remembered the remaining tea and turned to walk forward. He was quite interested in the tea-pouring ritual and hoped that he could learn it later. Back in the room, the servants continued to pour tea. Everyone watched them. Their tea-pouring skills are really wonderful. Feng Yunche took the lead and started chatting. Jiang Ming was just about to figure out how the servants poured the tea, but he remembered the letter of challenge that Master Morong had given him. He could not help but feel odd. Why didn't Master Morong say anything about the letter of challenge? Was he going back on his word? Master Morong laughed. Feng Yunche, if you'd like, you can learn how to pour tea from our family. Our family is very shrewd about these things, especially tea, so you can rest assured that we'll teach you well. Master Morong spoke with sincerity. Jiang Ming could not help but ask, let's put that aside for now. Lord Master Morong, do you still remember the letter of challenge you sent me? Hearing this, everyone's hearts thumped. They clenched their fists and looked at Master Morong. Master Morong was stunned, and the crowd started to get nervous. He coughed and took a sip of tea steadily. He put down the teacup and began to play dumb. What letter? Didn't you come to see me? Jiang Ming did not know what was going on, so he didn't expose Master Morong's lies. Instead, he said, I guess someone is trying to sow discord between us. In that case, let's not talk about the letter of challenge anymore. Master Morong could not be more pleased with Jiang Ming's explanation. He clapped his hands and said, Lord Ning Kaichen, I think it makes sense. Jiang Ming laughed out loud. I see. It's good that we agree. Master Morong held his teacup tightly and started drinking again. Then, he started to find a topic of conversation, but do you want to stay here for a long time? Hearing this, the others were stunned again. Jiang Ming spoke on behalf of them, Master Morong, we won't stay here for long. We're just resting here for a while. At this moment, the child that Master Morong brought walked over again. His eyes were red as he called out to Jiang Ming, Father, my leg is swollen. My leg. My leg. In just a short while, this child had already grown into the appearance of an elementary school child. Master Morong felt helpless. Child, why did you come out here? Don't come out at a time like this. However, the child started crying at this moment. He looked upset. I want to be with my father. I don't want to be with anyone else. Jiang Ming felt very helpless. He walked to the child and approached him. Child, I hope you can understand what's going on. I am not related to you. From now on, you can't call me your father. This is against the rules. The child did not heed the last part of what Jiang Ming said. He only heard The first half of it. I have a name. My name is Little One. My name is Little One. Hearing the child's words, Jiang Ming felt his head hurt. He did not know what to do for a moment. Then, he leaned in front of the child and said again. Child, I've already said it. I'm not your father, and I didn't give you a name. That's not your name either. Almost every child is referred to as Little One by the people around them. Upon hearing Jiang Ming's words, the child's mood suddenly dropped. His entire body drooped down, and he trembled as he twisted his hands. He said innocently, Father, did I do something wrong? You can't call me father. I've already said that I'm not your father. Jiang Ming looked at the child seriously and prayed for the child in his heart. He hoped that this child could find his biological parents. That way, he would no longer need to ask others to be his parents. Unexpectedly, the child was persistent and cried, No, no, I want you to be my father. I don't care. I don't care. Toward the end, the child began to roll around. He did not want to listen to Jiang Ming's words at all. Seeing how stubborn the child was, Jiang Ming could not help but be at a loss. Master Morong hated this kind of behavior the most. He immediately said, If you continue to act like this, you will not be able to get your father's recognition. As he said that, he looked at the child. The child instantly became nervous. He quickly looked at Master Morong and stood up. I know. I won't act like this anymore. Then, he looked at Jiang Ming pitifully and went forward to grab Jiang Ming's trousers carefully. Father, please punish me if I did anything wrong. I beg you, don't let me go. Just let me stay. As he spoke, he drew a circle in his hand and filled it with flames. The child looked at Jiang Ming excitedly and said, Father, look. Isn't my spell powerful? I learned this by myself so that you'll like me more. Jiang Ming pursed his lips and fell silent for a moment. He did not expect this child to grow up so quickly. Not only that, but he could also learn some skills by himself. Zhu Aci and the others also fell silent when they saw the child working hard. They did not expect this kid to like Ning Kaichen so much. However, it made sense. They all liked Ning Kaichen's strength. If Ning Kaichen refused to be friends with them, there was a high chance that they would also pester Ning Kaichen like this. Zhu Aci could not help but understand the child's obsession with Jiang Ming. He immediately looked at the child and went forward to support him. Child, go. Take a bath. You're covered in dirt. However, the child was stubborn. If father doesn't want to accept me as his son today, then I will stay here. No matter what, I will always stay with father. Seeing the child's perseverance, Jiang Ming pursed his lips and did not know what to say. What was he going to do? This child would only bring him trouble. He really did not understand why this child was so stubborn and wanted him. At this moment, the child suddenly looked at Jiang Ming pitifully. Father, why don't you want me? I really want to stay with you. Jiang Ming looked at the child and said thoughtfully, Child, do you know that I'm not your biological father? I know. The child immediately nodded. You knew that? Zhu Aci raised his voice and looked at the child in confusion. Then you still want Ning Kaichen to be your father? Wouldn't it be better to be with your biological parents? The child was embarrassed. I'm only grateful to my biological parents for giving birth to me, not for raising me. I feel that Lord Ning Kaichen is the perfect father in my heart. Everyone was stunned. How did this child have such good taste? He had actually chosen Lord Ming Kaichen. Even they did not dare to do something so brazen. As the person involved, Jiang Ming only wanted to say one thing. This child was really stupid. If he did not find his biological parents, what was he going to do? What if he did not treat this child well? Then would not this child be hurt in the end? Don't think like that. Hurry up and go to your biological parents. Your biological parents must miss you very much. Jiang Ming tried to persuade the child to stop clinging to him. However, the child was inexplicably rebellious. He resisted and said, "No. They must be living very comfortably now. If I go over, they definitely won't want me. I don't want to go over and humiliate myself." Hearing the child's words, Jiang Ming felt a headache coming on, but everyone's eyes were on the child. They were all amazed. This child truly was bold. If Ming Kaichen really took him in as his son would be able to enjoy a great life, and all kinds of skills would be at his fingertips. It's impossible for them to abandon you and still live comfortably. You can't say such hurtful words. Jiang Ming tried to convince the child again. His patience was wearing thin. If this child continued to be so stubborn, his patience would soon run out. The child lowered his head and continued to act like he was sad. "Father, are you planning to abandon me? I'll always be loyal to you. I'll swear my loyalty to you to the death." As he spoke, he placed his hand on his chest. "If father doesn't believe me, I can swear on my life that everything I said to father today is the truth. If I'm lying, let me be struck by lightning." The child's words were sincere, which troubled Jiang Ming even more. Moreover, although this child grew up quickly, he was still immature. There were many things that could easily hurt him. It was not appropriate for him to come along with them at all. Jiang Ming became more and more worried. If he could not take good care of this child, his biological parents would blame him. There are some things that you can't just say. If you continue to be like this, you can stay with Master Morong. Don't follow me anymore. Jiang Ming's words once again made the child stop putting up a fuss. The child responded obediently, "Father, you're right. I will definitely remember this. I won't embarrass you, father." This child was doing his best to get used to this unfamiliar environment. After a while, Jiang Ming answered the child. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to send this child back to his real home. Master Morong grimaced. "Do you really want to return this child? Are you sure? You can't let him tag along with you?" Jiang Ming was so angry that he laughed. "If we don't send this child back, who will raise him? How would I have the time to raise this child? What if this child bumps into something dangerous?" The princess thought for a moment and then said, "This child seems to be quite powerful." Zhu Aci stepped forward and asked the child, "What other spells do you know? How about we take a look?" The child immediately became arrogant. "I know a lot of spells." At this point, he coughed again. "Watch carefully." When he said this, the child glanced at Jiang Ming from the corner of his eyes. It was obvious that he was talking to Jiang Ming in hopes that Jiang Ming would agree to adopt him. Jiang Ming did not have much interest in what was going on and began to drink tea slowly again. No matter what, he had to return this child to his biological parents. Even if the child's parents did not want him, the child had some abilities that should be enough for him to survive. Seeing that Jiang Ming was looking, the child thought that Jiang Ming was considering his proposal, so he worked even harder. He conjured all kinds of small animals in his hands and controlled the shadows of these small animals. These small animals could obviously help the child continue to survive. Jiang Ming looked at the child's happy expression and could not help but laugh as well. He looked at the child again. The child put in even more effort in his performance. He suddenly felt that he had hope and could truly become Jiang Ming's son. The child was still not satisfied, but he did not continue to perform. Instead, he went straight to Jiang Ming. "Lord Ming Kaichen, what do you think of me?" "Not bad." Jiang Ming encouraged the child and continued, "I hope you can learn more spells." The child nodded frantically. Jiang Ming pursed his lips and looked at Master Murong. "How did you deal with the other children here in the past?" "To be honest, there are no other children," Master Murong coughed and said. "Seriously?" Hearing Master Murong's words, everyone was dumbfounded. "So, you were lying to us?" This child was not attracted by Lord Ning Saichen's mana at all? "No, no, no. That's not it." Master Murong shook his head and coughed. "How is that possible? Jiang Ming is the only one with such strong mana. Isn't this the gathering place of all the hot shots?" Madman Senior looked at Master Murong with suspicion. Master Murong forced a smile and looked at Madman Senior. "To be honest, I could understand the motives of those hot shots, but I could not understand Lord Ning Saichen's motives at all. I don't know what you guys are thinking." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. It was very obvious. Jiang Ming's strength had already reached a terrifying level. Master Murong could not understand Ning Kaichen. The child was curious. "Are you saying that Lord Ning Kaichen is very powerful?" "I didn't know." Zhuanan did not know whether to laugh or cry at the child's words. She muttered to herself, "You didn't know and yet you still came over. What kind of idiocy is this?" The child smiled shyly. "I can smell a special fragrance coming from Lord Ning Saichen's body. This fragrance makes me want to be close to him. I don't know why." "Fragrance?" "I heard that the son of the leader of the 100 demons can smell the fragrance of people who are especially powerful. The stronger they are, the stronger the fragrance." "Are you his son?" "What are you talking about? I am the son of Lord Ning Kaichen, not the son of the leader of the 100 demons." Hearing this, the child became angry. Infuriated, the child transformed. There were small bells on his mouth and nose. His body was blue, and there were yellow markings on his upper body. Looking closely, the yellow markings were very obvious. They vaguely formed the shape of a lotus. Woo! When Madman Jr. saw this word, he could not help but grin. He looked at the child in confusion. "It's very obvious that you're the son of the leader of the 100 demons. However, the leader of the 100 demons is really cruel to hand you over to Lord Ning Kaichen." Madman Senior added, "If it were me, I would follow Lord Ning Kaichen and spend a few 100 years with him. That would surely help me become an immortal." "How is this possible?" The princess was stunned. Her father had told her about these things, but she had not paid attention. Now that she thought about it, she could not help but regret it. At this moment, she coughed again and looked at Madman Jr. "Can this child switch parents? If possible, I'm willing to raise this child." She had a good plan. As long as this child grew up, he would definitely have many abilities. At that time, even if she did not become an immortal, she would have something protecting her. Madman Jr. was about to answer when the child answered first. Impossible. You can't raise me. It's impossible in this lifetime. Don't even think about it. The princess was aggressively enthusiastic, and everyone around saw it. The child was reluctant to listen to her, however. Princess, why would you ask a child to serve you? Madman Sr. did not know whether to laugh or cry as he asked curiously. The princess could directly return to the Qingmiao kingdom whenever she wanted to. At that time, wouldn't there be a lot of people who would take the initiative to serve her? At this moment, Morong Quan, who was watching, was at a loss. He suddenly felt a little weird. Wasn't Master Morong seeking justice for him? Why was everyone ignoring him? However, he could not say anything directly. There were already so many people around Jiang Ming. He still did not know Master Morong's stance yet. It was very likely that he would be held back by this group of people if he were to say anything. Master Morong, hurry up and get out here. A leopard's roar came from outside the door. The leopard's roar instantly aroused the attention of the people in the area. They all turned to look. Jiang Ming felt very helpless. Then, he stood up. I'll go and take a look. No need, I can handle it myself. Master Morong's heart tightened. He looked ahead and went out before the others could react. At this moment, the leopard suddenly broke through the door. It turned out it was not a full leopard at all. It merely had the head of a leopard, but the rest of its body resembled a human. He pointed at his head and said angrily, Master Morong, what did you do to my head? Why are you hiding from me? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ming and the others turned their eyes to Master Morong. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes. Master Morong could not hold back his embarrassment. He then shouted at the leopard man in front of him, what nonsense are you talking about? That wasn't me. I didn't do such a thing. Morong Quan's heart skipped a beat. Then, he slowly walked to the side. He was planning to leave quietly while everyone was preoccupied. However, his actions were noticed by Zhuanan. Zhuanan raised her eyebrows and looked at Morong Quan strangely. Morong Quan, what are you doing? Why do I feel like you want to escape? Hearing this, Master Morong could not help but look at Morong Quan with suspicion. It was highly possible that Morong Quan could pose as him. He might be the one behind the leopard man's misfortune. Sensing Master Morong's gaze, Morong Quan's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Master Morong and smiled. Don't look at me like that. This has nothing to do with me. Master Morong could tell that Morong Quan was feeling guilty. He said angrily, Morong Quan, what did you do to this leopard man? Don't make me get angry at you. I advise you to tell me everything now. Morong Quan became serious and looked at the leopard man. I didn't do anything to you. It's not my problem. It's your problem. Don't be so angry with me. The leopard man was furious. He quickly went forward to grab Morong Quan. Morong Quan shivered. He raised his hand and gave the leopard man a hard blow. He knew the leopard man well. He definitely would not let him off so easily. Thus, he attacked him without hesitation. This way, the leopard man would not be able to take advantage of him. Seeing the leopard man rushing over, Master Morong started to panic. Although he did not know what happened between the leopard man and Morong, Morong Quan was still his underling. No matter what, he had to protect Morong Quan. At the thought of this, he rushed over and released electricity from his body. He clenched his fist and hit the leopard man. Morong Quan felt as if someone had rushed over, and then he heard the sound of an electric current. The leopard man felt his heart heat up. He instantly started absorbing the energy from Master Morong's blow. When Master Morong saw this, his expression turned horrified. He never expected that the leopard man could absorb electricity. This was impossible for ordinary people. What kind of terrifying creature was the leopard man? Jiang Ming and the others also saw it. Jiang Ming was surprised. This was the first time he had seen someone who could absorb electricity. Moreover, he could absorb electricity continuously. The princess's face was filled with fear as she took a few steps back. She felt that she might be affected later, so she had to step back. Madman Senior raised his eyebrows. Was there something wrong with the leopard man? How could he absorb electricity? This was the first time he had seen someone like this. What kind of strange creature was this leopard man? Madman Jr. felt a chill run down his spine. This was terrifying. Why were creatures so powerful now? Feng Yan's eyes lit up when he saw such a situation. The leopard man was a creature that could be studied. However, he did not know if this leopard man would agree to be studied. Zhu Anan sighed. Ever since she had been traveling with Ming Kaichen, she had gotten used to seeing such strange creatures. Still, she was really mentally exhausted, but for the sake of Ming Kaichen, she still planned to persevere. Zhu Aci was shocked and could not come back to his senses. What kind of strange creature was this? He had been in the Zhuyan Palace for so long, but this was the first time he had seen such a creature. However, something even more awful happened in an instant. The child thought that the leopard man wanted to hurt Jiang Ming, so he formed a huge fireball and threw it at the leopard man. However, the child did not think too much about it. If the fireball rushed to the leopard man, it might kill him. However, the entire house and everyone else would be affected by the fireball too. The leopard man's eyes were burning with rage. He could not focus on Morong Quan anymore. The leopard man wanted to escape immediately, but at this moment, Jiang Ming dashed out and froze the fireball. In that instant, the fireball turned into a hard rock of ice. The leopard man was terrified. A trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. Why did this person save him? He had no relationship with this person at all. Jiang Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Everything here was almost destroyed. Although I don't know why you saved me, I still have to thank you. I'm very grateful that you saved me. The leopard man quickly came back to his senses and thanked Jiang Ming sincerely. It's fine. It's nothing. I didn't trap this fireball because of you. It's because of everyone in this room, Jiang Ming explained. When he saw that Jiang Ming's motives were different, the leopard man's expression suddenly became desolate for some reason. Then, he pulled himself together and immediately regained his composure. Since you saved me, I'll let you off for some things. What do you mean? Don't slander me like I've done something wrong to you. Jiang Ming was unhappy and looked at the leopard man in front of him. Unhappily. When the leopard man heard this, he immediately became angry. You brat, why? Are you spouting nonsense? Why can't we talk about it properly? The person in front of him made him sound very bad. He was not that kind of person at all. What brat? Why did you call me that? When did I become a brat? Jiang Ming was about to explode from anger at the leopard man in front of him. People were really rude to his face now. Even if he looked young, they could not talk to him like that. The leopard man laughed mockingly. Why aren't you a brat? Looking at your weak appearance, I guess you don't have much strength. You look like you need your mother to be with you. Hearing this, Zhu Aci was also angry. He stood in front of Jiang Ming and said, "You're really biting the hand that feeds you. Ning Kaichen saved you just now, and you're still mocking him like this. You're really not someone who knows how to deal with people." He despised this kind of person the most. Ning Kaichen should kick him aside and let this leopard man have a taste of being taught a lesson. So, your name is Ning Kaichen. The leopard man sized up Jiang Ming and said, I see that you have the potential to be a leopard. Why don't you practice the secret method like me and become a person like me? It's impossible. I can't cultivate at all. Jiang Ming refused directly. Zhu Aci was both angry and amused. Just now, the leopard man was talking nonsense to Ning Kaichen, and now he wanted Jiang Ming to cultivate the same skill as him. His mood was really unpredictable. If it were him, he would have kicked the leopard man and sent him flying. He was annoyed to hear this leopard man blabbering. The leopard man shook his head helplessly. You really don't know how lucky you are. People like you deserve to be killed. Okay. Get out, let's have a duel. Jiang Ming lowered his voice and looked at the leopard man. This person had to be punished. Zhu Aci glared at him. You deserve a beating. Madman Senior clenched his fists and wished he could step forward and kick the leopard man. What nonsense was this leopard man talking about? He really could not stand it anymore. This kind of person deserved to be beaten up. He wanted to go up and beat the leopard man. The leopard man looked at them with disdain. How can you deal with me? Forget it, you guys can't even land a kick on me. Madman Senior laughed out loud. What can someone like you do to us? We have the advantage in numbers here. We can definitely defeat you. The princess opened her folding fan and gently fanned herself. She looked at the leopard man in front of her. Mister, you'd better go back quickly. Don't talk big. You'll never be able to defeat us in this lifetime. As she spoke, she took out her folding fan and shook it. A gust of wind flew toward the leopard man. She was very unhappy with the cheeky man's attitude, especially his attitude toward Ning Kaichen. Seeing this gust of wind coming straight at him, the leopard man frowned. When the wind was only a few inches away from the leopard man, the pattern on the leopard man's forehead lit up and absorbed the power of the wind. Seeing that the leopard man had sucked in the wind, the princess was instantly shocked. She looked at the leopard man in disbelief. How can you block my attack? The leopard man laughed out loud. I know you. I know you're the princess. Your attacks can't defeat me. Impossible, how can I not be able to defeat you? The princess was annoyed. Although her abilities were not as powerful as some of the experts in the Qingmiao Kingdom, she would not allow these people to belittle her abilities. What could the leopard man do to her? At the thought of this, she fanned herself a few more times, and the fan began to produce a very strong wind. The wind turned into a tornado and swept toward the leopard man. The leopard man opened his hand and sucked the tornado into his palm. The golden light in his palm instantly disappeared. The princess began to feel despair. Was she weaker than she thought she was? Noticing the princess's expression, the leopard man laughed loudly and became smug. Princess, you're nothing. Leave quickly. Don't be an eyesore here. The princess immediately became angry. She went forward and fanned herself. Carefully. In an instant, winds of different elements all arrived in front of the leopard man. The leopard man sucked the wind in again, and layers of rainbow light surrounded his body. There was even some golden light shining in the light. Ah, that's all. He became arrogant and summoned some tiny butterflies around him. The butterflies kept flying, hovering around the people around them, forming an invisible barrier. The leopard man looked at the barrier in front of him and became even more smug. Now that you're all under my control, if you want to break the barrier, kneel before me. Hearing this, Jiang Ming smiled. I'll say it again. That's impossible. You can't ask for anything. As he spoke, he clenched his fist and punched forward. The barrier shattered and the butterflies disappeared. Zhu Aci and the others were about to curse, but when they saw Jiang Ming, they stopped. Looking at the glass shards on the ground, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Did Ning Kaichen break the barrier with one punch? What kind of strange ability was this? They all recognized this barrier. This barrier was not something that ordinary people could break through. Even they had no way to break through this barrier. Seeing that the barrier had shattered, the leopard man was dumbfounded. This barrier was broken just like that? That was the barrier that he had painstakingly created. With a wave of his hand, the leopard man instantly disappeared without a trace. Zhu Aci looked around vigilantly. He felt a little strange. Where did the leopard man go? What's wrong with the leopard man? He's using these nasty tricks against us. The princess's expression became serious, and she could not help but curse. She felt very frustrated. This leopard man really put her in a bad mood. She thought that the leopard man would admit defeat, but he actually used such a dirty trick. Jiang Ming looked around. The mountain wall was surrounded by layers of red silk ropes. Each layer of red silk rope had a bell on it. However, the strange thing was that these bells did not move at all. It was as if they were fake, but he heard the clear ringing of the bells. There seems to be something strange inside. Be careful and don't touch anything. Jiang Ming frowned and looked at the others. At this moment, the bells in his ear rang even louder and clearer. The princess nodded repeatedly. She only felt that the situation in front of her was extremely strange, and she suddenly became nervous. Then, she looked at Jiang Ming. Lord Ning Kaichen, did you see any strange images? She looked up and saw a woman with wet green hair covering her face. She could not help but take a few steps back. Jiang Ming looked at the princess and raised his eyebrows. Princess, what did you see? As he spoke, he looked around, but he did not see anything. Whatever the princess saw could attack them. Ah? The princess's face froze, and she took a step back. Why do I see a strange woman? Ah? The princess understood Zhu Aci's thoughts and quickly spoke in a low voice. Her face was completely pale. I need you to help me kill the other party. However, the princess became more and more afraid. She even turned her head and fell to the ground. What are you trying to do? The princess did not continue to look at Zhu Aci and the others. She looked at an empty space, her legs trembling and unable to walk. Zhu Aci noticed the princess's actions and took the initiative to walk up to her. Princess, are you all right? Do you want to point at that person? The princess understood and pointed ahead. In the direction she saw, the woman was hovering in front of the princess. She smiled contemptuously at the princess. "Princess, I died so tragically." "Ah. Stay away from me." The princess raised her fan and flapped it toward the air. It was clearly an attack, but the woman was not affected at all. She leaned closer to the princess and said, "Princess, I really died a tragic death. You may be miserable, but can't we talk about other things? Why are you scaring me?" The princess was furious, and her feet followed suit. "Who is it? Who do you see?" Jiang Ming felt a little strange. He took a step forward and pulled the princess up. "Princess, I can see that you're scared. Why don't you come over here?" The moment he touched the princess, Jiang Ming saw the female ghost at the same time. He was stunned for a moment and raised his hand to release a light at the female ghost. The female ghost instantly vanished, turning into a thin layer of fog. The fog had a strange smell. The princess could not care less anymore. She stepped forward and hugged Jiang Ming. "Lord Ning Kaichen, thank you so much. I was really scared." Jiang Ming's defense was broken by the princess's sudden hug. He could not help but feel a little strange. At that moment, he felt as if something had entered his body. His vision blurred, and the scene in front of him disappeared. In the end, Jiang Ming heard the princess's voice. "Lord Ning Kaichen? Lord Ning Kaichen? What's wrong with you?" However, after her words, he could not hear any other voices. After entering the female ghost's memories, Jiang Ming was naturally controlled by the memories and experienced the female ghost's life. Jiang Ming felt her throw the jade seal on the table and looked up at King Liang indifferently. "I don't need the jade seal to be in a foreign country. I will ask my brother to divorce me." Some memories entered Jiang Ming's mind, and he could not help but be a little shocked. King Liang was her father. As for the female ghost, she was divorcing her younger brother. Although they were not related by blood, they had no feelings for each other. The other party was also in a vegetative state. Her mother had passed away, and the king of the Dalian kingdom had married a new queen. Her younger brother was the son of her previous husband. Her stepmother, the new queen, wanted her to marry her younger brother so that someone could take care of her son. She would rather die than submit, but the king had directly arranged a marriage for her. King Liang's fingers trembled as he glared at Jiang Ming. "Unfilial daughter." The new queen clapped her hands and laughed. "I applaud you. But you don't think you can escape the fate of taking care of my son just because you're a little tough, do you? My queen, don't be angered by her. Go back to the palace, be good." King Liang looked at the new queen gently. His attitude changed very quickly. Jiang Ming could feel the pain in the person's body and the determination in her eyes. "From now on, I have nothing to do with the Dalian kingdom. Let me leave." "All right, as long as you don't rely on any connections to earn 3,000 taels of silver in 3 days, I'll let you get a divorce." King Liang scoffed. His eyes were filled with disdain. "The Dalian kingdom has raised you to be really capable. I will cut off all your money. 3,000 taels of silver." Jiang Ming was stunned and could not help but sigh at the ruthlessness of the person in front of him. That was an amount that ordinary people could not earn in their entire lives. Even if his daughter had learned many skills, she would not be able to earn so much money in just 3 days. Why did the king treat his own daughter like this, for a son who was not related to him by blood? Jiang Ming felt his heart turn cold. He gritted his teeth. Okay. Then, he felt that the female ghost did not even pack her things and walked out of the palace's main hall empty-handed. He even heard King Liang's laughter behind her. My daughter is quite good at telling jokes. On account that you are my biological daughter, you can kneel down and beg for forgiveness. 3 days later. I will still let you come back.